Hey everyone, welcome back. So this is the part 3 of our Node.js series, and also the first point I want to mention before discussing anything, that is that this is the prerequisite for part 4 and 5. That means if you want to understand and learn part 4 and the upcoming parts, then this will be the starting point. And also another thing, that if you're completely new, then I'll highly suggest first you can complete the part 1 and 2 and then come back in this part 3. So let's see what are the things we're going to cover in this particular video. And also another thing I want to mention, that I've given a lot of effort while creating all these parts, right? So if you like this video, please give a like, comment down, and also please share with your friends. And if you're completely new to my channel, please consider subscribing, and also don't forget to comment, right? Because if you comment and like, it will actually definitely help to grow my channel. So first thing you can see that, so mainly I'll give you some of the overview. So what are the things that we are going to learn? So we'll be learning the basics of Postgres and then Prisma. We are also going to understand the monitoring and metrics using Prometheus and Grafana. We are also going to discuss how you're going to start your journey with Nest.js, file upload in Nest.js, and also we'll be learning Burn and Hono.js. And you can see that I'm also going to discuss that what will be the upcoming parts, right? So let's start with the first one, which is Postgres and Prisma. So if I just go to the topics, right, you can see that we are going to start with very basic level of Postgres and writing queries. So let's expand and see. So first we are going to understand installing Postgres, how you can work with PgAdmin in local. Then also you're going to understand how to set up with Prisma and Postgres for your database management, how we are going to connect Node.js with our local Postgres database using PG package. We are going to understand all the basic SQL queries from scratch, and also we'll be learning some very advanced level of concepts. I'll not say advanced, but intermediate level of concepts like filtering, keys, primary and foreign keys, relationship, join, and also group by and aggregate function. Then we'll move to a real world project where we are going to create a blog API with Prisma and Postgres. So we're going to learn a lot of things, right? How you can install Prisma, how to set up Prisma with Postgres, how you can generate Prisma schema, Prisma client, right? So for this one, we are also going to use Neon as our database, and also we're going to implement a CRUD application where we'll be handling that, how the relationship will work, and lot of other things. Then we will dockerize this particular blog API. So we're going to understand how you can create a Docker file to manage multiple services, and also we're going to create a Docker compose. Then we'll move to the next part, which will be a monitoring and metrics. So for this one, we are going to actually use the same project that we have created in the first part. So here I'm going to show you that how we are going to implement Prometheus to collect API metrics, and also how you can visualize API performance using Grafana, right? Also I'll show you that how you can create custom dashboards for monitoring. Then we'll move to very important section, and that is Nest.js, which I'll highly recommend because this is really cool framework to learn. So in the Nest.js, we are going to learn each and everything from completely scratch, right? So first we'll start with introduction, where we are going to understand what is Nest.js, how you can create a brand new Nest.js project, what is the CLI, what is the whole folder structure and file structure of your newly created Nest.js project, how you can manage environment variables, and the concept of dependency injection. Then we are going to understand module and controllers, and also routes, all the basic things, right? And then we are going to learn how you can handle your business logics with services. So what are services, how you can create reusable business services, right? Also we're going to implement a project. So for that one, we're going to use Nest.js, Prisma, and Neon as our database, right? So for this project, we are also going to implement authentication and authorization from scratch, and also I'm going to show you that how you can use passport and JWT to implement your authentication, and also you're going to implement protected route functionality, and also I'll show you that how you can implement JWT guard, right? And then we're going to implement a CRUD application. So once we'll do all of this, then we'll move to another important section, that will be Nest.js file upload. So in this section, we are going to see that how we can implement file upload functionality in a Nest.js project using multer and cloudinary. So what we are going to do, we will not only store the images in our local, but we are going to store those images in a cloudinary service. Then once we'll get the URL back, we are going to interact with our database, and then we are going to store the image URL directly into our database, right? So this is another very important section. Once we'll complete all of this, then we'll move to the next section, which will be Burn and Hono.js, right? So here we are going to understand what is actually Burn, what is the advantages, how you can create a new Burn project, how you can use Burn as a package manager, how you can create a Burn server, and also how you can handle different kind of routes, right? Also I'm going to show you that how you can use Burn's built-in HTTP servers method, and also fetch, how you can directly use fetch APIs inside your Burn project. Then we are going to also see the following things, right? So what is actually package management, file system, streams, binary data, how you can manage environment variables, hashing, how you can making API calls using Burn's native fetch, and also you're going to understand a complete from scratch that how you can use SQLite, which is actually a built-in database in Burn. And then we're going to understand how you can write basic queries, and also we are going to understand that how we can connect your SQLite API to fetch and store data. Once we learn all the basic things, then we are going to create a full stack API with Burn, Hono and SQLite. So here we are going to create all the project details and everything. We are going to understand how you can connect SQLite. Then we'll be also implementing a user authentication system, how you can implement a role-based access control, and then once we'll complete all of these, then we are going to implement a task management APIs. And also I'm going to show you that how you can use CORS and middleware in this particular project. So these all the things we are going to implement in this particular part 3. I already have mentioned in my community post that I actually divided this whole series into multiple parts, because if I add all of this in a single video, it will be very difficult. So the part 4, which will be the advanced backend, so there we are going to implement a complete project with Nest.js with microservices. We are also going to use AWS S3 as our storage. We're also going to use RabbitMQ, Kubernetes, and also I'm going to show you that how we are going to implement deployment using AWS EC2 instance, right? So that will be in the part 4. In the part 5, I'm going to combine all part 3 and part 4, and then I'm going to add a machine coding interview questions. I will suggest I'm planning to add at least 20 to 25, and also I'm going to add 50 to 100 interview questions based on Node.js. So this will be the complete curriculum that is coming part 4 and part 5. So in the part 3, I'll highly recommend you need to know all of these things, then only you can go forward for the part 4 and part 5, right? So very, very important. So these all the things we are going to learn. I'm pretty sure we'll be learning a lot of things. Again, I'm repeating, if you like this video, please give a like, comment down, and please subscribe. So let's get started, and good luck. All right, everyone, so let's get started. Okay, so first thing, what we're going to do, so in this section we're going to learn all the basic concepts that you need to start learning whenever you will be working on any project with Postgres, right? Before moving to Prisma or any fancy stuff, it's very, very important that you know all the very basics, how you can create tables, how to query data, how to work with CRUD APIs. So for that, first step will be to install Postgres, and for this one we are going to use a local database and the tool actually called PgAdmin. Okay, so what you need to do, you need to come to this postgresql.org/download/windows. If you're using Windows, because I'm using Windows, you just need to click on this installer, install it. That is not that much difficult yet. You just have to follow the instruction and it will be automatically installed. Now I'll highly suggest you can also go to YouTube and search for Postgres installation, and you can check these first two videos that is coming. I think they have explained this one very well. I'll suggest this on programming knowledge. I think I have checked this video also, so that is the reason I just don't want to spend 10 minutes explaining how to install. So you can just come here and then check it, that how they are doing it. So once installation is completed, now next thing will be we need to install this PG package. Now this is actually nothing but, because we are using Node.js, so this is the PostgreSQL client for Node.js, right? So in this package we are going to query all our data, we are going to create database and everything. Once you'll install Postgres, so just come here and then search for PgAdmin. See, so here, now this will take some time. In the meantime, you can see that I will go to my VS Code and I just created a simple folder. We don't have anything else here. And now let's do one thing. The first thing, I'm just going to create our package.json. So what we are going to do, we'll simply do npm init and -y, right? Enter. So this will install package.json. Let's clear this, and now I'm going to install pg package, right? So this is the client that we need. Also, let's do one thing. Let's go here and let's create a source folder, and inside this I'm going to create main.js. You can also give server.js, whatever you like. And then what I'm going to simply do, so just go to our package.json and then add a run script. So I'll do this will be node space source/main.js, and here I'm just going to replace this one with source/main.js. db.js. That's it. So this is done. Now I think this is already, I think it's still opening, so let's wait for some time. Now in the meantime, what we can do, right, so we can create our db.js file, so where we are going to manage our database. So let's see if it is open. I think it will take a lot of time. So let's go here and let's create a db folder, and inside this I'm going to create db.js. The first thing, right, so here we need to also create a env file. Let's do one thing. Let's also install .env package. Okay, and the same we are going to use in our main.js file. So here I'll go and then simply do require, and then I'll need .env .config. That's it. Now let's go here and let's do .env. Now if you go, I think it's already open. Now see what you'll get, right? So whenever you will be opening for the first time, you'll be getting the server, and then you will get these options, right? The version that we are using, I'm using from a long time definitely, so I have different versions. So when you'll be installing, I'm pretty sure you'll be having the 17, which is the latest version. So the first thing what you need to do, you need to right click and then to connect server. Now whenever you'll be doing for the first time, that time you need to give your password. Normally I'll give very simple password like root or client or anything database. So based on that, so here it will automatically connected, and now you'll see that you are going to have all the databases, whatever local database you are having here, right? So I already created some databases, and now what I'll do, simply to create a new database, you just have to go here and then do create, and then do create database, and here you have to give the database name. So I'll do Postgres basics. So this is my database name. Okay, and let's do Postgres basics. Let's do save. Now you can see that this will create a database. Now for now, lot of things will be there. Don't focus on anything, just go to the schema, expand this one, and then you'll see that public, and now below you'll be getting these tables. So whatever tables will be created, those tables will be reflected here. Currently we don't have any table, so let's start with creating the db.js file. So before that we need to do one more thing, right? So and that is we need to create a env file, and that we have already created, and here we are going to use our database URL. Now what will happen, so because we are using a local database, we need to give the local credentials here. Once we are going to use Docker and everything, right, in the later part, based on that we are going to change all of this. So let's give here database URL. So here you need to give the Postgres, because we are using Postgres. This will be your prefix, and then this will be your username. So I'll give Postgres. So this is my username. This you can set, normally this will be by default, and then you just like in MongoDB will give the password. So here you need to give the password, so we'll give colon and the password. So this will be my root password, this is the password, and then because we're running on the localhost, so this will be localhost, and the default port will be 5432. So this is the default port where it will basically your database will run, and slash, and now you need to give the database name. So in this case we will give the database name as Postgres basics. So I'll do Postgres basics. So this is done. So now this will be how the structure will work. Now I'll just minimize this, and let's go to our db.js file, and let's start working on this one, right? The first thing, right, so what we need, because we're using this Node.js client, for that we have installed the PG, so we need to use the PG package. So I'm going to import PG. Now here this will give you a lot of options, right? You will get the client, connection, and other things, but what we will work, right, we'll use this pool. Okay, so what actually this pool does, this pool manages a pool of reusable Postgres client connections, right, multiple. Now here what we are going to do, simply the first thing, I think we have already used in the top, then in this file it is not required. So now I'm going to give a comment, and let's give this one as create. Now we are going to do very slow, because if you're a completely beginner, some of the things will be little tricky to understand, right? Like if you know MongoDB, then it will be easy, but I'll not say like it is little different, right? It's not similar to like similar concepts like MongoDB, until unless we'll move to Prisma section, where Prisma will make our life much easier. But if you don't want to use any Prisma or anything, then you should have really good knowledge on these basic queries and everything, how it will work. So I'm going to create a new pool instance, and I'm going to also give comment, and I'll do to manage your database connections. So I'll do database connections. So how to create a new pool? So you'll just do const pool, and this will be your new pool. So this will give a new pool instance, and here you're going to pass a connection string, and this connection string will be my process.env.database URL, correct? So I'm going to just do process.env.database URL. So this will create a pool. Now what is the advantages? I already mentioned it, that connection pool has several advantages. You can directly use client, that will also work, but using connection pool, right, so it manages multiple client connection efficiently, right? Also it will reduce the overhead of creating new client for each database connection, right? So for example, if you have multiple databases, so you need to create a separate client for all of this. So instead you can just directly use a pool. Now also I believe there is another I'm not able to recollect. I think it will also do or manage a stale connection automatically whenever you'll be using this pool, right? So mainly these all are the advantages. And connection string, I think I have already covered that what will be the format. So let me just give the overview also, right, and see how I'm explaining, guys. So if you like this, give a like this video, right, like and comment. And if you you'll just have to like it, like I always mention, right, and you just comment and share with your friends. With your like, this channel will grow much faster, because if you see, my growth is little lower, but my content is very high quality, right? You'll not get this kind of explanation in paid courses also. So here now as I already mentioned, that here we are going to use PostgreSQL, right? So for example, I'm doing Postgres, I'm just giving example. So Postgres, and then you're going to have colon, then you're using what? So here you're using your user, right? Then you're giving your password, and then you're giving the host, right? So I'm going to give @ and then this will take the host, because in our case it is localhost. You're giving the port, and then you're giving /database name. And if you notice that this is the same structure we are using here, okay? So now pool we have created. So now let's do one thing. So I'm going to create a SQL query, right? And let's create a function. Then writing function will be easy, because if I just explain the theory, it will be a little tricky. So what I'll do, right, I'll simply create a function. Let's give this one a query, and this will take a text and a params, okay? Now what I'm going to simply do, so so I'm going to now use this query, and based on that we are going to learn all the basic concepts. So here I'm going to take a start date. Now I just want to log all of this, so let's do a date.now, and now I'm just going to take a try block. And here what I need to do, right, so this pool will give you a query, and I just want to execute the query using the connection pool. So now whatever query I'll be passing from my main.js or any helper function, I want to use this pool to create a query, and that pool will actually execute your query. So here what I will simply just do, so I'll do, for example, let's take a result, and I'll simply do await. So this pool will give you a query, and here you just have to pass the text that we receive and any params. Now let's do one thing. Let's take a query execution time, that how much time it takes to execute the query, right? So I'll do execute the time, and let's do const, and I'll do duration, and I just want to do date.now. Sorry, this will be date.now minus start time, right, when we have started. That's it. And now what I'll do, simply I'll just do log here, and I'll do executed query. So that means this query I have executed, and then I just want to pass a comma, and let's take a template literals. I'll pass the text, I'll pass the duration, how much time it took, and also this will give a rows. So I'll just take the rows, which will be my result, this result that I'll be getting, and this will give you a rows. Oh, what are you doing? This will be rows, and this will be result dot row count. Oh, you need to take this one in a object. That's it. Okay, so this is done, and in the catch, and I just want to just throw the error, and also let's log the error. Now let's save this. Right now what you're going to do, simply let's export this one. So I'll do module.exports and I'll do query. So now this will execute your query. Okay, and now what I'm going to simply do, I'll just go to my source folder and let's start learning all the concepts one by one. So first I'm going to go here, create a folder, and let's give this one as concepts, and I'm going to create basic queries.js. So you're going to learn the basic queries. Okay, now talking about the basic queries, that what are the things we are going to learn. The first thing, we need to understand that how you are going to do any kind of CRUD operation, right? That is the first thing. So first we are going to learn how you can create a table, right? How you can insert a new record, how you are going to retrieve or fetch all the records, right? And then how you're going to do update and also delete. Now these things are very important and very fundamental whenever you're going to learn any API technology, right? So you need to understand all of this: create, update, read and delete. So let's do one thing. First thing, I'll go to basic queries, right? So I'll just do db, and this will be my require, and I'll just go to my db, and here I just want to create my first table. Now let's understand all of this step by step. So I'll do create, and I want to create a users table. Okay, so I'll do create a user table, and now here whenever you're going to create any table or anything, you need to create a SQL query, right? So now I'm going to create a query. So I'll do const create table query. Now how this will work, so first I'll take a template literals, and here I'll mention, and now see, so I'll do create table if, I'll explain all of this. Okay, no need to worry if you don't know. So I'm telling that create table if not exist, then the name of the table, so I'm going to give this one as user. So this is my table name, and inside this now I'll take all the fields that this table will have, right? So it's like you can consider this one as a model in MongoDB, right? In MongoDB, whenever you're going to create any model, you will give, let's say this model will have a user, this will have a password, something like that, email. So here this will have ID, this will be serial, and this will be my primary key. Okay, so that means this is my primary key, which will be my unique identifier. Then I'm going to take a username. So each user will have a username, which will be a varchar, and then I'm going to also make this one as unique. So this is the keyword that I've used, I'll also explain, and this would be not null, comma, then I'm going to take an email, which also will be a varchar, this will be 255. I'm going to also make this one as unique, and this will be not null. Now next thing, I also want to give another field which will be created at, that means when the user is created, and this will be a timestamp with time zone default, and here I'm going to give the default value as current timestamp. Now let's go through one by one. The first thing, actually, so what this function is doing, right? So that is the first thing you need to understand. So this is doing nothing, but this is uses a SQL create table statement to create your users table, right? So here first of all it's checking that if it is doesn't already exist, the table should have the following columns. So first it will have an ID, which will be a unique identifier, right, for each user, and it will be automatically incremented. That is the first thing. Then it will have a username, which also will be a unique username, email address, which also will be unique email address, and it has to be also not null. Then we are going to have a default created at, every time a user is created we are going to use a timestamp that when the user will be added, and for that we are going to use current timestamp. Now this is our query, right? But how we are going to create the table now? Now to create a table, now I'm going to take a try. Now remember, we have used this DB. Now this will give you a query. Remember, now this is actually happening so because we have implemented this functionality, right, this query. So here what I'm going to simply do, and if you notice how this is working, it's actually doing this query here, right? So I'll just do db.query, and here I just need to pass the create table query, and don't forget to pass await. And now I'll just simply do log, and I'll do users table created successfully. And if there is any error, let's log this error also. So I'm going to do error, and I'll do error while creating users table, and this will be my error. So this is done. Let's save this. And I'll just simply go here and I'll do module.exports create a users table. So now this is done. So now let's go to our main.js, and here what we are going to simply do, so here we are going to do, first I'll import that. So I'll do const import, and I'll do require, and let's go to concepts basic queries, and I need to get the create users table. And also let's do one thing for now, let's cut it. I think no need to keep here, we can keep in this file only, right, because here we are directly using. So let's directly use here so that it will directly use. So now I'll go to my main.js, and then I'll simply just create one more, let's create another function here, right, so that we'll be able to understand. So I'll do test basic queries, and I'll do async function run base do test basic queries, and here I'll simply just do try catch, and here just log this error. So I'll go here and then log this, and now in this try I'll simply just do await, and I'll call the create users table, and then at the end we can simply create another function, and this will be run all queries, and I'll do await run test basic queries. So let's do this one as test, and then just call this test all queries. And now what will happen, right, if I just go here, and now I'm going to just save this, I'll clear here, and I'll simply do npm start, hit enter. Let's see what you're getting. Okay, we got some error that password authentication failed for user Postgres. Okay, that means I have given some wrong password. Okay, let me just quickly check what is my password, and then based on that I'll update. Okay, let me just pause it. Hey everyone, see what kind of problem I have done, right? There is nothing wrong with my password. The problem is the spelling is wrong. It will be Postgres single s, and this will be also same, right, both. Now let's save this, and now I'm going to just do a clear, and let's run it once again. I'll do in or AR. So I'll do npm run, I'll do npm start, enter, and let's see. And we have user created successfully, and you are also getting executed query, which is okay. Now if I go here, right, now you have a 5, and if you go here, right, let's expand this, and let's go to tables, and I'm going to just do refresh, and you can see that there is a user table. Now go here and then right click, and then just do view and edit, so you'll be able to see all the data. Click here. Now we don't have any data, but you'll be able to see the format. So you have an ID, which is a primary key integer, you have a user, right, then you have an email, and then you have a created it. Awesome. So with this we have created our first table, right? So now let me just close this. So now what we're going to do, right, if you go here, we already have created tables. No like now I'll just comment it out. Okay, see what the reason is because I don't want to, whenever I'll be running for other queries, I don't want to create the same user table again and again. I hope you got it. So I'll just save this, Now what I'll do, go to basic queries, and then we'll create one more function which will be to insert a new record. Now again, here inserting means inserting can be anything, right? It can be user, it can be recipes, it can be blog, it can be blah blah abcd, whatever. What I try to explain is that again, these kind of concepts, I know that some of you actually think that okay, he's giving lectures, right? But like some other YouTubers is just go to the point directly and then they try to create the project. That is what I think I'm different from all of them, right? So I want you not to go with project wise. So what I mean by that, so whenever you learn any fancy project with, for example, let's say TRPC, or you're using Prisma, you're using Postgres, what will happen, for example, if you're watching any YouTube video from my video only example, I'll not complain or talking about the other YouTubers, and if you just watch my video, let's say a e-commerce application creating a microservices. Now if you only know that project, then you ask and someone asks you in the interview, okay, tell me how you can create a chat application using microservices. Then you can't tell him, right, okay, no, I only know microservices and then I can create only e-commerce microservices, not chat microservices. Doesn't make any sense, right? I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say. So project doesn't matter. What matter is like the concepts and how you're going to apply those concepts in different use cases. Now that can be 200 projects possible with microservices. Now no YouTuber will create all the 200 variation of videos. For example, one microservices e-commerce, one with blog, one with this, one with that. I hope you're getting right. So that means if you have some idea, then you need to apply all those concepts and then you need to create your own project. This is exactly how I have learned, and I'm giving the same suggestion each and every video. Okay, enough talking. Now let's directly go to the point. So I'll do async function, I'll do insert user. Now I'm getting user because I'm working with a user table. Now when you watch this video, you don't have to use this create user table, right? You can create recipe table, and then instead of using username, just add some more properties. I hope you are getting, means you are not following me completely, but you are watching the video, you are trying to understand the concept, and immediately you are applying those concepts in a different way, right? Instead of using a create user table, you are creating a create recipe table. See, this is how you need to learn all of this, right? This is very practical suggestion I'm giving. Now here what I'll do, I'll simply just do insert user and I'll take a username. If you're working with recipes, then you'll take a recipe name, right? Then let's say, and here I'll take an email, because this is two things I have. For your recipes, you have a recipe name, recipe description, recipe ingredients, so you'll take all of this. Now here what I'll do, I'll create an insert query. So I'll do insert user query. Now again, insert query. So let's see how you're going to write an insert query. So I'll tell that okay, insert, this is the keyword, into, then the name of the table, that in which table you want to insert. So in our case it is our user table, and I'll just go here and do users, and then what I want to insert. So I want to insert my username and email, these two things, and then I'll give values. Now here you'll know that okay, what the hell is this, that $1 and $2, or also you can also take this one as a question mark, right? So this is nothing but it's actually using like parameterized queries to prevent SQL injection attacks, right? So here you need to take a placeholder, right? So that means no one will able to do any kind of SQL injection. So this is the main advantage or the criteria of using this. And then I'm telling that okay, returning, and then I'll do star. Now what is this returning? So this returning star clause, so this actually a clause that means that every time you insert a new user, return the newly inserted row, which we can then return and log it. Okay, so that means we're telling insert into users, insert these values, and these values will take a placeholder, right? Two placeholder we're having, and then return the newly inserted row. That's it. Now I'll take a try, I'll take a catch, and let's copy this. I don't want to write, and in the try I'll simply just do const res. So again I'll do await, so I'll do db.query, and you're going to pass the query. So query is what, our this query, right? So here you're going to pass the query, and then in the params, remember we need to pass the params. So params you're going to pass these both, this. So I'm going to do here comma, and here we're going to pass params, and this will be my username and my email. That's it, right? And then I'll just do here log, and I'll do user inserted successfully, and this will be my race dot rows. Let's take the first one, and then I'm going to also return this. Now let's save this, pass this insert user, save this, and now this one we are going to use in our main.js. So I'm going to import. That's why I thought why we are not using, we have commented, makes sense. So I'll just do insert user, and then I'll simply just insert some users, right? So I'll do insert users. So I'll do await insert user, and here you're going to pass name and email. Let's pass my name, my email, copy this, paste it. Let's make this one as John Doe, John. Let's do Travis. I don't know what the hell I'm writing, but whatever. So I'll do Travis 1 2 3. I'll do Jennifer, Lopez, and I'll do sign. Because Zain is my favorite, so that is the reason I'm taking his. Okay, so now what I'll do, right, this is done, and I'm going to just save this, and then let's go here and run once again and see what will happen. Enter. Error is not defined. Yeah, this error I'll do always. I think I just copied. Now let's run once again. I think I have just already reinserted. I believe we already inserted. Let's go here. Let's go and do all rows. There should be values, man. See, okay, so what happened, right? I'll explain. Like, I'm pretty sure also will be able to get it. So first time we have get this error message, right? So that time what happened, it actually went here and then it inserted this all the users, right? So that is the reason you are not able to see the result, but actually it's inserted. So you see all the result, right? So we have 1 3 4 5 6, and then all the Sangam, John, Travis, Jennifer, and Jan. So all of this is actually added. So now if you try to run the same query again, definitely it is going to give you error, because these is all are unique, so it will not able to allow you to insert the same user with same username and same email, right? But this is how you need to just do it. So insert user, pass the data, and here we are going to just create a .insert user query. The main point where you need to focus, that is not all of this. The main focus will be your query, how you're going to write the query, right? So this is important. So with this, the insert user is done. Now I will definitely going to comment it out once again. You definitely comment it out, okay, or else this will not work. So I'll comment it out for now, save this, and now next we will go to our next query, which will be to get all the users. Okay, so for now let me just clear all of this, and I'll just go to basic queries, and I'll simply just do async function, and I'll do get, or let's do fetch all users, and here we are going to just do const get all users from db, or let's do from users table. And here this is very simple. I'm pretty sure some of you already know. So we just need to do select star from and the name of the table, which is users. That's it. So I'll do try catch, and again I don't want to make the same mistake, so I'll just log the error and pass the error. I think we have used error. Okay, let's keep this on uniform. Let's use error only. So this will be error, and now inside try, so I'll just do const result will be this will be await db.query and just pass the get all users from table. That's it. And then pass result res.rows, and I'll just simply just do log, and I'll do fetch all users, and then I'm going to just pass it here. And now let's go to our main.js, and I'll just do log all users, and I'll simply do const all users, which will be await, and I'll do fetch all users, and then log all the users, right? So I'll do log all users. All right, so let's save this, and now let's run it once again. So I'll do npm start. Reading rows of undefined. Okay, it's not returning rows, is it? What are you returning? db? Oh my god, sorry. I think you need to return the result here, everyone. So you need to return the result. I think we are not returning, right? That's why it's not getting. Now it will definitely work. So let's clear this, and now let's see what is happening. Awesome. So you got all the data, right? So these all the data we are now receiving. So now you know that how we are going to fetch all the users. So we are doing select star from and the table name. So with this fetching is also done. Now next thing will be how we are going to do a update, right? So let's update here. So I'll do async function. I want to do something, right? I want to update user email. So I'll do update user email, and here I'm going to get my username, and also I'm going to get my new email, that which email I want to update. For example, there can be some possibility that you are updating your account in a e-commerce application, so you're updating the email. So here I'm going to create const update user query, and here let's see how we are going to do that. So I'm doing update first thing. So this is your update SQL statement, and here I'm doing okay update in my users table, and do this set, means you want to set your email, because email is the column name. So here I'm going to do email, and I'll give a placeholder again once again, right? As I already mentioned that this will prevent your SQL injection, where so I'll telling okay set user update in user table, and set this email value to new email value, where username is this. So username is $1. So if I just try to break it down, let's say I want to update my email with my name. So I'm just telling that okay update sangam@gmail.com to new email. So let's say new email raj@gmail.com, right? So I'm telling that okay update from Sangam to Raj, where user email is Sangam Mukherjee, right? So that means you can also use your ID, that is also fine. Sorry, not user email, the username. So I'm telling that okay update the Sangam Mukherjee sangam@gmail.com to raj@gmail.com, where username is Sangam Mukherjee, right? This is what exactly we are doing here. And now at the end I'm just want to do returning start. So this is the returning clause that we have already discussed. I'll comment it, I'll keep it so that you can take a reference. So this is done. So now let's simply just do a try catch. Hey, let's copy, man. I am not want to write the same thing. I'm very lazy in all this. Okay, copy paste, and then I'll just simply just do const res, and I'll do await db.query, and I'll do update user query, and just pass the username, because you need to pass, and you pass the email. This will be your new email, and this is done. So I'll simply just do if res.rows, right? And here I'm going to just do dot length if this is greater than 0. So in that case I'll do log, and I'll do user updated successfully, and I'll just do res.rows of 0, and then I'm just going to return this. Else I'll do log no user found with given username, and I'm going to return null, and this is done. And now I'm going to pass this. I'll do update user email. Let's make this one update user info, because for now we are updating the email, but doesn't matter, we can update any properties, right? So this is done. So now let's go back to our main.tjs, and now I'm going to again comment it here, and then I'll simply just do update user email. So I'll do const updated user, so I'll do await, and I'll do update user info, and here I'm going to pass the username. So here username, I'll give the username that I've given, this one, and then I'm going to give a new email which will be this one, and I'm just going to log this updated user. So now let's save this and let's see what is happening. So I'll just do clear and I'll start again, and now you can see that we are getting that user updated successfully. So you're getting this, and even if you go here, let's go, and then I'm going to just do refresh and just go and do view all rows, and let's see what you're getting. So you can see for this username the email has been updated, right? It's now raja@gmail.com. So this is how you need to update any user or whatever data you're working with, you need to update, right? So what we have done, we have simply go here, we just use the update user query where we are doing that update users table, set email where username is this, and then return the clause. Okay, that's it. Now let's learn how we are going to do delete also, right? So delete is also very, very important. Then at least the CRUD functionality is done, then we are going to move to different logics. So let's implement the delete also, right? So I'll create one more function. So I'll do async function. Let's do this one as delete user, and or let's do delete info probably, and I'm just going to take username. So here I'm going to create a deleted query. Let's do delete query. So to delete, very, very simple, like it will be repeating. So you'll just do delete from the table name. So I want to delete from user table, and I'll do where username is this. So again, what we'll do username is this, and then simply just do returning clause. That's it, right? If you notice that once you start creating all of this, right, these writing queries will be like much easier as the time progresses. I'll not say in one day we'll be able to write all of this, but that is the reason, again I'm repeating, don't directly jump into Prisma and all of this. Believe me, Prisma and all the other things, whatever. Say, if you notice, right, I normally don't like to use all the things in project until unless I'm teaching specifically that only, then only I'll use. Or else I'll always try to learn. For example, here, without learning Prisma directly, if you know all the basics, right, then learning Prisma will be very, very simple. But if you go directly jump to Prisma and then come back here, it is not a good approach of learning. So now if you do the update one, right, see delete one, you'll be able to understand this one very, very easily, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. So I'm just going to do try, and then again copy this here, and then I'm just going to paste it, and in the try I'm just going to do const trace, and this will be await db.query. So I'll do delete query and pass the username here. That's it. And I'll do res.rows dot let's do length greater than 0. So I'm going to just return the same thing, right? So you can just copy this till part here and then just paste it. So I'll do user deleted successfully, and I'm going to return this, and I'll do no user found with the given username, and then I'm going to pass the delete info. Save this, go to main.js, I'm going to comment it out, and then just simply do const, and I'll do deleted user. So I'll do await, and I'll do delete info, Here I'm going to pass the username, so username will be my username. That's it. And then just do log deleted user, and this is done. So now let's go here, clear it and run it. Let's see what is happening. So user deleted successfully. And if you go here, let's refresh this, right click and go to view and edit data, and let's see, I think we should not have that user only, so that user don't have, right, that user is now deleted. So with this, now what are the things you have learned? So you know that how you can create a table, how you can insert a data, right, insertion, how you're going to fetch all the data, how you're going to update a data, and how you're going to delete a data. So with this, the basic queries is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Right? So I'll create one more file here, and let's give this one as filtering sorting.js. Now I'm going to close this. So let's do one thing. So first thing, we are going to understand some of the things that how you're going to filter data with. So there are different kind of clauses that you can use, right? So I'm going to show you that how you're going to filter with where clause, then how you can do a sorting, also how you can use limit, offset, those kind of things, right? So first, as usual, I'm going to import our DB. So I'm going to do const DB, which will be required, and go to DB. And then here, what I'm going to do first. So let's say I want to do something, right? I want to retrieve all the users based on a specific condition, right? And to use a specific condition, we are going to use a where clause. Okay, so this is where clause. So let's create a function, right? So I'll do async function, and I'll do get users where, and then here I'm going to pass the condition, right? I'm going to receive the condition. So here I'm going to create the query. So I'll do const and then do get users query, and this will be, so first we need to get all the users, right? So I'm going to do select star from users, and then you need to use where. So that means you're telling the check first, get all the users, and check where this means where this condition applicable. So you're going to pass here where, and then you're going to pass a condition. Okay, so this you're passing. Now how this is working, so this means this where is a clause, right, in SQL that allow you to filter rows based on a specific condition. Now what I'm going to simply do, so I'll do try catch, and let's write one time, and then we're going to use the same. And here I'll simply do const res. So I'll do await db.query, and I'm going to pass the get user query, right? And I'm just going to return res.rows. Save this, and I'll simply do module.exports, and I'll do get user where. So this is done. So now let's go to our main.js file. Now we already created the basic queries, right? So what I'll do, right, I'll simply comment this here, this line. So we no need to run all of this once again and again. And then because we are not running the main function only, then we can just comment it, remove the comment from all of this, so that it will be fine. So, and this one I'll not required. Save this, and I'm going to create one more function which will be async function, and I'll do test filter and sort queries, right? So let's do a try, and let's copy the catch from here. So paste it, and inside try first, what I need to do, right? So I need to pass a condition that where I need to do this, where I need to do that. If you go here, and if you see, I have John, Travis, Jennifer, and Zion. So here I need to do something. So I'll do get users with a username whose username starting with Z. And now I'm just going to do const Z users, or let's do Z filtered users, and then do await, and I'll do get user where, and then pass the condition. So here what you need to pass, right? You need to pass the field or row name, that based on which row we are filtering. So if you go here, we are filtering based on this username, right? So this is the column, so I'm going to do username, check username, and then you are going to do like. And here after this we are going to simply pass that, okay, give me all the username whose username is starting with Z, and then you have to give this. So now this will be your identifier, that okay, this is the value that I need to find all the username with Z. Now here I'm just going to do Z filtered users, save these, and then just clear this once again, and then run npm start. So I'll do npm start, right? So I'll do npm start. Let's see what you're getting, and you can see that we are getting the result here. Awesome. And now what I want to do here, let's do one thing, right? I want to do something. First I'll just remove this, I'll keep this, and I'll remove some of the query from here, all the query, remove the create users query also, this is not required, and here I'll add one more. So let's add zxy, and I'll do zxy, save this, and I just want to check that if this is working or not, right? So I'll clear this again and run one more time. So there will be one more users will be added, user inserted successfully, you can see that. Now I'm just going to again undo all, keep all of this and remove the main from here. So let's remove this, let's keep this and remove all of this. I'll remove all the commented out code, because we are not running the main function only, right? So now I just want to check whether we are getting 2 data or not, because now there is 2 users with Z username. Enter and see what is happening. So we'll be getting 2. I hope you're getting. So how you're going to use a where clause, right? So this is one of the way filtering. Now next what you're going to learn, so we can also you can also, for now we have used the where clause, right? We can also retrieve users sorted by a specific column, so that also we can do. So let me just show you that how we are going to do this. For example, let's say we want to sort some users based on certain criteria, right? So here I'll create one more. So I'll do async function, let's do get sorted users, and here I want to sort based on a column. For example, let's say I want to sort based on this created at, right? And then I want to do this one in descending order, right? So that means what will happen if I do created at in descending order, so this will give me all the users, but it will be sorted by the creation date in descending order, means the new user should come first. I think, let me just refresh and do one more time here. So you can see that we are having 5 data. Awesome. Now what I'll do simply, so I'll get the column that, okay, which column I need to filter, sort, and then the order. So by default I'm going to keep the order as async, and now I'll simply just create our query. So I'll do const get sorted users query. So I'm just going to do again select star from users, and I'm going to do order by. Okay, so I'll do order by. You need to pass the column that, okay, order this column, and then you need to pass the order, that means order this column in this order. I hope you're getting. So order created at in async order, order created at in descending order. And now what you're going to do, simply just do try catch as usual. So I'm going to do try catch, and then I'm very lazy, I don't want to write this catch. I'll just paste it, and then I'll just do const result, and this will be avid db.query, and pass the get sorted query, and here I'll simply just return the result.rows. Save this, and now I'm going to pass the get sorted users, and let's go here, and I'm going to do const sorted users. So this will be avid get sorted users. So let's say I want to pass the created at, and I'm going to pass in descending order, right? So I'll do descending, and now let's log this sorted users. Now let's save this, let's see what is happening. Also let's comment this one, run again, and now you can see that you're getting the latest one first, ZXY, Zion, and Jennifer, then Travis, and then this. Now what I need to do, right? So let's go here and let's do a async, and let's run it once again and see what is happening. So now you're getting this one last and this one first. So this is how you need to do filter and very basic sorting. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's create one more function here. So I'm going to do async function, and this will be, I'll do get paginated users. Also, we don't have that much users to implement pagination, but definitely in a real project when you'll be having larger data set, you need to implement pagination. So here normally how the pagination logic will work, right? So you're going to get a limit that how many data you want to show for a particular time. For example, in first page you want to show 10 data, or there will be only 20 data initial load. So those kind of things limit will provide, and then we are going to take a offset. Now here I'm going to just create our paginated query. So I'll do get paginated query, and this will be, so first again we need to do what? So we'll do select star from users, because this is the table from where we need, and now we need to use the limit keyword, and you're going to give the placeholder. So this will be my limit and this will be my offset. Very simple. So and this will be my offset. So what do we mean by that? So whenever I'll be calling get pagination user and I'll be passing, let's say, limit as 10 and offset as 20. So that means I'm telling that, okay, give me or retrieve 10 users starting from 21st user in the database. So that offset means I'm actually not taking the first 20 users. So give me the users from the 21st dataset. Now I just simply do try catch, and then I'm just going to do error, and in the try let's do const result. So this will be await. So I'll do db.query. So I'll do get paginated query, and then what we are going to pass? So we're going to pass the limit and the offset, and return result.rows. Save this, and then I'm going to pass get paginated users, and then I'm just going to copy this, pass it here. So I'm going to just do get paginated users, and this will be get paginated users. Now in the get paginated user, let's do one thing, because we don't have much data for now, right? So what we can do, simply how many we want to get. So let's do only so I want to get, let's say, 2 data, and I want to pass, so this will be 2, 0, right? So that means I'm telling that, okay, give me 2 data, or first 2 data, or first 2 users, and offset will be 0. So now let's save this, and let's go here, and let's clear this, and I'm going to run it, and let's see what you're getting. So you're getting first 2 data, right? And if you go here, you are getting John Doe and Travis, and if I do 3, you'll be getting, let's give a offset as 1, and then we'll see what is happening, right? So we'll go here and let's give a offset as 1, and I'll save and again run the same command, and now this time you'll be getting Travis and then Jennifer. So because of offset 1, it is not giving you the first result, so it's removing the first result. It's starting from this index and it is giving you the 2 data, right? Travis and Jennifer. So this is how you need to implement pagination. So we've learned filter, sorting, and pagination. With these concepts, right now, let's say you are working on a very complex project. At the end, whether it doesn't matter whether it's very complex or it's a simple project or it's a medium level project, the concept will be same. So now let's move on to the next one. So moving to next concept, I'm going to create one more file, and let's give this one as relationships, and I think let's keep it relationships, and then I'm going to remove this, and let's first get our db. So I'm going to do db, this will be require, and then we'll go to db/db. All right, so now see, the main objective of this particular section will be to understand that what is primary keys, foreign keys, and how relationship works, right? So for example, let's say let's take this example only, right? So we are having a users table. Now what I want to do, I want to create a post table, right? And now in this post table I want to take a foreign key which will refer to the user table. That means if I try to explain this one in a simpler way, so that means there is a connection between your user table and your post table. So for example, one user can create multiple posts. So in that case, whenever any user will create a post, let's say I'm a user, I can create 100 posts, and you are a user, you can create 10 posts. So let's say there is a admin users, right? So admin user needs to get all the posts based on or group all the posts based on users. So to do that, there has to be some relations, right, that will tell you that okay, this post is created by these users. Okay, so for this, I hope you're getting. So for this, I'm going to just create one function, and let's create so I'll create post table. Okay, so this is my second table. Now here I want to explain some of the important concept keys, right? Concepts, not keys. So first I'll create the table here. So I'll create table query and see what are the things that I'm doing here. Okay, first I will use create. I think this you have already seen. Create table if not exist, correct? And then the name of the table, which will be post, and here I'm going to use id, which will be serial, right? Serial means it will automatically generate a unique integer for each new row. Then I'm going to make this one as a primary key. So this will be my primary key. Then I want to have a title of that particular post, which will be a varchar. Let's keep 255, and I'm going to make this one as not null. Next, I want to have a content, which will be text. And now what I need to do, I will have a user ID, very important. So that means I'm telling that okay, every time a new post will be created, I want to capture the user ID, that which user created that post. Either it is John, or it is Towers, or it is Jennifer, or it is Zain, or it is ZXY. So I want to capture the user ID of that user every time a post will be created. And to do that, so first of all, I'll give this one as a type as integer. So I'll make this one as integer. And I'll do reference, right? ENCS. Okay, reference. So that means I'm telling that okay, specify which table and column the foreign key will refer. Okay, so here I want to refer that okay, refer to user table and refer to the ID. So that means user ID in this table is similar to ID in our user table. Don't get confused. So this ID I'm actually capturing. This is the user ID. So I'm telling that okay, capture the user ID, and to capture this, I want to refer to the user table, and I want to get the ID of individual user. And now here I want to do one other interesting thing, and that is called on delete cascade. Now this concept we are going to discuss in details in the next project, but what actually on delete cascade is. So that means this will automatically delete all the posts when the user will be deleted. Let's see with example. Let's say I have a user 1 and I have a user 2. Now user 2 created 5 posts, user 1 and user 2 created 100 posts, and this will be post 1, post 2, post 3, 4 and 5, something like that, right? And then this will have, let's say, P6, P7, P8, P9, P10 and P11, and then it will go till P100, something like that. So this user will have ID. So for example, let's say this user ID is ABC and this user ID is XYZ. Now every time a post will be created, so for example, each and every post will have a ID. So this post will have a P1 ID, but this post will have a user ID field, right? Every time a post will be created, and for all of these posts I will have user ID as ABC, because this ABC user created all these posts. Similarly for user 2, I'll be having 100 posts, so for all the 100 posts I will be having XYZ as a user ID. This is the relation. Now what will happen whenever I delete this user 1, that means this ABC user is deleted, so I'm doing a on delete cascade. Means that means I'm telling if you are deleting the user, you need to delete all the posts that user has created. So I'll delete all of these posts. Similarly, if I delete this, I'll delete all the 100 posts. It will be automatically deleted. I hope you're getting right. So now I've created the table. This is done. Okay, and then after this, definitely we need to take a created at. So I'll do created at. This will be timestamp. So I'll do with time zone default, and I'll do current timestamp. So this will create our query, and I'll simply just run this. I'll do try catch. I'll just log the error, and here I just will do await db.query, and I'll do create table query, and I'll do log post table created successfully. And now I'm just going to do module dot exports. So I'll do create post table. Save this. Now go to main.js. Now again I'm going to comment these test filter sort queries not required, and then I'm going to do async function, and I'll create test relationship queries. And here also let's do one thing. Let's take a try catch. Let's log this here. Oh, I cut it from every time I'll cut it, I don't know why. Okay, so now I'll just simply just do await, and I'll do create post table, and then I'll copy this and I'll run it here. So I'll do await test relationship queries, save this, and now let's run it. So I'll do, let's clear this first. I'll do npm and start, and let's see what is happening. Again I got some error, that syntax error at created at. Okay, what kind of syntax error I've used? Okay, let me just check quickly. I think I have done some mistake there. We need to use comma here, see. Okay, so this is fine. Now let's create once again, and now let's see. Post table is created successfully, and I'll go here and let's refresh this. So we have post table, and let's go all rows. For now we are going to have ID, title, content, user ID, and created at. Awesome, right? So that means we have created a table which will now map the user ID from the user table. Okay, so that means we'll be able to track that, okay, this post is created by which user. So this is done, and now what I'll do simply, I'll create another method that how we are going to insert a post. So let's go here and then create one more function. So I'll do async function, and I'll do insert new post. So this will receive a title, this will receive a content, and this will also receive a user ID. And now I'm just going to create a insert post query. So I'll do insert post query, and this will be insert into posts, and you're going to post title, you're going to post content, and what you need to pass, see, you can't pass user ID because the field name or column name is user underscore ID, so you need to give that. So we'll do user underscore ID, and then I'm going to pass the values. So values will be my placeholder. I'll give $1, $2 to prevent our SQL injection, and then I'm going to return the clause. So I'll do returning clause here. So this is done. So that means this will understand that, okay, I'll pass title, content, and user ID in that same order I'll pass here. So now I'll just simply take a try catch, and now what I'll do simply, I'll just do const result. So this will be await db.query. So I'll do insert new post, insert post query, and I'm going to pass the title, content, and user ID. and I'm going to return result.rows of 0. This is done, and now let's do insert new post, save these, and let's go here. And now here we already have created the post table, right? So I can comment it out, and now let's create a new post. So I'll do await insert new post, and I'm just going to pass my, or let's do first post, and then I'll pass here some dummy data that this is my first post, and here I want to pass the user ID. So let's say let's go back to our user table. So we have John Travers, let's say 6 I'll pass, so Zain Malik, so 6 I'll pass as ID. And now let's save this and let's see what we'll be getting, right? So let's clear this and let's run it. So you've executed query. I think it's done. Let's go and check. So view and all rows, and you can see that we are having a ID, title, first post. This is my first post, this is the user ID, and this is the created at. So that means with this we have actually created a post table by referencing the ID. Now what you can do, right, whenever you're going to fetch the post, you can refer to this ID and then you can query the user table to get the user information also, right? So using this 6 ID, what you can do, you can just let's go to user table. With using the 6 you can actually query this user information also, so you'll be able to get it, right? So like this you are going to work with relationship. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to next topic. So I'll create one more file here. Let's give this one as joins. Okay, so let's okay, by mistake close that. We need main.js file. Okay, so first let's get our DB. So I'll do require and then we'll go to DB. Now see, the first thing that what actually join is, so we are going to discuss inner join and then left join, right? So see, joins, as the name suggests, are used to combine rows from 2 or more tables based on the relation column between them, right? There has to be some related column, right? So let's see how this will work with a simple example, or else again if I try to explain using theory it will be difficult to understand. So what I need to do, right, so I need to retrieve users along with their post. That means, for example, let's say I have like this is one user and he created 5 posts. I want to get all the posts with the user, and for that I want to do I want to use inner join, right? So inner join will only returns, I'll write here, so it will return, so I'll give inner join, right? So I'll do inner join. It will returns only the rows where there is a match in both the tables. Very important. So it will return only the rows where there is a match in both tables, right? In both tables. Okay, and now what I need to do, so because I want to get all the users along with their posts, so in this case what will happen, it will only return only users who have made post. Very important. Okay, so let's say there are 10 users and out of which only 2 users have created posts, so that means I will be having some relations, so it will return only those 2 users they have created post. So now what I'll do, simply I'll just create one function. So let's do async function. If you see, I'm giving much more importance in this concept part, especially in the Postgres if you're doing for the first time. Very important to know all of this. And if you don't know what is join or what is relation, how to filter, and directly jump to Prisma, and then you created a complex project and showcase in your interview, and then interviewer will come back and they will ask you, okay, tell me what, forget about Prisma and tell me a simple query using only Postgres, or you don't normal SQL query, right? So how you're going to do that? So that is the reason, don't follow what other YouTubers and everything. See, everyone will tell you to learn fancy stuff, those are good, but you should know all the basic first, right? Or else you will, again I'm repeating, you will be always trapped in this tutorial trap. You know, right, what is tutorial hell or tutorial trap? So you will be watching videos after videos, but at the end you will be able to not create project by yourself. You will be able to create only those projects that you have seen in YouTube video. Let's say that you have watched 10 YouTube videos with 10 different projects, so you'll be able to create those 10 projects only. But that is not how it should be done, right? You'll be able to create any project by yourself. So now here I'll do get users with posts, and I'll simply just create a query. So I'll do get user will post query. So how we are going to do that? So first I'll do select. Now see how I'm doing. So I'm doing users. So we have users table.id. So I'm taking users dot username, and then I'm taking give me posts dot title. So select all of this from where? So from users table. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do inner join, right? So I will do inner join. So which table I want to inner join here? So I want to join post table. Now here what I'll do, I'll use on clause. So what actually on clause is, so you'll understand. So on clause will specify a certain condition, right? Because see, as I already told you, that inner join will only return rows where there is a match. So if there is a match, means there should be some condition, specific condition. So you need to add that match condition here, right? Then only it will be able to understand that how I'm going to give the only those users who have created the post. So there should be some condition here. So I'm doing okay, inner join post table on. So I'm giving an on clause, and here I'm telling that okay, check the users.id. So user will be having ID. This has to be equal to post dot, can you guess, user ID. Remember, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to understand. So in the post table we have created user ID, which has a foreign key relationship with the user.id. So that means I'm telling that now you'll be able to get you'll be getting a criteria that okay, check all those users where the post.user ID is matching with user.id. That's it. So now this will give you inner join, and now I'm going to do try catch and do an error, and then here I'm simply going to do const response. So I'll do await db.query and pass get user with post query, and just I'm going to return res.rows. Save this, and now I'm going to do module.exports, and then this will be get users with post. That's it. Now what we'll do, we'll go to our main index.js file. So let me just first comment out this test relationship queries, and I'm going to create another function. I'll do test join queries, and I'll do a try catch, and then what I'll do simply so I'll do error. So what will happen, right, when I'll continuously recording, sometimes my mind will not work, so I'll be like blank sometimes. It's funny, but it actually happens, believe me. So here I'll do users with posts, and I'm just going to do await get user with post. That's it, right? And now I'm just going to log this. So I'll do users with post, and we need to also call test join queries. So I'm going to do await test join queries. Now let's go here, and I'll clear this, and I'll do npm start. See what happened. You got ID 6, username you got Zain Malik, and title you got fast food. Remember, I only created only one user, Zain Malik, who have created a post, and you are getting the corresponding result. So that means it's applying the inner join concept. It's checking that okay, check from the user table that if this ID is matching with the post table user underscore ID, which is a match, because if you go here, Zain Malik has ID 6, and if I go here and then just go to our post table, and then I'll do view all rows, and you'll see that you'll be getting the relation with the ID. So this has ID, which is the post ID, but if you see user ID is 6, so that means user ID, and if I go here, so user ID and this user.id both are matching, so that is why you are getting this result. very extremely important concept. Whenever you'll be working with very complex project, you need to apply all of these concepts. If you skip single minute, right, it will be a problem for you, like, to understand all of this, right? So don't skip this part, all of this. Now next, what else we can do? Okay, let me think. So I've created okay, we have done the inner join. There will be one more join, I think, which is very important. Okay, that is called the left join, right? So what is actually left join? So I'll give you one more example. Let's say I want to do something like this. So I want to retrieve all users and their all post using a left join. So what left join will return? So it will return all rows from the left table. So in this case, left table will be our user table, and then it will check the matched row from the right table, which is the post table, right? And if there is no match in both the side, then it will return the result will be null on the right side. So I'll repeat once again. So left join means it will check all rows from the left table, which is our user table, and it will match with the right table. Before doing that, I want to do one more thing which I think it's important to do, and that is go to main.js, and I'm just going to run here. I'll comment it. I'll run the test relationship queries. Let's see what I'm doing. You'll be able to understand. Remember, I've created a first post, so I want to create a second post here, and I'll do second post, and instead of 6 I want to give, let's go to our user table, I want to give, let's say, 3 and 4, both I'll create. So I'll do 3, and I'll just copy and paste it, and I'll do third, and this will be my third post, and for this one I'll use a 4. So let's save this. Let's run this. I'll remove this. So you got the result. Now if you go to the post table, there should be 3 posts. So we have one post, first post, ID 6, 3 and 4, right? Now this is done. So now let's go to our here. So I'm going to comment it again, and I'll just uncomment the test join queries. Now let's go to the joins and implement the left join. So I'm going to create async function, and I'm going to do get all users and their post, right? So left side will be user table, and then the matched row from the right table, which will be your post table. So I'm going to do const, and I'll do get all user, or let's only keep query, and it will be very okay. Then I'm just going to do select. So I'm going to select user.id, makes sense. We are going to select users.username, and then we are going to get post.title here also. And now what I'll do, right, I'll do from users. So get from user, which is my left table now, left join, not join, sorry, left table, and then I'm going to do a left join, right, not inner join, left join, and I want to apply on post, and then I'll use a on clause. See, it's the same concept, and you'll check if the user.id is equal to post.user_id, and this is done. So now what I'll do, simply copy this, paste it here, and this will be our query. Let's use this only, I think, or else this will be complicated if it is difficult to understand. So this is fine, and now I'm just going to use get all user and their post. Save this, and now let's go to our main.js file, and then I'm going to just comment this one here, and I'll do const all users with all posts. So look, get all user and their post, and now let's log this, save it, and see what is happening here. And we're going to see, enter, see what you got. So for 6 Zain Malik, you got first post, second post, third post. For fifth one, there is no post because this user didn't created any post. For this user also no post is created, but for this one you already got, right? So this is how you're going to apply, or you will actually apply, yeah, it will be apply the concept of join in your project. So till now we have learned basic queries, CRUD like theories or concepts, then filtering, sorting, right, pagination, relationship, and also join. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now let's create one more file, and I'm going to give this one as aggregation. So now let's create so you're going to learn how you're going to use group by clause and some of the aggregate function like count and everything. So the first I'll do const db, so I'll do require, and let's go here. The first thing, I'll create a function, so I'll do async function, and I'll do right, so count posts by user. So that means I want to create that how many posts every user created, right? So here let's see how the query we are going to write, and then I'm going to explain. So I'll do query, so I'll do count post by user query, and here I'll simply first do select users dot username, and now here I want to use a function. Right now there are a lot of function, I can't cover each and everything in this video, so I will use the first one, which will be count. Right, so here I am doing that count and check the post dot id. So what I'm telling that counts the number of rows that match the specific criteria, right? So here we are counting based on post dot id as post count, sorry, underscore count. Next I'm going to do this one from, so I need to give users, and then here how you're going to create the relation. So we need to join it, right? So how we'll join, I think we have discussed in the last part only. So we're going to do a left join, so I'll do post, so this will be a left table and this is the right table, which will check based on what. So I'll do on clause, and I'll do users dot id will be equal to posts dot user underscore id, right? And then I will just do a group by, so I'll do group by, and I'll do group by user dot id and users dot username. Okay, so now let's save this, and now here what I'm going to do, so let's take a try and catch. So I'm just going to do error, and then here I simply just do const raise, which will be await db dot query, and I'll do count by post query, and I want to return raise dot rows, and here I'll simply just do module dot exports, and I'll do count post by user. Now let's go to our main.js, and first I'm going to just comment it out and create one more function, which will be async function test aggregate queries. Now what I'll do simply here I'll just do a try and then just copy and paste it. So I'll do const post count, which will be await count post by user, and let's log this here and see what you're getting. And then I'm going to just call this here, so I'll do await test aggregate queries. Now let's clear this and let's run it again and see what you're getting. So you're getting John Doe created one post, and this is the key name that we are returning. Jennifer Lopez 0, Traverse this is 1, Zion is 1, and ZXY is 0. Awesome, right? And then it group by with username and the post count. That's it. So this is how you need to do it. Now next, what else you can cover, right? So let me just think. I think for now this will be fine, right? Or anything else? No, I think this will be more than enough. For now, I think count we have used and group by, which will be fine. And next, I'm thinking we can also another thing. See, that is the reason I will always forget. Let's do one thing. We can calculate average number of posts per user, right? That how many average posts they have created. So for that, I'll create one more function, and I'll just do like average posts per user. Again, let's take a try catch, and inside try I'll create the query. So I'll do average post by user query, and here I will do select. Now see, I'm going to use the average method, so this will be average, right? Average function, and here I want to do it as post count, post underscore count as average posts. Now here what you need to do, right, you need to now give that from where you want to calculate all this. So I want to do a from, and then I'll do select. So I'll do select, we'll do count. So I want to count the post.id as post count. Now see how this is related. So here we are averaging the post count, and here we are getting the post count, which will count from the post.id, and this will be from. So here again you will use from users, but this is your left table. So see, if you notice that, don't get confused like that. Okay, I'm not explaining. If you notice one thing, right, for example, select count we have just now discussed, then we are using from user, and then we will apply left join we have already discussed in the previous part. So what I'm trying to explain is that the way I have actually rearranged all the curriculum, right, incrementally we are learning concepts. For example, each and every concept is related to each other, so I'm not explaining some of the very new thing that we haven't discussed, right? So doing select count post.id as post count from users, and now I'm going to do a left join, and I'll do posts, and I'll do on clause where users.id is equal to posts.userid, and then I'm going to just do a group by users.id. That's it. And then here I want to return it as user per counts. So this will be my query. Now I'll just copy paste this from here, and then I'll just, oh, I think we already have, man. So I think I'm let me just do, I think I've done this one in the I will keep this on outside, and then I'll just log this inside this, and this will be my average post by per user query, and this will be average post per user. Save this. Again we are doing select average post based on post count, which we are getting from where we are using count based on post.id from users. We are doing a left join with post and checking based on the relation that user.id has to be using post.userid and grouping by user.id. And if you go to main.js, just take the average post, right? So we'll do average posts per user info, and let's log this, and let's see what we are getting. So you can see that we are getting, this is the average post that every user created. If you add some more user, you'll see that this will actually increase automatically. Okay, so this is all about the aggregation that you should definitely know. Try to experiment all of these, that whatever things we have actually learned so far. So if I just recap once again, we have learned the basic queries, we have learned filtering and sorting, right? We have also learned how you can work with relationship, right, and how to relate your foreign key, like for one particular info is related with another info in your table. Then how you can work with joins and aggregation, right? So with this, I believe we have completed the basic section, where I will not say this is basic, but because there are a lot of things we have covered, so now it's your turn to practice all of this. So we have completed the first section of this particular video. So this will cover all the Postgres and SQL queries, that how you're going to write all of this. Now we'll move to the next section. Now let me recap what are the things we are going to learn. So we'll learn Prisma, how you can integrate Prisma with Postgres using a Node.js. We are going to create a simple API, and then we are going to cover a lot of things like how to integrate Docker, how you can create Docker Compose, Prometheus, Grafana, and a lot of things. So let's move on to the next section. Alright everyone, so in the previous section we have discussed all the basic Postgres concepts that you should definitely know to start your journey with PostgreSQL, right? So now in this section we are going to learn how you can use or integrate Prisma with Postgres in your Node.js project, right? Now before that, first let's discuss in very details, like very small details, like what actually Prisma is. So first of all, I'm pretty sure many of you actually heard the name, and if you don't, like we are going to discuss, so first you can go to their official website, which is prisma.io, and they have like so many different products, right? So mostly we are going to focus in this particular video, that is the ORM. So what actually ORM is, so this actually called object relational mapping, right? And this Prisma will give you various kind of tools. So the first one is the Prisma client. So that is actually auto-generated and type-safe query builder for your Node.js and TypeScript projects. It will also give you Prisma migrate, which is actually a migrate system. And also this will give you another tool which is called Prisma Studio, right? And there you'll be able to view and edit your data in your database. Now coming to the advantages, right? So what are the very basic advantages or main advantages of using Prisma, right? So first of all, it will give you type safety. Then you're going to get performance, like it is very faster, right? Then this will also give you schema migration that we already discussed, that is Prisma migrate. So that means what you can do, right? You can easily do database schema migration with Prisma migrate. And then database, like you can use multiple databases, like so Prisma supports multiple databases like PostgreSQL, MySQL, SQLite, MongoDB, various. So let's say how we are going to do it, and like it's consists lot of features, like it's not at all possible to cover each and everything in this particular video. So what I have decided is, actually by creating a very simple project, we are going to cover quite a few things, and that will give you a good edge to start your journey with Prisma. So first, I already have a blank folder, right? And here let's do one thing. Let's get started with installing some of the packages, right? So first I'm going to do npm init -y. Awesome. So this will create our package.json. Now let's create a source folder, and here I'm going to create server.js. And now I'm going to install a couple of things, right? So first I'll do npm install express, and I'm pretty sure you already know. Then we are going to install Prisma. So Prisma, definitely we needed to use Prisma in your project. Then, as I already told you, right, this will give you a Prisma client for our database queries. So we need to install Prisma /client, and also you're going to use .env. Now hit enter. So once this is done, now what will be our next step? Now next step, if you're doing this Prisma for the first time, it will be a new. So what we need to do, right, we need to initialize Prisma in this particular project, right? And what will happen when we are going to initialize Prisma, this will create a Prisma folder at the root. Mostly it will be at the root with a schema.prisma file, where we are going to create our database schema. And based on the database that we will be using, for example, let's say Postgres in this case, so that file will consist all the schema, all the mapping, all the relations between our different models, right? So what we are going to do, right, let me just clear it. And to initialize, we need to use npx prisma and init. Hit enter, and now see what will happen. So this will create a Prisma folder. Now if you see, they also have given a lot of steps that what are the things that you need to use. They also created a env file, and if you just come here, right, and you'll see that there is a database URL, and here we are using PostgreSQL. This is the username, this is the password. We are using localhost, this is the DB name that we are going to create, and this is the schema. So this will be our env, and how this will work. So let's see. Don't focus on this info, right? Let's go to Prisma folder, and you see there is a schema.prisma file, and here what actually you are seeing, the first thing you are seeing, there is a client, right? So that means here we are telling that, okay, the provider is actually using Prisma client. Then we have a DB data source which is using PostgreSQL, and the URL, it will automatically pick from the env file that we are having here. Okay, now if you go there, right, we don't have anything else. So what else this file will be used? So this file will be used for any model that you want to create for this project, right? Now if you think from a MongoDB perspective, like why I'm taking the MongoDB as an example, because I'm pretty sure that you have already covered the part 1 and 2 of this particular project. If you don't, please watch that video, so you already have idea on MongoDB, so it will be easy. So in MongoDB we have model, right? So you usually create various models, right? And then one model will interact with another model. You will be having relations, and based on the model you are going to structure your data, and that data you are going to store in your database. Similarly here also you're going to create different model. Okay, so for now let's save this. Now next I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to open PgAdmin, and let's quickly create our database, right? Let's wait for some time. All right, so now let's go to our, so here we need to first connect. So let's connect to the server. So it's connected. I already have some database created here, and let's do one thing. Let's create one more database, and let's give this our name as Prisma with Postgres. And now let's click on save. Alright, so this is done. Now let's go to our schemas, and here we are going to have all the tables and everything that we have already discussed. Now let's go to our env file, and here I'm going to change this one to Postgres. This will be my password, which is root, and this will be my DB name here. Let's save this. So this is done. Okay, and now let me just quickly check it. I think my password is username is Postgres. Okay, so this is done. Now what will be our next step, right? So next what we are going to do, right, we will be creating a basic model. So we are going to have some kind of author and book relation here. So we are going to create some CRUD application where author can create some books, something like that. So very basic things. So let's go to our schema.prisma file, and we're going to see how we are going to create our first model. Now one thing I want to mention, because I'm creating a model based on book, that doesn't mean that you will not be able to create a model based on user. I hope you're getting right. So this book, user, recipe, this doesn't matter, right? What matters is whether you are able to understand the concept. If I'm able to create a model on book, let's say you're working on any recipe project, so that means what you need to do, you need to create a model based on recipe, right? So here first thing we are going to create a model. So to create a model you need to give model keyword and then the name of the model, which will be book in this case, and here I'm going to use a ID. Now if you notice this ID and everything, these things will be almost similar in each and every database, right? You're going to have a unique identifier, just like in MongoDB you have a document ID, right? Something like that. Now here what we are going to give, we need to basically give the type of this particular property. So this will be a int, right? And now I want to mention that okay, this ID will be int, which is okay, but this will be a ID property, right? So how we are going to do ID property here, that means I'm defining this particular field as table's primary key. So I will give a, see, you're getting some options, right? So I'll give this one as ID. And now for default value, so I need to take a default, and then what will happen every time I'll create a new book, remember just like in the previous section or normal projects, what we'll do, we'll increase the ID by 1, or let's say we are going to change or create a unique ID every time. So here I'm going to give a default value. So this defines a default value of the field, right? And here I need to give, so for example if you hover here, right, you can see, so this default value will take any value. You can also pass some value, true or whatever. So in this case I want to take auto increment, right? So every time it will do auto increment. So that means this is my property name, this is the type, this is a unique identifier, that this will be ID, and this is the default value. Next I will be having a title of that book. Now here this will be a string. Now this doesn't have to be always unique identifier or a default value, so you can just simply give a field name and the field type. And after this let's take another field, so I'll give this one as published date, and for this one I'm going to make this one as a date type. So for now we are going to keep only 3, and later we need to add a relation with author when author can only create books. Okay, for now this is fine. So now we have actually created our model, first model, but somehow if you notice that this model we're writing in our schema of the Prisma schema file, and then we have a database here, but somehow I need to sync this particular model in our database. So how we are going to do that, right? So that means we need something, some command where this Prisma will automatically sync this model in our current database. Now it doesn't matter whether you are using a local database or you are using something like Neon DB or Neon DB or something is there, right? So that, or let's say you're using Docker, it doesn't really matter, or you're using AWS RDS. I think they even they also give some Postgres service. So here my point is, whatever database you're using, at the end you need to sync this particular model with your database, as simple as that. So for that we need some kind of command, and for that we are going to use a migrate command, right? So let me just clear here. So here what we are going to do, this migrate command will actually generate a migration, and that will apply to our database. And how, you will ask how it will do, because you can see it's already have a URL of that particular database and are already given a provider, and this will automatically pick from our database. Now in this case we are using a local database, which is fine. Later we are going to change this one, because you also need to understand how you're going to work in a local database also, right? Not every time I see people are going with some very fancy databases and everything from the starting learning any technology. That should not be the case, right? You should learn all the basic things, like how you can use a local database, and then you move to other things. So here I'm going to simply do npx, and I'll do, let's say, Prisma. Now I'll do migrate. So this is the command. So I'll do dev, and here we are going to give a name. So you can give any name you want. For now I'll give just name here, and then I'll give init. So once I'll do, the main point is not here. The main point is that you are migrating this particular model and you are syncing with your database, right? And now I'm going to hit enter and see what will happen. Let me just expand this one, and now if you notice, there is that your database is now synced with your schema. And if you go here, you can see it's already created a migration folder here. Awesome. Now if you go to database, right, and let's say if I go here and then right click and refresh, and if you expand this, you can see there is a Prisma migration you're seeing, right? And then there is a book model which is created, and you can also see the sorry, columns and everything, right? So I think from here, let's do all rows, and let's see. So for now you'll don't have anything, but you can see you have a primary key, which is your ID, you have a title, and you have a time publish date, which is actually date time. Awesome. So now we have actually synced. So now what we will be our next step. Okay, so next step, let's do one thing. Let's first create our very basic Express app. So we need to go to our server.js, and this is empty for now. Before that, I just want to quickly do another thing, and then let's install nodemon also. Okay, that's it. And then we'll go to package.js, and for now I'm going to add a dev script here, and I'll do so this will be my nodemon, and this will be source/server.js. also add a start script which will be node, and I'll give source/server.js. Again, we can use nodemon only, and then change this one to source/server.js. Awesome. So now let's go to our server.js, and let's create a very simple project, or not project, I'll say we are going to create the simple structure for our Express app. Once that is done, then we are going to start working on the creating all the CRUD applications, CRUD APIs, right? So first I'm going to do const express, and this will be require. So we need express, and what else? Okay, for now let's quickly create this. I'll do const app, and I will not explain all of this very details, right? These we have already discussed multiple times. So I'll do app.use, and this will be express.json. And now let's create a port. So I'll do const port, this will be process.env.port, or else I'll do 3000. And let's go here and add a port also. So port I'll keep 3000, and let's go here, and I'm going to also use require.env, app.config. Now let's do app.listen. We'll pass the port, and I'll do just do console.log server is now running at port. So here we're going to pass port. That's it. So for now I think this will be fine. Now let's do one thing. Let's run this. So I'm going to do clear, and I'll do npm run dev, and let's see what is happening. Alright, so now server is now running. So now what we're going to do, the next step will be we need to start working on the services. So mainly how we are going to do, right? First we will be having 3 folders. So we're going to have the services, where we are going to work with Prisma and then interact with database. So Prisma will interact with your database. Prisma client, if I be very accurate, so Prisma client will interact with your database, and then we're going to create 2 services. One will be our book service and one will be our author service, right? And then what will happen once once it will interact with the database, for example, let's say we are going to create a new record, or it will delete a particular record, and then based on that we are going to create controllers. Then we'll be creating our routes, and those routes we are going to use in our server.js. So this will be our whole process. So let's start working on creating first the services from the next part. Alright, so now we'll start working on creating our services, but before that, once we have migrated, right, and then we have sync our model with our database. So now we are going to generate our Prisma client. Now let's see all the steps one more time. So first you can see that they already like they're telling that you need to add the following generator definition to your Prisma schema, which we already have, and then we need to install this. We already have done this, right? Now you're going to use this Prisma generate. So if I go here and let's do one thing, let's close this. And here I'm going to simply do npx prisma generate. Okay, so this will generate a Prisma client, and after this, all right, so start by importing your Prisma client. So you can see that it's actually generated, and this is the default location. They have already mentioned that this will be the default location, and if you want you can also specify a custom location, which I don't recommend if you're doing or learning. For if it is like any business like requirement is there, or like for some particular specific reason you are doing, then only you should do it. You can go and check it. Not business requirements, guys, my bad, it will be technical requirements, right? So now here what I'll do, so go there and then let's create 3 folder. So one will be services, one will be controllers, and one will be routes. Now inside services, let's create book service .js. Now very interesting thing. Now see, if you notice that we have created a schema for this book, right? Now let's say we're working on any very complex project, let's say any e-commerce project, and then you will be having 100 models, right? Not one, and then multiple models will have relations. So in that case, if you're doing or adding a new model, so what you need to do, right? So every time you'll create a new model or you modify any existing model, you need to actually sync that particular model with your database. Very important point, right? So every time you're going to do that, you need to give a unique name that we are going to see, and that sync mechanism you need to do, or else it will not work. So for now what I'll do, right, let's quickly create our author schema also, and we are going to see that how these author and book will relate with each other. For example, as I already mentioned, right, that author will be able to create a book, right, and this means book and author both are related. So first I'm going to create a model, and this time I'm going to give this one as author name. Here I'll give ID, again same, this will be int, this will be ID, and the default value will be auto increment. Awesome. Now author will have a name which will be string. Now you'll see, so now this author means one author can have 10 books, right? So that means here I need to give a books property, and these books will be the model which will reference or refer to this book. So that means this book I'm telling here, right? So that means this author, one author can have multiple books here. And now I'm going to just add, and if you notice that you are actually getting error because we need to give reference in this model, book model also. So here I'm going to just add an author now, and then I'm going to add author, which is this model. So this is our relation, and here I'm going to add a relation, right? And in this relation you need to provide the fields. So here what I'll do, right, I'll give the field name as author ID. So I'll do author ID, and here you need to give that, okay, which field you are currently referring from this author model. So I'm going to give a reference, and here I want to give this ID. Okay, and now we are getting this error, and that is because you need to add this author ID, which will be int, right? So if you remove this, you'll see it's actually giving error. So that means you're telling that, okay, this author is actually we are referencing to this author model, which will have a relation, and this relation is based on this author ID, and this reference it will take from the ID property from this author model, right? See, this is how I'm breaking all of this, and now I think this will be fine. Alright, so now we have created both the models. So again, so what are you going to do? Sorry, I need to pause it, like I'm pausing multiple times because of noises. So I already mentioned, right, that every time we are going to add or modify any existing model, we need to again migrate. So what we'll do, right, so let's clear this, and we will go to this, so here we are going to use npx prisma migrate dev name, and then just give this one as previously we have given init, but you should give some proper name. Now this time I'm going to do like something like author, right, something like that. Now hit enter, and now see this will automatically update. Now see it's updating, and wait for some time and see what is happening. So it's already updated here. Now let's go here, and now I'm going to just do right click and then refresh. Now you have an author and then you have a book. Awesome. And if you just right click and just do view or edit data, go to all rows, see what you are going to have. You're going to have an author ID here also, right? Awesome. And if you go here, let's see what are the fields that we are having in this. So we'll be having the ID and the name. Makes sense, right? So this is done. So next thing, now we'll start working with our book service, right? So the first thing what we are going to do, so what are the things that we are going to have here? So first thing, we are going to learn that how we can create or add a new record, and then we are going to store in our database. Then we are going to do like same as usual, like fetching a single record, and then updating a record, and then also deleting a record. Now why I'm talking about record, why not book? Because I already mentioned I'm giving example based on book. That doesn't mean that whatever you're doing, the concepts will be same for each and every scenarios. Okay, so first thing, I'm going to close everything, and let's import something from, so you're going to do require, and this will be Prisma client. Now remember, you already created our Prisma client also, right? So here now I'm going to do Prisma, and it will give you the Prisma client. And now you're going to create a new Prisma instance. So I'm going to do Prisma, and you just do Prisma client, right? That's it. And now let's quickly create our all the services. So I'm going to do async function, and I'll do add book. So add book will receive three things. It will receive the title. Remember, this will receive the published date, and also it will receive an author ID, correct? Now here what we are doing opposite. We should create the author first, and then we'll be getting the author ID. Doesn't matter, we can check with some dummy data for now, and later we can, once we'll create the author ID, then we can validate. So here this will take 3. Now what we're going to do, simply do try catch, and then we are going to do error. We're going to log the error, and then also throw the error for now. Now inside try, now I'm going to do const, and I'll do newly created book. Again, it can be book, it can be user, it can be recipes, it can be blah blah, whatever. It will, the concept is same. Now I'm going to do Abbott, and now what we're going to do, so I'm going to do Prisma, and now see, once I'll hit dot, and you can see there are whatever connect and everything is coming, but see these two things, right? What is this book and author? Now what it is doing, right, it's actually created two model, right? Now this Prisma client will have this reference that okay, I have these two model, and then I want to do certain operation with this book model or with this author model, right? So now I want to add a new book, so I'll take book, and now here I'll give, once I'll do dot, now you'll get all the operations that you can do. Now normally if you're using directly Postgres with PG client, that times we have seen, right, that we need to write a lot of things, and then only inserts and deletion and those things will happen. Now here you just have to directly use this create. Now definitely you have a lot of other methods, but for now we'll focus on create. So this create will create a new, see, it's actually argument to create a book, so this will create a new book. So here what you're going to do simply, so I'm going to take, oh sorry, and now we need to pass a data property here, that which are the data I want to put here. So the first thing, I will have a title, and even if this will give you auto suggestion, right, which is really cool, then this will also give you publish date. And now here what you're going to do, remember this will also have an author property. So if you go here, right, this will have an author. Now what I'm going to do, simply here I need to give a relation, right? So what we are going to do, simply here I'm going to take the author, and I will connect, and then I'm going to pass the ID. So this ID, and why this ID, because this ID we have given the reference, right, and this ID will be our author ID. So what will happen, whenever I'll pass this author ID, right, this will automatically pick, and then it will return that corresponding author object. I hope you're getting. I'll repeat once again. If you go here, right, I have a relation with author with this book model. So book model have a reference or property author, which is referencing this model here. Now this author will have a relation with author ID. This is the author ID, and this is referencing to the ID of this individual author. So that means whenever I'll do a connect and then I'll pass ID, this ID will be my author ID. And now what will happen, right, here I just want to do something. So here I want to so this data, once I'll save, I want to do an include, and I'll say that okay, once data will be created, I want to get the author object back. So that means what we are doing, simply whenever a new book will be created, based on this author ID, it will check in this author model that whether there is any author or not, and based on that it is going to pick that author object, and it is going to return in the response. Currently this will definitely not work, because currently we don't have any author object, right? So for that we are going to create author service also, so that we can connect both. It will be easy for you to understand, right? I repeat once again, we are passing this author and we are connecting based on this author ID, which will automatically detect from this based on this ID. So it will go in this author model, the ID, based on this ID it will return the object with ID, name, and if there is any book, and then we are doing the same, right? So you're telling that okay, include author true. So what will happen, this include the related author in the return object. Once this is done, now I'm going to return the newly created book. Very simple. So this is done. Now what you're going to do, right, so let's do module dot exports, and I'm going to do add book. So this is the first service that we have created. So now we will go to our author service. So side by side we will create both, and it will be easy. So now I'll go to services, and let's create author service.js. Now here again I'll create a method, right? So first I'll do const get the Prisma client. So I'll do const Prisma, which will be new Prisma client, and I'm going to do async function, and I'll do add author. Now this author will have a name, and then I'm going to just do name, and here I'm going to do try catch. So I'll just log the error and I'm going to throw new error. So here I'll do const newly created author. Now I'm pretty sure you'll be able to do it by yourself. So you need to do await. You need to do prisma dot what author, right? Because we're doing operation on the author. Again, same create. Then again data. And here you're going to pass the property, right? For example, currently you're having only author name. So you're passing author name. If you're having, let's say, author name, age, address, so all the things you need to pass here. And these you're going to return the newly created author. And this is done. So now let's do module dot exports and we'll do add author. So this is done. So now next thing, first let's go and let's create our author controller. So we'll go to our controller and here let's click, let's give this one as author controller only. That will make sense. And now simply I'm just going to do, first I'm going to get the service which will be our author service, right? So I'll just do const author service, which will be require, go to services, author service, and now I'm going to do export. And here I'm going to just do sorry, not export, and we need to do exports dot, and let's do add author. I'll do async, we'll do request response, and here I'll just do try catch. So here I'm just going to pass raise dot status of 500 and let's do a dot JSON. So I'm going to just do error, which will be error dot message, and let's do 400. And here I'll just simply do const. So I'm just going to get my name, which I'll be getting from my request dot body, and this name I'm going to pass in this author service. So now I'll just simply do const author, and this will be equal to author service. You need to do await author service dot add author, and you see this will take the name, which will be this name. And now I'm just simply going to do raise dot status of 201 dot JSON, and I'm going to pass the author. Now let's save this, and this is done. So now what will be our next step? So next step will be we are going to create our author routes. So go to author routes, and then I'm going to do author routes.js. So now first we are going to import express, which will be require express. Now I'm going to do sorry, author controller, and this will be equal to require. So we'll go to controllers, author controller. Now see, I'm doing little fast. I'm pretty sure you will also able to understand, like there is no point of explaining all of this. Again, if you're completely new to all of this, like express concepts also, right? Go to part 1, complete part 1, go to part 2, complete part 2, then come to part 3 and see how all of this will be easy for you. I can guarantee. If someone is watching this one, like already they have watched part 1 and 2 and 3, they will understand what I meant, right? For them it will be very, very easy. Now I'll do express.router, and then I'm going to just do simply router.post, right? Because this will be post, and then I'll simply just do, let's make this one as add author, and here I'm going to pass author controller dot add author. That's it. And then just simply do module dot exports, and I'm going to pass the router. So we have completed service, author service, I mean we have completed author controller, and we have completed author route. So what will be our next step? Next step will be our server.js, right? So you need to create. So now I'll go here and let's import const author routes, and then I'm just going to do require. So I'll go to routes, author routes, and then here we are going to simply just do app.use, and let's do /API/author, and I'm going to pass the author routes. Now if there is no error, we should get no error here, right? So let's clear this, save this, and then npm run dev. Let's see. So server is now running. Let's open our Postman. Okay, so let's go and close all of this first. So now I'll just do plus blank collection, and let's do Postgres Prisma, and then I'm going to add a new request, and let's copy from someplace, right? Let's go here. Oh, I closed that, man. Okay, so let's go here, paste this, and this will be /API/author/add author, correct? This will be post, and let's do a content type, go to body, and then past name, and I'm going to pass my name here, and let's send it. And that's it. Awesome. So there is a new data created, and if you go here, right, let's go to here, let's do from start, let's refresh this, and let's go and do view and edit data, and you can see there is one data, right? So now what will happen, whenever we are going to create a book, we are going to pass this author ID, right? This author, this ID, which will be 1. So now I'm pretty sure now see how easy this will be to understand, right? That means we have learned not only how we can create Prisma schema and everything, right? You also understand that, okay, how the relation will work, right? How author can have multiple books and this relation will work. Now if you tell me that, okay, that yeah, this is okay, but this is very simple, what about a complex project? Just wait for part 4 and 5 and then you will understand. But again, I'll never go directly to complex things, because I know there are so many like subscribers I have, they're coming from very basics, or they're students. For them, see, I need to think about for them also, right? That if someone don't have any idea and we directly start microservices with Nest.js, it doesn't make sense, right? You also will be understand. Even if you know all of this, right, doing these things again and again doesn't harm you, right? It's going to like help you in long run, right? So that is the reason, always focus on basics, right? How these relations, how you can create simple models, how to controllers will work. At the end, whatever API you are creating, it's all CRUD only. Believe me, everything is either create, update, delete, or get. So now once all of this is done, so now we have, remember, we have completed till book service, right? So we have created, now we have the author ID, so we can pass this author ID. So now let's create our book controller and book routes. So go to controller and let's create book controller.js, and let's create book routes.js. all right. Alright, so now let's start working on creating all the other book services, right? First add we have already created, so let's start fetching all the books. So I'll create one more, which will be async function, and I'll do get all books, and here we are going to just do try catch. So I'm just going to do throw error, and to get all books, so we're going to do const books, and here I'm just going to do await Prisma dot, again you need to target the books model, and to get all the books, just like you in MongoDB you usually do find, here you need to do find many, Okay, so whenever you'll do find many, here you can get, so for example, if I just pass this, right, it will give you all the books. But now I want to tweak something. So here I will tell that, okay, include as well as give me all the books, include author equal to true. So that means I'm telling that, okay, when you'll fetch the books, also include the corresponding author information also. Now you might ask me that how this will work. Again, I'll repeat, that is happening because I've already given that relation between our book and the author model. Okay, so now I'm just going to pass it here. So this will be to get all the books. Alright, so next we will do fetch a new book or fetch a single record, right? So I'm going to do the async function, and let's do this one as get book by ID. So I'll be getting the ID of that book, and here simply we'll do try catch, and the first thing here I'm going to get the book. So I'm going to do book, and this will be avid Prisma dot book. And now usually here what you're going to pass, right, instead of find many, because you're only finding only one book or one single record, in that case you need to do find unique. And here you're going to pass that based on what I'm going to find. So based on what we are going to find here, based on ID, right? So whenever you're going to do that, so you need to do tell where, right? See, filter which book to fetch. So you will give where, and then you're going to pass based on which property you want to find that book. So this will be ID, right? Done. And then you're going to also, I'm going to just do here, so I'll do include, and I'll do author will be true. That's it. So I'll do if not equal to book. So for now I'm going to just do a throw new error, and I'll do book with ID, and then I'm going to do this ID not found, or else I'm just going to return the book. And this is done. And then pass this get book by ID. That's it. Then we are going to do update book. So here I'll create one more. So this will be async function, and this will be update book. Now here I'm going to just do ID, and see, normally to update the book here, if you go right in our schema, so we are going to update the title here, right? Because this publish date and author, this we can't update. So normally we'll get the ID of that book and the new title that we want to update. Now here just simply do try catch as usual, and throw the error. And in this try, so I'll simply just do const, and I'll do updated book. And let's go to the official doc once, and I'll show you one quick two things, right? The first, if you go right, so you can use the update. So again, where you are going to give, like based on which ID, and then which data you want to update. So for example, here I'm just going to do avid, and then I'll do prisma dot book dot update, and here I'm going to tell where this ID, and I'm going to do data, that which data I want to update. So I want to update the title, right? So here I'll give title, which will be my new title. So this will be my new title. And then again I'm just going to do include, and I want to include the author, so I'll do author will be true. Now before doing this, so here I'm just going to return updated book. So this will be this updated book. So I also need to check this, right, that whether this book is present or not. So I'll copy this, and then we'll just paste it here. Okay, now see, this is one way of doing, right? So what we are doing is simply checking that if this ID, if this book with this ID, if this is present, then only we are going to update the book. And also I'm going to pass this update book here. Now there is another way of doing, and that is called transactions, right? So let's see what actually transactions is. So if you go here, right, so it's actually refers to a sequence of read and write operation where there can be possibility that if it is succeeded or if it is failed. So how we are going to achieve the same thing, that whatever we have done using a transactions. So I'll show you both the ways. and that is much more cleaner, right? So here what I'll do, right, I'll just comment out this, so you can definitely do that also. And here I'll do using transactions. So let's do const, and I'm going to do updated book. So this will be await. So I'll do Prisma dot transaction, and here I'm going to just take async. So this will give me Prisma, and here now I'm going to do the first transaction I want to do. So I want to check if the ID with this particular book, with that particular ID, it is present or not. So I'm going to do const book, and I'll do await Prisma dot book dot what we discussed, find unique. So find unique, and here I'm going to just do where, and then we're going to pass the ID, and then again we'll check that if this ID is not present if this book is not present. So we're going to now throw a new error. Let me just copy this from here, right? Or else I'm going to return. So here I'll do Prisma dot book, and here I'm going to just do update. So this is giving me this Prisma. Now here I simply just do where this is my ID, so update the book with this ID, update the data where the title will be new title, and also include the author. True. That's it. This is done. So this transaction, whatever you created, it will give you this updated data back. And then what you can do, right, simply you return the updated book at the end. Updated book, right? So this is another way where you want to do multiple operations at the same time, so you can use the transactions. So this is done. Now next, the another thing we need to do, that is delete. Now delete will be also very simple. So you're going to do async function, and you'll do delete book. So here you'll get the ID, and now I'm simply going to do try catch. So here I'm just going to do throw error, and simply just do const deleted book, and this will be await prisma dot book dot delete. And here what we need to do, right? So here we are going to simply just pass where, and I'll simply just do ID, and then I'm just going to do include author equal to true. Now I want to implement another very interesting feature, and that is that whenever I will delete author, right, so I want to also delete the corresponding book also. So what we actually doing that, see, if you go to my, let's go to the schema once again, right? So what this model is representing here, right? So this is representing that this is author in our system, author model, and this has one-to-many relationship, right? So one author can have multiple books with book model, one author can have many books. And then when author will be deleted, very important. So when I will delete this author, now let's say if I am an author, right, I created 10 books. When my record will be deleted, I want to delete all the books that I have created, right? So that means all the associated books will be automatically deleted. So how we are going to do that? So there we are going to use a cascade method. Okay, so how we are going to do that, that is the point, right? So here if you see, we have this relation with this book, right? So I want to take on delete method here, okay, and here I want to tell that this will be a cascade. Now see what it is telling, that delete the child records when the parent record I is deleted. As simple as that. I think I don't have to explain also, right? That means delete all the books, book is child here, parent is author. So when I delete the author, delete all the books, as simple as that. So I'm using a cascade method, right? So cascade, due to this cascade delete options, whenever I will delete, again I'm repeating multiple times, whenever I delete a author, all the books related to that author or whatever books they have created, that will be deleted. So this is very important that we need to do it. Now again we have done this, so what we need to do again I'm going to sync my database, right? So let's do a clear first, and let's do here let's do some delete. So this will automatically update. Awesome. So this is done. Now let's run once again. So now let's go back to our books service. So deleted book we have created, right? So now what you can do, simply we are telling that okay, delete where this ID is this, include author, and then I'll simply just going to do again simply just return the delete book. Here we don't have to do anything, return the delete book. If you want, you can also give the check that if the book is not found, just throw error. Okay, so this is done. Now I'm just going to also pass the delete book. Save this. So now let's go to book controller and then create all the controllers step by step. So first I'm going to import our book service. So do book service, and this will be, so I'm just going to do require, I'll go to services, then book service, and I'll just do exports dot add book, and I'll do async request response, and I'll do a try catch. So I'm just going to do res.status of 400.json, and I'm just going to do error equal to error.message, and I'll do the same for all others. So let's copy these, paste one more time. So this will be my get all books. Let's give a 500. Let's copy these, paste it. So this will be get book by ID. Then what else we are going to do? So we are going to do update. So I'll do update book, and so let's give 400, and also let's do delete book. So this will be 400. That's it. Now let's go here, add book. So here the first thing we are going to take three things. So we're going to get the title, we're going to get the published date, and we're also going to get the author ID. And if you go to the book service, let's go there, and you see, oh, in the get all books we are not returning the books, man. This we need to return. Okay, so in the add book you can see we are passing title, published date, and author ID. So these three things we are going to receive from request.body, and then we are going to simply do const book will be await. So we'll do book service dot add book and pass title, published date, and author ID, these three things. And then here just the only difference will be this will be a date, right? So I'm just going to do new date of this, and then I'll simply just return res.status of 201.json, and I'm just going to pass the book here, and this is done. So this will work as a add book, right? So now let's go to our book routes, and first let's go to author routes. I'm going to copy this part, go to book routes, paste it, and this will be my book controller, right? Book controller, and I'll simply just do router.post. I'll do add new book and pass book controller dot add book, and I'll do module dot exports router. I'll go to server.js and just copy this, paste it. So this will be book routes, and this will be book routes. I'm going to copy and paste it again. So this will be book and this will be book routes. Alright, so now let's go to our Postman and let's create one more request, and let's give this one as add new book. This will be post. Let's copy this, paste it here. This will be book / add book, body raw, and here I'm just going to give a title which will be, let's say, first book. I'm going to do published date. Let's give 2022-06, and I'll do a author ID 1, and let's send this. Okay, we are getting error, invalid, provide date object is invalid, expected date. Okay, something we are doing wrong in the in the book service. We are passing published date, which is published date. Then okay, something we are doing wrong here then. Oh, published date is not here. See, this is the problem, right? So now let's save this, and now let's try to send one more time. And now see, we're getting ID 3, and then we are getting title, published date, author ID, and this is the author object. Now ID 3 because I think I already created 2 books, so that is the reason we are getting 3. And here I have author, and then we are having ID 1 and the name of the author. And this is coming because if you see, go to the book service where we are interacting with the database, we are doing this include and author equal to 2. Author equal to true. That means include this author object. So what it is doing, it is actually going to the author collection. It is checking that where the author ID is 1, right? It's connecting and checking the author ID is 1, and where the author ID is 1, it is actually picking the author name, and that name you are returning here, right? So for example, let's say if you send one more, so second book, try to send it, you'll be getting the same result, right? Now let's go to the add author, and I'll give this one as John Doe. Send this, so getting 2, and if I go to add new book, send it to here, and I'll do book by John Doe. Let's do 2000 and try to send this, and you can see that you are getting now author ID 2, and you are getting the corresponding author information, right? And if you go here and try to go to book and try to do view all rows, you'll be getting the updated data back here, right? So you can see. Awesome. So with this, the add new book is also working. So now what we can do, we will go back to our book controller where we only created for add book. So now let's quickly do for get all book, right? Now these all will be very simple. So for get all books, you just need to do const books, and this will be await. So we'll do book service dot get all books, and then just simply do res.json of books. This is done for get book by ID. So we are going to get the book, so I'll do const book, and here we are just simply going to do await. I'll do book service dot get book by ID, and here we are just going to pass parseInt, and I'll do request dot params dot ID, which will be my corresponding book ID, right? And I'll do if book is present. So just going to do res.json of book, else we are just going to do res.status of 404.json, and I'll do a message of book not found. Or I think we are already throwing error in the book service, but that is okay. The main point is whether we are getting the book back or not. So this is done, and then we are going to do update book, right? So this also will be very simple. Now if you go to the book service and let's go to update book, where we are getting the ID of that book and the new title, correct? and this new title we are updating here. So what we can do, simply we'll go here and we'll simply create our title from request.body, and then we simply do const book. This will be await book service dot update book, and here you are going to pass the ID of that book. So ID, how we are going to get, again I'll be getting from % request.params.id, and then I'm going to pass the title here. That's it, and then just simply return the book. So I'll do raise.json and return the book. So this is done, and then at the end we are having the delete book. So this will be very simple. Just do book service dot delete book, and then pass %, and we'll do request.params.id, and here I'll simply just do raise.json. I'll do message, and I'll do deleted book with ID, and I'll pass this one. And this is done. So now what we can do, simply we'll create all the routes one by one, right? So we'll go to book routes, and let's do router.get. So I'll do what I'll do, I think get all books, and I'm just going to do book controller dot get all books. Then I'm going to do router.get, and I'll pass ID. So this will be to fetch a single book. So I'll do book controller dot get book by ID. Then I will be having router.put. This also will be ID, and I'm going to do book controller dot update book, and then we're going to have router.delete. This also will be ID, and this will be book controller dot delete book. And with this, all of them we have created. So let's see if this is working or not, right? So let's go here, and I'm going to do add new request. So I'll do get all books, so I'll do API / and then I'll have get all books, send this, and we are getting, right, 3 books. Awesome. Create one more. I know these all the things we have already done in the first part 1 and part 2 when we have done with MongoDB. Same thing, but very different, right? How we are going to interact with Prisma, that is the main point here, not creating this CRUD. So I'll do get book by ID, and here I'm just going to pass /3. So this will be get, and now send this. So getting the corresponding book here, and let's do here update also. So I'll do add new request. So I'll do, this will be put. I'll do update. Let's update the 3rd book, right? So where we are having the first book, so I'll do first book edited, and in the body I'll go to raw, and I'll simply pass the title will be first book edited by Sangam, and let's try to send this. See, right? Awesome. So this is updated. Now what else is left? So I think we are having also delete. So let's add one more request, and I'm going to do delete book. So this will be delete, paste here, and let's say I want to delete the 5th book, right? And I'm just going to do send deleted book with ID 5. And if you just go here and let's go all rows again. So you're having first book edited by Sangam. This is edited, and you can see there is no 5th book, right? So that book is actually deleted. So now the only thing that is left, if you go to author service, right, you can see we are having the add author, and here we are having the add author. So now we need to add one more service, which will be to delete a author. Now remember one very interesting thing that we have discussed, that we have implemented this cascade delete, right? So child parent relationship means when I delete an author, it should delete all the books also. So let's see if this is working or not, right? So I'll go to author service, and I'll create one more service here, and I'll do export async, and I'm going to do delete author. Why doing async function? And here I'm just going to get the ID, so I'll do a try catch, so I'll do throw new error, right, and then I'll simply do error.message. And here I'll simply just do const deleted author and await prisma.author.delete, and now I'm just simply do where ID, and then simply do include, and I'll simply pass the books will be true. That's it. So that means what it will do, right, this will include whatever books we have deleted in the return object, as simple as that. So we are including that. Okay, tell me whenever you are going to delete this author, how many how many books this author created, right? So those books also will be deleted. So I want all the list of those books in the return object. So I'm just going to return the deleted author. Why, I don't know why this will take all this. Okay, this will be deleted author. That's it. And then here I'm just going to pass the delete author, and this is done. So now let's go to our author controller and let's create one more. So I'm just going to do exports.delete author. So this will be async request response, and here I'll simply do try catch. So I'll do raise.status of 400.json. So I'll do error will be message, sorry, this will be error.message. Let's do this on error only. And in the try, I'll simply do await. I'll do author service dot delete author, and I'll do %, same thing again and again, right, params dot id, and I'll simply just do raise dot status of 200.json, and I'll do message author deleted with id, and then we're going to pass id. Oh, we need to convert to template. That's it. So now let's go to author routes, and then I'll simply just do delete, and we'll pass the id here, and this will be dot delete author. Now let's save this, and before that I'll go here, I'll go to add new book. I will give my author id, and I'll do new book by Sangam. Send this, and I'll do ABC, some value 3, 4 and 5. Now I'll go to get all books and send this. So you can see we are going to Sangam all the data, which is okay. And then also let's go to add new book, and I'll just do a 2 here. I'll do John's new book. I'll send this, so we're getting another book, and I'll go to get all books, send this. Let's see we're getting that or not. So we're getting here. Now what I'll do, right, I'll just create one new request, which will be delete, and then I'm going to just copy this, paste it, and this will be /author / not author, I think it will be author. So this will be author /, and now what I'll do, right, I'll delete, first I'll delete the John author. Okay, so if you go to here, right, so let's go to our author table, so id is 2, so I'm going to do 2, and now let's see, send this. Okay, we are getting id is not defined. Okay, something we are doing wrong. That means let's see where id is not defined. So this is okay. Okay, this is my bad. This will be. So now let's see. So now let's try to send this. No record. I think it's already deleted, man. Okay, it's fine. Let's do one and let's see if we are getting results or not. Author deleted with id 1. And now if you go to the, let's go to our books first and let's see all rows. No data is there. I make sense because that one is already deleted. So let's do one thing, right? I will go to author service. If you see we are returning this delete author, deleted author, right? So if I go to author controller, let's do a const. I'll do deleted result, and I want to return this deleted result also here. Save this. Now let's do one more time. So first I'll do a new author. Okay, step by step. So I'll add a new author. I'll send this. A new author is created. I'll add one more new author. Sangam, id is 4 and 3. Remember. Now I'll go to add new book. I'll give 3 here, and I'll add, and I'll do Sangam's new book, and I'll give id 4 here and send this. Okay, and send one more time. 3, 4. Now I'll go to get all books and let's try to send. So we'll be getting all the data, and there is one for John. Now what I'll do, right, I'll delete the John first and then I'll delete mine. So I'll go to this and I'll do delete author, and I'll do 3 here, and let's try to send. Now you see what you're getting. So you're getting author deleted for id 3, and if you see deleted result is this, and these all the books are deleted. Awesome, right? So that means whenever you deleted John Doe, it checked that okay, how many books John Doe created? Only 1. So it deleted all the books related to that. If I just go here and give my name, you see the result will be more because I created 3 books. I believe 3 or 4 books. See, all the books are deleted. Now you understand that how the relation is working, right? So that means whenever author will be deleted, all the related books will be deleted. So with this, I think we have completed all the CRUD APIs. Also, you learned the basic of relation. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to create some project with this, means at least get started. Now believe me, this is not the end. So now what we are going to do, first we are going to implement Docker in this app. Once we'll implement Docker, so currently I've showed you that how you're going to use a local database, right? So now I'll show you that how you can connect this database to a Docker, right? You can create Docker images, compose file. Then we are going to implement Prometheus, right? And then once we'll implement Prometheus, we're going to implement Grafana, and then we'll start working on the deployment, the same project. So first let's implement the Docker, and then we'll move to the next step. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the Docker file, right? So we need to Dockerize all the applications. So before that, if you haven't watched the part 2 of this Node.js series, I will highly recommend you can watch this particular section. So what you need to do, right, just go to at the end of the lecture, and then you can see that I have actually discussed how you can create Docker file. For that you need to install Docker desktop and all the tools that is needed. So once you have installed Docker desktop, after that you will be able to, we are going to use this desktop locally. So for this one, the first thing what we can do, we need to create a Docker file at the root of this project, right? Root means outside, at the top level. So here let's create a we will do Docker and then file. So let's close everything else, and let's see the first thing what we are going to do. So first we need to tell that okay, we want to use the official Node.js image, which is actually from the base image. So for that we are going to do a from, and you can see that this will be our base image. So I'm going to use a node 18. Next we are going to set our working directory, right? So that means we need to tell that okay, in which working directory we are going to store all the info inside our Docker container. Okay, if I try to explain easily, so you can see that we need to give work directory which will set the working directory for any subsequent instruction, right? For this one we are going to use, so let's do work directory, and I'm going to do user, so it will go to user, then it will go to source, and then it will go to the app, this path. Then what we need to do here, so we are going to copy all the package.json and the package lock.json to our working directory. So I'm going to do a copy, and I'm going to do here, so we'll do package, so we'll do package, I need to check the spelling, I'll do star.json, and then I'll just copy this. Next we are going to do, so we'll do run npm install, because we need to install all the dependencies. So it will install all the things, whatever things is mentioned in our package.json, which will have all the list of dev dependencies, like dependencies and everything. Now here what we are going to do, we need to now copy the entire project to our container working directory, which is this one. So we'll just simply do copy, that's it. Now after this I'll just do expose 3000 port, and then I need to run a command, and this will tell that okay, run node, and you need to target source, and inside source if I go here you can see that we have server.js file, so we'll do source/server.js. so this will create our docker file. Now next thing what we are going to do, I'm also going to create a docker ignore file, just like we usually create for git ignore. So I'm just going to create another for our docker ignore. So I'm just going to do docker, and this will be ignore. So here I'll give node modules, I'll give npm if there is any kind of debug, so I'll do npm debug.log, and I'll do .env. so all the things I want to ignore. Next we need to create a docker compose, right? So docker compose will contain all the services that we needed and all the images that we are going to use. For example, in this case, what are the things we needed? So we are using Postgres as a database, right? So we need to use the official Postgres image from our Docker. We need to specify the container name. We need to specify all the environment variables that we are using, the port, and then where we are going to store all the data. Similarly, we are going to we need to mention our API services that we are going to use. For example, we'll be using Prometheus and Grafana. So all the configuration, these will combine and create a compose file. That is the reason it's named as Docker Compose. So I'm just going to do docker-compose.yml. Now I already created this one here, and the reason is because there will be sometimes some indentation problem. So I will copy all of this from here and then explain each and everything that what we are going to do. Now what we can do, right? Let's copy this, and now we will paste it here, the first thing, and let's see. The first, actually it is telling that this is the Docker Compose version. Okay, then we have all the services, that all the services we are going to mention here. So we have a database, so which will use the image, which is the official image of Postgres, which is version 15 here. Now the container name here, this will be the container name, right? Custom name, you can change this one also. Restart always means, actually we are telling that okay, ensure the container restart automatically if it crashes, right? Then we are going to give the environment. So we have our user, and this is our root, which is our password, and this is the database name. So for example, if I just go here, I have given Prisma with Postgres. So let's copy this and let's give this one here, and this will be the port which will run, the Postgres will run in this particular port, and this is where we are going to store all the Postgres data. So this is the first thing we need. Second, we need to specify our app. So if you go here and let's copy this, and I'm going to just paste it here, and let's see what we are doing. So first thing, we have given a name which will be for our API. So here I've given like Express API. You can give any name you want. This actually depends on our database, right? So this actually tells that ensure the database container starts before the API, because if you see the name of this is actually here, we have a database. So that means we are actually telling that okay, it should run before we are going to run the API. Then environment, we are going to have the database URL, which will be PostgreSQL, Postgres. Then root, this is the database password, and here we are going to change this one with Prisma to Postgres with Prisma with Postgres. So I'm going to change this one here, and let's paste it. This is the place where we are going to run this, and this is the volumes. right? And this is the command. So we are using this command that, okay, whenever we are going to run or container will start, it is going to run the API service, right? So here first we are generating the Prisma generate, and then we are targeting node source slash, and this will be server.js instead of app.js. Okay, and also let's do one thing. Let's go to our package.json, and we are going to change one more very important thing, and that is, if you see that we have a dev command and a start command, and we are doing node source server.js, which is our entry file, makes sense. But before that, we are going to, every time we will run a npx prisma generator, right? So this should run every time, and once we'll run this, then only we are going to run after this node source server.js. And the same thing we are going to do for the start command also. So let's copy this and let's paste it here. That's it. So this will create our Docker compose. Now next thing what we're going to do, we also need to give our Prometheus and Grafana config, but before that, let's go here and let's add our volumes also, right? So it will depends on two things. The first one will be, for now it will depends on these volumes, which will be our Postgres data. So here I'm going to give, so let's give a volumes, and here I'm going to give this one as Postgres data. So this will create, this is all about, for now initially we need all the Docker compose configuration. So that means, let's say for example, if you're using any microservices and anything that I've discussed in details in the part 2, you need to specify all the services that you have, right? And then your API gateway and everything. So similarly here we are doing the Docker, because we are using a database, so database should run every time before we are going to run our Express API. Now you can change all of this whatever you like, but this is what is a process. So now what are you going to do, right? So first, as I already mentioned, that you need to install all the packages, sorry, not all the packages, my bad. You need to install the Docker compose first, then only you'll be able to run it in your locally, right? And that is actually a prerequisite. You need to do that. So once we'll complete all of this, so what will be our next step? So we've completed the Docker file, we have completed our Docker compose. Now we need to build and start our Docker containers. So what we can do, simply we'll scroll up a little bit, and then I'll just close this for now, and let's do clear, and I'll simply just do Docker, just remember. So we'll do Docker compose, and I'll do up -d, and I'm going to do build, right? And then I'm going to hit enter. Okay, we are getting some error. Volumes must be a mapping, so that means something I've done wrong. Let me just copy from here only. I've not given this. I got it. I missed that colon, I believe. That is the reason. Okay, so let's paste it here and let's remove this. So now let's try to run this and let's see what is happening. So it will now build, and if you notice, one thing is that it is going to pull all the images and everything from Docker, because we're using here Postgres, and once we'll implement Prometheus and Grafana, the corresponding images it will automatically pull. For example, let's say if you're using Redis as your database, it is going to pull the Redis image and everything. It will take some time. Let's wait for some time, and then you are going to see the status that whether the containers are running or not. Okay. Alright, so actually it's almost done, but I'm getting some error. Okay, I'm pretty sure for you it should not come, because what happened, I already have some project created which is using the same name as the container name, so I need to change couple of things, right? So let's do one thing for this database service. For this container name, let's make this one as a Postgres Prisma underscore DB, and then I'll copy this and change this one here. For this one, let's use 5434 instead of 5432. Also, let's make this one express Prisma API, and also let's use 3003 instead of 3000. And I think with these changes, this should work. So let's try to build once again. So I'll clear these, and then let's run again, and let's see. Alright, awesome. So now actually this is working and it's already created, and let's clear and then search for Docker PS, and you can see that we have all are actually running. And now what we can do, we need to generate our Prisma client inside the container. So how we are going to do that? So I'm going to do clear, and I'll do Docker execute. So this will be this and -it. And here you need to give the name, which will be this Express Prisma API. Paste it, and then you are going to do npx Prisma generate, hit enter. Let's see what is happening. So we are getting that oh my god, I've given a spelling mistake. Okay, so this will be see, this will be Prisma. So let's see what is happening. So now it's loaded. Awesome. So now it's actually created Prisma client, and now we need to apply your database migration, right? Remember, we are doing Prisma migrate. Similarly, inside Docker also need to do. So I'll do Docker execute, and they will hyphen it. Again, we need to give the name, which will be this name, which is our container name, and I'm going to do npx Prisma migrate, right, dev, and then I'll give name init, and now let's hit enter. Awesome. So now it's done. So now let's clear it. Let's say you want to check the database structure, right? So what you can do, simply you'll do Docker execute, and then you're going to use the same name. So let's copy once again, express Prisma express underscore Prisma underscore API, and you'll do npx Prisma, and you're going to do db pull. So let's see what is happening. So you can see that it's actually created these models, and then it wrote into this Prisma slash schema.prisma folder, which is fine. So now I want to show you the another thing, that if you want to check your API logs, so how you are going to do that. So first you need to use Docker logs and the name of the container, which is what, express underscore Prisma, right, underscore API. Now hit enter. So you can see that server is now running at port 3000. Awesome. So now this is done. So next thing what we are going to do, so next thing I'll show you one more command that will be very helpful, that if you want to sometimes restart your containers, right, sometime if you get some error, like maybe while doing this process also, so you need to use this. So you'll do docker hyphen compose, right, and then you'll do down. So this will stop your container. So let's do this. I'll show you just quickly that some kind of issues, if you are facing that, you need to use this. So it's actually stopping. So let's wait for some time. So it's removed, and now you can do it simply docker compose, and you'll do up hyphen d, and then again you'll do build. That's it. And now again it will up your containers, and then you can also again do docker ps to see the status, right? It's already done, and now I'll simply do docker ps, and I'll see that it's already running. So with this we have completed our Docker setup, right, and we also created the Docker compose. Before moving forward, first let's integrate Prometheus, the basic of Prometheus and Grafana, that how you're going to visualize your API request and everything in the next part, right, and then we'll move to the next section. Alright, so let's see practically that how we are going to integrate Prometheus and Grafana for your monitoring, right? So basically API monitoring. So what is Prometheus, right? So see, if I give some very basic definition, I'll not go into like theory and all the things, a lot of things are there, but if I want to explain in very like I will say like definitive way, like in very short way and very simple way. So it will be a monitoring tool that will collect and store metrics from your application, as simple as that, right? So how it actually does, so it scraps data from your endpoints, the endpoints that you actually configured, and those endpoints it will store for analysis, right? On the other side, Grafana is actually a visualization tool that connects with Prometheus, and then it will display metrics on dashboards, right? So both are related. So first we need to create all the endpoints, that based on which endpoints you want to track what, and after that we are going to integrate Grafana with Prometheus, and then we are going to see in terms of like dashboard or anything, like you can create multiple dashboards and everything. But for now I'm going to show you a very simple one, that at least to start your journey with Prometheus as well as with Grafana. So the first thing what I'm going to do, right, so we need to actually install this prom client, which is the official Prometheus client for Node.js, because we are using Node.js, so we need to use this. So I'm just going to install this one. So let's copy this, and let's go here and let's just quickly install this. Okay, so now once this is done, right, so now first thing I'm going to create, so we need to create a prometheus.yml file where we need to configure. So first let's create a Prometheus, METH, I'll always do the spelling mistakes, so do EUS, prometheus.yml. Okay, so this is done. So here what we need to do, right, see, by default Prometheus always scraps your metrics in 15 seconds. So here I'm going to give a global, and then I'm just going to do scrap hyphen, and here we need to give the interval, and this will be 15 seconds. So for now I'm going to give this one as 5 seconds. Now you can change this one based on your configuration, and here you need to give the scrap configs. And here first thing you need to give the job name, that which job you want to configure. So this, in this case, what will be our job name, right? So see, job name will be our, if I go to my Docker Compose, right, you can see that I have this job which is our Express Prisma API, right? So this is our API service. So I'm going to copy this and then I'll just simply pass it here. So this will be my job name, and then here I'm going to just do a static configs, and here you need to pass the targets. So I'll do targets, and here I'll do simply, so here name of the API will be Express Prisma API, and here we are going to simply target port 3000, because we are running on port 3000, which will target your Express app inside Docker. Because why? If you go here, right, so inside Docker we are running this one on port 3000. Okay, that's it. So if I go once again, so it's, we have taken a global, and then it will take a scrap interval. For by default it will be 15 seconds, so I've given 5 seconds. Then we have given a scrap configs, job name which is our API job, or container name which is Express Prisma API, this is our static configs, and here we are telling that okay, in the target you target this particular container which is running on port 3000 inside Docker. So this will be inside Docker. So once this is done, so now we'll go to our Docker Compose YML, and we need to add one more configuration here, and that will be our Prometheus. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'll just simply paste it here. Now if you notice what we are doing, we are actually pulling the latest image Prometheus, and the name of the container is Prometheus. Restart always, this will be our volume, this is where port we are running this, and this is the command. Okay, nothing that much complicated, because these all the things we have already discussed, right? So now after this, let's see if anything else we are missing or not. Also I think we don't need, when we'll integrate Grafana, that time we are going to use the volume. So for Prometheus I think this will be fine. Now once we'll do this, now we need to, what we need to do, right, we need to create our configuration, that okay, I need to do a couple of things. For example, let's say I want to calculate all the API requests that I'm doing. For example, let's say in this app, if you go here, right, and let's go to routes, and you'll see that we have a couple of routes, like how many times we are adding a book, how many times we are fetching a book. So we want to get all the counts and everything, right? For example, how many HTTP requests we are doing. So now to do that, what I'll do, I'll go to my main server.js file, and here let me just close this. So here we need to do a couple of things. So first thing, I will get Prometheus client, and I'll just simply do require, and this will be my prom client. Okay, now once we'll do this, now we need to initialize this for our metrics, right? Because at the end we are actually calculating all the metrics or managing all the metrics. So I'm just going to do register, and this will be new. So this will be your prom client dot registry. So this will be registry. Okay, and after this, what I'll do, I'll simply do prom client dot collect default metrics, and here I'm going to pass the register. That's it. And now what I'll do, right, now again here you can create as many metrics that you want to configure. So I'll just quickly create one which will actually check that okay, how many HTTP requests that we are doing. So to do that, what we're going to do is simply do const, and let's do this one as HTTP requests, and I'll do counter, and this will be, so I'm going to do new prom client dot, here you need to give a counter, right? If you see what it is doing here, right? So here I'm going to use counter, and now I'm going to pass a name. so we need to pass the name of that counter. So for example, I want to give HTTP, and then I'll do requests, and I want to get the total count. Then here I will take a help, right? So here whenever you are going to create a configuration, you need to like counter metric name and help is required. So for example, here I'll give total number of HTTP requests that we are doing, right? So we'll do request, and then I'm just going to pass a label names, which is optional, and here I'm going to pass method. I also want to check route and also status, right? So this will create a counter metric, and now whenever you will create any counter metric, you need to register that, right? So to register this one, what you can do, you can use this register instance that we have created. So I'll just simply call this register, and here going to use the register metric. Now if you notice, right, they have like huge list of things, like you can do a lot of things, right? So for now we are going to like focus only on the register metric. So this will register a metric. Now to use that, you just have to pass the metric that you have created, right? And that you need to pass, and this is done. So now we have created the metric, but will this work? This will still not work, because what we need to do, right, we need to expose a metrics endpoint for Prometheus. And to do that, what I'm going to simply do, I'll create that, okay, expose the /metrics endpoint for Prometheus. And to do that, simply do app.get pass metrics, and then you're going to do async. So we'll do request response, and then here we are simply just going to do res.set, and here I'll simply pass content type. So this will be content type, and here I'm just going to do register.content type, and then you just have to do res.end, and here you're going to do await, and you need to get the metrics, right? Because whenever I'll go to this endpoint, I need to get all the metrics that I have configured. So to get the metrics, you just need to register.metrics, and this will give you the metrics, and that's it, and this is done. And let's do one thing also, let's move this on before. So after this, and this is done. So first we have created our client, and we are using to get or collect default metrics. We created a configuration that, okay, you want to get all the HTTP requests. So you configured, and then we have registered that particular metric, and we are using this metric endpoint, right? So this one you need to expose, right? But one thing is very, very important, like this will not work until unless what we need to do, because we are using now Docker. So inside Docker, this Prometheus, we need to first pull the image. Now here the first thing, once all of this is done, now we need to again so we are going to do docker compose down, and then we are going to again pull the image, the Prometheus image, and then again we are going to up the containers. But before that, I want to explain some of the things, right, that how it actually works. See, the main thing you need to consider here is the scrapping, right? So see, Prometheus scrapping, it's actually a process. I already told you, right? So it's an open source monitoring and alerting toolkit, right? It will collect your metrics data from your application. So what it usually do, it uses a pool based model for gathering data, right? So it regularly scrapes. For example, we have given now 5 seconds. By default, it will be 15 seconds. So what actually scrapping means? So it fetches data from that endpoint exposed by the monitoring system, right? And then how it will work. So first it is going to see that, okay, I have this application on services that you want to monitor, that will expose metrics in a specific format that Prometheus only understand, right? So normally these will be the HTTP endpoints. For example, just now we have created the metrics endpoint here, and this will give you all the things. For example, let's say you want to get the CPU usage, what will be the memory consumption or request counts. For example, for now we have only done the request counts now, but you can also do like CPU usage, also memory consumption, all the things you can do. So for that you need to create all the proper configuration, and then once it scraps the data, for example, for now here we have given 5 seconds, and then what it will do, whatever metrics it will collect, it is going to store that in a database, which will be a time series database, right, where also you can also query. So I think they have a query language also that is called PromQL, something like that. So if I show you that, so just do PromQL, so you'll get all the querying basics here, right? And you can go through all of this. For now you're not going to cover all of this, but for now, first thing what we'll do, I'll just clear this and I'll do docker compose down. Alright, so this is done. So now again what we need to do, we need to up the containers, but before that let's do one thing. I noticed there should be some conflict, so I'm using the same container. Maybe I have some different projects, so let me just quickly change this onto Prometheus Prisma, and then I'll also change this port to 9091. And now let's clear this and let's up the container again and let's see. Awesome. So I think this is done. So, and also we can see docker ps, and you can see all are actually running. So now what we can do, simply let's go to two things. So first thing, we are going to go to our Postman. We already have this Postgres Prisma, this collection we have created, right? The first thing, let's go to our get all books and then try to send this. And if you notice that you are getting this, okay, this error is coming, and why this is happening, I'll tell you. The reason is, if you go to the docker compose, right, and you see we are running this on our local 3003, but inside container it is running on this, right? So here what we need to do, instead of 3000, I need to check on 3003. Okay, and to do this, first I'll go to add author, and I'll just simply do, I just created one, so I'll just create one more, and you can see that I have already one more created. I'll add a new book, I'll give author ID as 2, send this and make this one 3003. For you, I believe this problem will not occur until you already have some container running inside your Docker desktop, right? If you don't have, then you can just simply use 3000 here, not 3003, and you can also use 5432 here instead of 5434, and the same for Prometheus, you can use 9090 because that is the default port. And now if I go to get all books and let's try to do 3003, you see that you'll be getting 2 books here, and this is working. Alright, so this is working, right? So now let's copy this and I'm going to just paste it here, and let's do 9091. And the reason is why, because if you go to my docker compose, you'll see that I'm running on 9091. If you're running on 90, then you can use the default one. And let's enter and let's see if this is working or not. Okay, we are getting localhost cannot be reached, something is wrong then. Okay, let me just do one thing, I'll do docker logs, and let's give the name of the container and see what is happening. Parsing YML file to mapping values. Oh, okay, then that means something is wrong here. I think we have a problem here in this file formatting. So okay, so let me just quickly format this and then I'll paste it here. Okay, so you can see that I just formatted, I just used ChatGPT to format this, so just paste it. Now I think this should work, but we need to again, let's make this one as down, and then again we are going to up the containers and we'll see if it is running, but I believe it should work this time. Okay, clear this and then again, oh sorry, we are going to up it and let's wait. You can also restart, like docker restart also you can do, but let's do it like this. Now I think we should get the logs. Let's see. You believe I believe we don't have any error now. Okay, now let's do one thing. Let's go here and then refresh this page. That's it. Now you are getting right, and this is running. So this is all the query you can run. Now the main thing, first thing what we need to do, I'm just going to go to, I'll copy this, paste it here, and let's go for metrics. And here you can see that you'll be able to see all the metrics and everything. Now I'll show you one more URL that you can go, and that is called targets. So here we'll be able to see the health, okay, whether the state is up or it is down. Now one thing what we need to do at the end, and that is that whether we are able to track our request or not. So for example, let's say if I go to my Postman and try to hit this endpoint 2 times, and I'll go here, and then so this is where you need to come. So this is your /query, and now I'll go to my server.js and I'll copy this name, which is my query name. I'll paste it and try to execute. Now notice one thing is that this query is actually not returning any data, and that this is I have done actually intentionally, so that it will be easy for you to understand. Now why this is happening? Now if you go to the server.js file, you can see that we have created this counter that, okay, this is the name and this is all the labels that I want to track, and then I also registered the metrics, and then I'm exposing the metrics endpoint. But there is no place where actually we are tracking the API request. So for that, what we need to do, right, we need to actually implement a simple middleware where every time we are going to do a response, or sorry, not response, we are going to hit a request, we are going to increase the increment of this particular counter. So how we are going to do that? So here I'll just give a comment, and this is your main middleware. So this is the middleware to track API requests, and here now I'll simply do app.use. so this will give you a request, response, and next. And here what you are going to simply do, and I'll simply do raise.on, and when this will be finished, so that time this will give you a callback. And here I'll simply do http request counter dot increment, right? You see, so here it will increment the value, and then what are the value that I want to increment? So I'll increment the method, which will be my request dot method. Then also I want to get the route, which will be my request dot path, not URL, this will be path. And then I'll be having the status, which will be response.status code. So I want to check if it is successful or not. Once all of this is done, now don't forget to call the next, because this is a middleware, right? So we need to go to the next stack. Now here, once we'll do this, right, now we have a middleware which will track the API request. So every time I'm going to send a request, it will actually track it, and it will send that metric. And what Prometheus will do, right, so it will automatically fetch it based on the scrap time that we have given. So here we have given 5 seconds of scrap time. Now what we need to do, again, we need to do docker compose down. So I'm going to make this down, and then I'm going to up once again, and you'll see what will happen. Okay, so this is done. Now let's clear and up all the containers. And I'm going to do docker ps, and all of services are running. Now let's go here and let's refresh this, and I'll go to my first targets. Let's check the targets first, because whether the state is up or not, and I'll send request now. Okay, so we'll do 1 2 3 4 5, some random we have done. And now let's execute this and see what is happening. Now you're getting all the, so it will also show you that this is the metrics endpoint we have hit, and this is the get all books. Awesome. So now what you can do, you can also go to the graph, and here you'll be able to see all the things, right? Now you'll notice one thing is that now this will give you all the details, and it will automatically scrap every 5 seconds. Now if you go here, and let's say I'll try to go to add new book, and let's add a new book here, send this, and now I'll go here and let's try to execute. See what we got? We got one more, right? So this is the post request, so you're getting the instance, this is the job which is actually hitting, this is the method which is post, this is the route, and status is 201. Awesome. So now you have all the analytics. Now if you can say that, okay, you have given very simple example, not the case. Again, it's similar to like just we have done in the first part 1 and part 2. Now why? Because if you notice one thing is, right, here we have only implemented HTTP request counter, which is to track all the HTTP request total, but this is not the case. With this example, what your task or job will be to create similar kind of multiple requests and try to track all of this, right? So what I'm trying to say, don't follow what exactly I'm doing. After finishing this part, go to the documentation and try to implement the same thing, or not same thing, I'll just try to experiment other features and try to implement all those things in your server.js file. With this you'll be able to familiarize, right? So whenever you'll be creating any complex project, it will be easy for you to understand. Now once you have completed this Prometheus, now it's time for us to visualize this data, right? Currently we are seeing like this, so we need some kind of graph or something where we can see that what are the endpoints that we are hitting and all the things. So for that we need a tool that is called Grafana, right? So this is actually where we'll be able to visualize all the things or all the API requests and everything that we are doing. So for that, first thing what I'll do, first we need to go to the Docker compose, and then we need to add the Grafana. So let me just quickly copy this, and then I'll just go here, go to Docker compose, and then I'm going to just paste it. Now the first thing, this is the image, Docker image, right? This is the container. Again, I'll change this one. I believe I already have some container here. And then we are going to restart always, and let's run on port 3005, right? And then see, this is I'm changing because I already have some in my previous project, based on previous project. If you don't have anything, again you can run on 3001, right? Now next thing, we have the volumes, and this is the environment, right? So this is the default admin user name, and this is the password. And for this one we are simply telling that disable sign up security, and this depends on Prometheus. So you want to ensure that okay, Prometheus will start first before the Grafana. Now I think this will be more than enough. Now what you can do, simply I'll just let's do a clear, and I'm going to do Docker compose down. Let's wait for some time. Okay, I think it is done. And now let's do up. Okay, I think this is done. Now let's do Docker ps. I think this should be running. Now let's go here and let's copy this, paste it, and then I'll go to 3005 because that is the port that we have given. And if you give, you can see that you'll be getting this kind of UI. And if you sign out first time, if you're doing, I already have, actually I've used in my previous projects, so that is the reason already auto login. So here you just need to give the password that you have given, which is admin. So for your local, which is fine, so just do admin, and then you can do log, and here you can set a new password, which I usually do, but for now I'll just skip this. And now we'll come to this dashboard. The main thing what you need to consider here, first come to this connection and then go to the data sources. So click here. Alright, so now here what you need to do, just click on add new data source. And then you can see that you are already getting the suggestion that I want to add Prometheus, because we are actually using Prometheus to track all the API requests and everything. So I'm going to click here. And now what you need to do, right? So data source will be added here, and you need to give a proper URL, because we are running this inside our container, right? So what you're going to do, right? So let me just go here and let me just copy this. And now this will not work, so I'm going to change this one. So instead of localhost 9091, what we are going to do, we'll go to our, let me just increase this, and here what I'll do, I'll simply go to the container name. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here, and inside container, if you notice, this is running on 9090. This is the port. So I'll go here and then change this one to 9090, and I'm going to just do save and test. And you can see that it's actually successfully queried the Prometheus API. So that means now this will be able to give you a visualized idea that okay, what kind of API request we are doing and which API we are actually calling. And to do that, we need to go to dashboards, and let's create a new dashboard. Now here you can also search for the official Node.js dashboard, but I will suggest that try to create your custom dashboard. At least if you're a complete beginner, then create a very simple one, and then gradually move to the complex dashboard. So click on create new dashboard and click on add visualization. So I'm going to click here, Now here again you need to select the data source. I'm going to select Prometheus, and now you see that currently we don't have any data. Makes sense. So what I'm going to do here, if you see here, you need to select a metric, and once I'll go here, right, and you see you are getting HTTP request total. Makes sense, right? Because this is the one that we need to track, because this is what we are tracking from our middleware inside our code. So I'm going to select this, and now what I'll do save dashboard. Now you can also add some filters and everything. You can also add multiple queries. So for now I'm just going to do save dashboard, and let's give any name. So I'm going to keep it like this. You can give any name you want, and I'm going to just do save dashboard, and now you'll see immediately you'll be getting this, right? Awesome. And that means this is actually working fine. So you'll be see that how many times this is actually scrapping. So it's actually tracking here the slash metrics, right? This is the Prometheus query, not query, the route, and then these all the APIs that I'm actually calling it. So this is my get all books, right? Actually this many times I have called. This is the metrics, or how many times it's actually scrapping, and this is the post request. Now for example, let's say if I go here and let's say try to do get by book ID, and let's try to hit this one request. Okay, I think this is not connected. Maybe I need to check whether my, I think it's getting, okay, let's add a new author here. So I'm going to do Sangam1, send this. So it's actually working. Okay, so now if I go here and let's go, I think this is also up. So refresh, it's up. So I'm going to just execute. So it's increasing, and if you go here, right, and let's say try to refresh this, you will be getting the updated data. Okay, now what you can do, right, you can also set this on, for example, auto refresh in 5 seconds or every 10 seconds. So if you select this, it will be automatically refresh, and you'll be able to see all the result. Now I actually give you the basic idea or basic overview of how you're going to integrate Prometheus. So Prometheus will track based on scrapping that how many requests you are doing and which endpoint you are hitting, and using Grafana you can use Prometheus as your data source, and you'll be able to visualize that what actually is happening here, and you'll be able to track. So this will give you a very basic idea. I'll highly suggest you need to practice a lot to master all of this, right? Whenever you'll be having multiple and very complex project, so you'll be able to create multiple dashboards. And also you can what I'm thinking, right, in the next part, or in the part 4, or probably in the part 5, I will be creating a dedicated section on this Grafana, that how you can manage multiple dashboards and everything. But for now I think this will be more than enough. Now what I'll suggest as a homework, right, try to go through all this Docker Compose and how we are managing all of this, and try to implement. You can also do one thing, right? The best suggestion I can give, instead of using this project, for example, I'm pretty sure that you have already completed this project along this video. What you can do, right, create a similar kind of project, right, some kind of CRUD application, and try to implement all the Docker Compose, Prometheus and Grafana by yourself. In that way it will be, you'll be like more habituated, so that you don't have to be dependent on any YouTube video. Or else what will happen, let's say you have completed this project, and then after 10 days you are doing a new one, you have to come back to this video and you have to watch. But if you keep practicing, it will be easy for you. So for this one I think this will be more than enough. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so let's start with Node.js. Now I want to mention one thing very clearly, is that please give some time for this particular section, and the reason is very simple, right? Because the part 4 we are going to cover some of the intermediate to advanced level of concept for Node.js, and if you don't have any idea, then and if you directly jump to part 4, it will be very tricky, right? So that is the reason I have also tried to keep this particular section as simple as possible. So first thing, what is actually Nest.js, right? See, if I give you a very simple idea, right? So Nest.js is a Node.js framework that actually uses TypeScript by default, and it also built on Express.js by default. And if you see, I think they have mentioned in some place that they are actually using Nest.js. If you go to introduction, right, if you see, they're using actually Express by default. And you can also use Fastify, which we are going to cover in the next coming parts. Now if you talk about the very basic architecture, right? So normally you can for now we are going to cover the following things in this basic section, which will be what is module, right, and what is controllers, what is services. So all those things. The first we are going to do, so I already created a blank folder as usual, and let's see how we are going to create a Nest.js project, and we'll directly go into action, right? So all the concepts that we are going to cover, we are going to learn all of this by creating simple code snippets, right? And in that way it will be very easy to understand. The first thing what we need to do, we need to globally install Nest.js CLI, right? So we need to do npm install -g, which is for global, and then you can copy the command. Now go here. Now because I already have installed in my device, and still I'm going to do this, so I'll just hit enter. And once the CLI will be globally installed, then very simple to create any project. So you just have to use the nest, just like you will do for npx for React. Then you have to give new, and then the name of the project that you want to give, which you can give any name you want. So I'll go here. Okay, I think this is installing still, and maybe it will update some of the versions. So let's wait for some time. Once this is done, we are going to create a new project. Okay, that is done, and now let's create. So I'll do nest, and then I'll do new, and I'm going to give concepts. Now this section we are going to cover very basic concepts. And now let's see. So here it is asking that which package we want to use. So I'll give npm, and now it will automatically create the all the files and everything. Now if you notice that we have a lot of files and folders that we are going to cover, that what actually all the files and everything is doing, and that is the main idea of this particular section, right? So I have divided this Nest.js curriculum or the section into two subsections. The first one we are going to cover the concepts, and the second one we are going to create a very simple project. It's kind of a CRUD project with authentication, so that this will give you very good idea, or very like I'll say like the idea to go from basic to intermediate level, right? At least this much you need to know to start your journey. Once we'll do that, anyway we are going to cover a lot of complex project in the coming parts. So let's wait for some time until the installation is going on. Awesome. So I think this is done. Now you can see that they are telling that okay, just go to this folder and then run npm run start. This we are going to do later. So first go to our project. So I'll go to concepts. The first I don't have to explain, this is the node modules. Then we are having the main source folder, test, and git ignore, and all those things. I think it will be very familiar if you have already worked with any other Node.js projects. Then go to package.json. Here I just want to mention one thing is that you will see that they have a lot of packages that are already installed when we created a new package. The one thing I want to mention, if you notice that you can either use a start command, which is npm run start, or we will be using this npm start :dev, so which will run in the watch mode, right? So every time we are going to make changes, it will automatically reflect. Now the main thing we will go to, that is our source folder. Now here you will notice that okay, something is going on. Now the structure, if you notice, and if you ever worked with Angular, you will notice that the structure is almost similar, right? So actually they follow a proper structure. So they will break. If I want to explain you in very basic terms, so for example, let's say you have a complete file with 1000 lines of code, and then your task is that you need to break that particular file into multiple chunks, right? Think in that way. Similarly, what they actually have done here, that okay, every time for a particular feature, let's say I'm creating a e-commerce application and I'll be having a auth module, then I'll be having a user module, I'll be having a, for example, cart module. So what we usually do, so we usually create each and separate folder or separate components, and then we'll put all the basic component structure in the component folder. We are going to break all the hooks into hooks folder, something like that, in a hooks file. Then we are going to write all the API calls in a services file. So it is similar to that. So they have divided the main concepts into three parts, I'll say. One is your module, one is your controller, one is your services. For now, just focus on these things, then move to we are going to move to like complicated or intermediate concepts. But for this particular video, we will only focus these three things, right? What is module, what is controller, and what is services, and how they usually work with each other. So let's start with app.module.ts, right? Now believe me, if you notice that I'm actually taking some time, usually in my other modules, for example, let's say in Postgres, or when we are going to cover Bun or Hono, I'm not going to explain in this much depth, right, the things that I'm doing for the Nest.js. And there is a reason for that, because they are using a proper structure, and if you never worked with Angular, this will be little bit tricky for you to understand. I'm pretty sure you also will understand that when we are going to increase the complexity of any Node.js project, so you need to understand all the things, that how all things are related to each other and how it is actually working, or else it will be very, very tricky for you to create any scalable backend with Node.js. So let's go to the app.module and you see something is going on here. The first thing we'll see that what actually, okay, before going to the app.module.ts, which is my bad, first let's go to another very, very important file, which is main.ts. and what I'll suggest you, right, for now, instead of main.tx, if you worked with React, then consider this file as your index.tsx. Now what usually happen in React, so in React is a single page application, right? So you have a root file which is actually your index.html, and in that index.html you are actually mounting your app.js or index.js, which is the root file. So, and in that root file, what you are having the code of all the subcomponents or sub pages that you are having. This main.ts is actually something similar to that. Okay, so this is the entry point, right? And if you notice that what actually we are doing here, so let's go line by line. The first thing, there is a function which is a bootstrap. They've given some name, and here you can see that they are actually creating a Nest.js application instance. So I'll give you create a Nest.js application instance, right? So this is your app, and then what we are actually telling that start the application, and then we are doing listen to this particular port, this port, right? So telling that okay, you listen to this 3000 port and then just start the application. Now if you think this one you can compare with what, with Express, right? So similarly in Express, what you usually do, we'll import Express from Express, and then you'll just do const app equal to Express, and then you'll simply just run, you'll do app.listen, and then you'll run on that particular port, right? So this is actually similar to that. So this is where you are running your main.js file, or you can consider this one as a root file. Now what I need to do right here, the first thing I want to explain another thing, and that is, let's come back this one later, which is the how we are going to use the environment variables, but for now I think that is not that much important. We can discuss that one later. Now let's go to our main app.module.ts file, that how this module, controller and services works. Okay, now here, so as I already mentioned, the main.ts your main.ts file, your main entry point of the application. Remember all of this point, you can also note it down. app.module.ts is your root module that imports all the other modules. Again, I'll repeat all of this, right? So this app.module is your root module, which which imports all other modules, right? So this is your root module. Then you are having app.controller. So what actually app.controller does, which is your basic controller. For now, if you go here, right, you don't have anything. So here you just have a single route that we are going to discuss. But before that, let's go to app.module, and then we'll see that what actually we are doing here. Okay, the first thing you can notice that what we are simply doing, so we are in Node.js we usually use dependency injections. So what actually dependency injection means, right? So this uses a dependency injection system to manage the creation and the life cycle of the application components, right? So you have a providers, right? So providers means, providers are nothing but classes that decorated with injectable that can be injected into other classes that we are going to discuss later. Then you are having the modules, right? So modules actually group related providers and controllers together, and if you notice that, you can see that it's actually using the app controller and app provider. So if I give the definition here, that okay, modules actually group related providers, and you'll understand this one later, that how actually this will work. Every time we are going to create a new, let's say, module, for example user module, and then we are going to import user controller and user service, and then you will understand, okay, that means the main idea behind module is that it actually grouping the related providers and controllers together. Awesome. So now that means you are able to understand that, okay, so in the module we are actually importing the controller. So here we are using controllers where it's using the app controller, and in the providers we are using the app service. Now let's go to the controller file, right? So I'll save these. So here what we are doing first, so first we have given the controller. Now if you notice, one thing is very important here, and that is we are actually injecting this app service inside this controller file, right? So that means if I give a comment here, so that means this app service is injected through the constructor, right? And now what is example of this, right? So that means this is example of a constructor based dependency injection, right? So this is a constructor based dependency injection. So here we are simply telling that, okay, now if you notice this get, so this actually implying that, okay, this is a get route, and here you are using this get hello method. Now the naming doesn't matter here. What actually important is that if you notice that you are using this app service which is already injected here, and then you are telling that, okay, use the injected app service, and then you need to get this get hello method that we are using this inside this app service that we are going to see now. So that means we are telling that using using the injected service to get the get hello method, right? Now let's save this. So this is where you are importing the if I give in a very simple way, or if I try to explain in a simple way, that means you are just importing the app service, you are injecting, and then try to access all the methods that you have already written in the app service. Now if you go to the app.service.ts file, right, now this is the place where all the business logics you are going to write. If you consider this one with a Node Express project, right, so for example, let's say Node Express, how you're going to write, so you'll be having a models, then you're going to have a controllers, right, then you're going to have so you usually have a controllers, then you're going to have what, routes, and then in the routes what you usually do, so you'll do express.router, and then you're going to mention all the routes like router.get, router.post, router.delete, something like that. And then in the controllers file you are going to write all the logics, all the business logics, right? For example, interacting with your database. Now it up to you that if you don't want to write more code in this controllers file, then what you can do, you can just move the main logic to a services folder, but it is not mandatory. You can do this one in a controller folder or controller file or in a services file, but here actually all the things are structured. So that is the main difference, right? So it's actually using a modular structure in the Node.js. So in this app.service, so that means your services file is actually where you're going to write all the business logics. Now if you notice, one thing is that in the app.controller.ts I already injected this service. Now because I already injected this service, I'll be able to use the get hello method, which is actually I'm actually accessing here, right? If you notice, right, which is nothing but it's returning hello world. But let's say you want to do some real world operation here, so these logics you are going to do here. Now if you notice, one thing is very important here, and that is this injectable. This I mentioned, right? Now what is actually, so see, this is a decorator, right? What is actually telling that it's actually marks this class, right? So this is a class. Now this will mark this as a provider that can be managed by Node.js dependency injection system. This is very important, right? It's actually providing so that you can actually use this or inject this in your controller file. And what is the main uses of the services file? So this will actually contain the business logics of your application, right? So do business logics of your application, right? So this is the flow. Now it's returning get hello, and you're doing here. Now see, no one will explain this very detailed, right? Now you understand, okay, in the app module, this is my main root module. Here I am importing my controller, I'm giving my provider. If you notice, I'm giving that provider, right? It's actually providing, then only I'm able to injecting in this app controller. And then in the app controller I have a get route, which is actually returning what? It's actually returning the get hello method from app service. Now what I'll do simply, I'll simply do npm start. Let's clear this first. So I'll do npm run start :dev. Oh, I need to go to this folder, then I'm going to do this. Okay, so now this will run and let's see what is happening, right? No error. Now let's go here and then I'm going to run localhost 3000 and you're getting hello world, right? So let's say if I go to my app.service file and I'll do hello nest.js, save this, and if you refresh this, let's see, you are getting hello nest.js, right? So this is the basic flow of nest.js, right? How this will work. So you have a module, you have a controller, and you have a service, which all are actually working together. Now this is done, right? So now what we'll do, right, we'll create a simple very simple API to understand that how the logic works, and then we are going to create a very simple example. And then please, what I'm doing in the next part, right, please do it along with this video, right? Means don't just watch the video and then later doing it, but if you watch it and at the same time if you are doing it, it will be very helpful. So let's move on to the next one. So let's learn this module, controller and services concepts in more depth, right? So what you can do, right, come to this page, which is the CLI. Also you can search in their search here, and what you're going to do will be learning that how you can create a new module. We are going to create new controller and services. Now if you notice that I know that the same thing we have learned in the previous part, that we have discussed that how the basic flow works, then why we are doing the same thing again and again. As I already mentioned that when you move to concepts like microservices, pipes, DTO, there are a lot of things, and if you don't know the basics of module services and controllers, then there is no point of learning all of this, right? I know this might sounds funny for some of you that okay, I am repeating the same thing again and again, maybe to increase the length of the video, but that is not the case. So you should know all of this properly, and then again practice all the things while watching the video. Okay, so now let's do one thing. I will go here and let's close this now. I'll do clear, and we're going to use nest, and you go there and see they're using let's go to nest generate. So we'll do generate, and then you have to give the here for example what you want to create. So let's say I want to create a controller, so you need to give a controller. If you want to create a module, you need to give a module, right? If you want to create a services, you need to give a service. So now let's give module, and then here what is okay, first you need to give generate, then you have to give what you want to create. So I am to create a module. Let's give this one name as blog. Let's say I want to create a blog module. Enter, and now see if you notice what will happen here. Awesome. Now you might think okay, it's created a blog module but also updated the app.module.ts. Why? So see, if you go there, right, let's go to blog module, and if you notice here what we are having, so we are having a module and just a class, right? So what actually we are doing simply here, the first of all, let's go through all the concepts of module once again. So what we discussed, the module is, if I give a proper definition, it's a way of organize, and what you're going to do, encapsulate related functionalities in a application, right? Each application has at least one module, and the root module, which in the case it's our app.module, right? It's the root module, right? Modules, if you notice, they are decorated with module decorator. These things are very important, all the things. Now here what we are going to do first, if you notice that blog module, what we are simply doing, we are actually, for now we are not using anything. When we are going to create a blog controller and blog service, then we are going to use both blog controller and blog service in the blog module, because that is the concept we have discussed, right? If you go to app.module, what we discussed, that these will group related module and controllers together. That means when I'll create a blog controller and blog service, I'm going to use those blogs controller and blog service in my blog module. The reason, because blog controller and blog service are related to blog module. Makes sense, right? So now if you notice and also go to app.module.ts, and you see that it's automatically imported the blog module here. And the reason is very, very simple, because whenever every time you're going to create a new module, it's going to import that in your root module. Okay, makes sense, and it's very, very simple. So now this is how you need to create a module. Now what I'm going to do, so let's go here, let's clear, and I'm going to do next generate controller, and we are going to give user, because not user, sorry, this will be blog. And if you go here, you can also see the semantic they have given here. I think it will be controller. And let's see what is happening here. Awesome. Now if you notice, it's created a controller, a test file, and then it's uploaded updated the blog module. Just now we have discussed, right? So if you go here, so it's created a blog controller, and then if you go to blog module and see in the module decorator, they are using this controller, and then it's actually using the blog controller. Makes sense? Now if you go to blog controller, now let's do one thing. Now here what I'm going to do, first of all, you see it's using a blog. So it's actually telling that okay, this is related to all the blog routes we are going to have in this particular file. Now inside this, what I'm going to do first, let's create a simple get method here. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, simply let's give a find all, and then I'm just going to return that this will return all the blogs. That's it. And now what I'm going to do, simply I also need to import get, and now let's save this, and now let's see what is happening. Now if you notice one thing, it's very, very important how things are related, right? So first time I created a module and we don't have anything here, so that means it's like this. Then I created a blog controller which is related to blog module, so auto imported this here, and then once I created the blog module, it's actually automatically imported that module in the app module. So that means root module is the combination of all the sub module you're having. Now if you compare this one with a React application, it's almost similar, right? Your React root index.jsx is nothing but a combination of all the child components that you're having, so it's the same thing. So here what we have done, we imported get, and we are telling that okay, for whenever I'll go to /blog, so that means I'm telling that okay, this is my blog controller. So once I'll go to /blog, I want to call this method, and I will return this will return all the blogs. And let's see if this is working or not, right? So let's save this, and I'm going to clear this, and let's do npm start, npm run start dev. Okay, so this is done. So now let's go here, and first I'm going to this, so you're getting hello.js. Now let's say if I go to /blog, and you're getting this will return all the blogs. Makes sense? So now this is how we need to create a new controller, right? So what we have done till now, so we know that how we can create a new module using next generate module and the name of the module. Once you'll create a module, it will auto import that sub module into a root module. Then once you'll create a controller, next generate controller, the name of the controller, which has to be blog, right? This is also very, very important, because if you want to give a blog controller and if you do a spelling mistake here, it will create a separate folder. Okay, for example, instead of blog, if you give blogs, it will create a separate folder. I'm going to also show you that. So this naming also you have to check. For example, let's say if I just do here next generate controller, and I'll give blogs instead of blog, and see what is happening. Now see, it's created a new folder, right, which is wrong here. And if you go to app.module, see, it's now imported this blog controller in the root controller. So that is the reason the naming has to be proper. So I'm going to remove this. That is just to show you the idea. and also I'm also going to remove this also, you're not required. Okay, so now let's do one thing. So controller, we have learned that how we can create a controller, how controller will auto import in your corresponding module, which is the related module, because blog controller is going to use in the blog module. I know I'm repeating these things multiple times. It can be irritating sometimes, but I have to do it because I know I'm doing this one from a beginner perspective, right? For example, the college students, and if you're in the final year, you want to create any final year project, or let's say if you just started your working career, then in that case, learning all of these slowly will help you in long run. So now and now if you ask me one more practical thing, I'm not like I'm not criticizing some other YouTubers, but I will be very honest to all of you. For example, let's say someone asks me that, okay, why are you creating this many tech, how you know all of this? So that doesn't mean that I have worked in all the techs in my previous projects, in my previous companies. That doesn't work. For example, let's say I worked in Node.js, that means that I never worked on Bun in my previous companies. But then how I am able to create a project? The reason is because when you'll be working on Node, learning Bun will take 1 or 2 days, right? This is the thing what I'm trying to explain. For example, let's say if someone asks me, okay, Bhaiya, create a project on let's say Go, right? And then I never worked on Go, and so I will clearly tell you that, okay, I never worked on Go, I can't create a course on that because that is completely separate, different topic, right? So that is the reason I will be very, very honest. What I'm trying to explain is that if you have a like very, very interest in web development, and if you know or master one technology very, very properly, and you have very good knowledge, learning similar technologies will be very, very simple, right? For example, like let's say learning React, if you know React very well, learning Next.js will take days. Learning Vue also will be easier. Learning Svelte will be also easier. Learning Angular also will be easier, right? I know I'm giving GAN too much, but this is how I usually follow all of these, right? So this is just a suggestion that how you can master multiple technologies properly. So now we have know that how we can create blog module and blog controller. Now let's create a blog service. So I'm going to do next generate service, and again the name will be blog. Enter. And see what happened. So it's created a blog service, it's created a this test file, and it's actually automatically updated the providers, right? Because this is the blog service, and here we don't have anything else, we are going to write. And if you go to blog service, for now you have injectable that we have already discussed what actually this does, and just a class. Now again, right, so this is the place where you're going to write all the business logics, right? So for example, let's say I'll do this. So here I'm just going to take, let's take a private read only, and I'll take you let's take a blogs, and else I'm just going to do something like this. I'll do a ID of 1, then let's give a blog, let's do blog title, and I'll do blog unique key. So I'll do blog unique key 1. I'll copy this and paste it 2 more times. So I'll do 2 2 2, this will be 3, and also let's paste it 2 more times. So I'll do 4, and I'll do 5 5, and this will be 5. Okay, so this data we are having. So now this will consist all the business logics, right? So it's like a you can compare this one with a controller in your Express application, right? So in the controller you're going to write all the logics and everything. For example, some people also do like this. So let's say you're having the main logic in your controller, and then from controller you're going to call a services file. So it's similar to that. Now I'm going to do find all. So this will give me all the blogs back. So I'm going to do what? Return these dot blogs. Next I'm going to do find 1, that means find a single blog. And here I need an ID which will be a number, and I'll simply just want to do return these dot blogs dot filter, or let's do find. So here this will be blog, so do blog dot ID has to be equal to ID. Let's do one more, which will be find by unique key, right? So this will take the key, which will be a string, and again I'm just going to return, this will be blog dot unique key, which will be equal to key. That's it. So now we have created a very simple blog service where we are having the in-memory data, some blogs data, which in real scenario are going to get from our database. So we are going to save in our database. We're going to find all will return all the blogs, find one will return the blog by ID, and find unique key will return the blog based on the current key. So now this is done. So now how we are going to use this service or the business logic, consider this one as a business logic only, right? So it will be easy for you to understand when you're going to create a very complex project. Now this will be business logics. Now these I'm going to use in my blog controller. So for example, let's say whenever I'll go to /blog route, I need to call this find all method. When I'll go to, for example, let's say I'll go to /blog, I need to call the find all method from my blog service, right? When I'll go to blogs, let's say /blog /id, I need to go call the blog find one method, right? Let's do find by ID, right? I think that will make more sense. So I'll do find by ID. So this method I need to call. So I'll do, when I'll go to /blog /id, so I'll do call the find by ID. Now what this means when I'll go to /blog /1 2 3 4 5, or let's say 6, makes sense, right? So this will be by ID, and then at the end we are having, let's say when I'll go to /blog /key, that time let's do /blog /key. So that means when I'll go to this route, I want to call the find by unique key. So here you need to call the find by unique key. So this will be the structure, right? Because this is the main blog root route, and then you are going to have the ID, by ID and by key. Now if you compare again once again with the Express, so in Express you are having something like this, right? So you'll do router.use, and then you'll do this blog, and then you'll do blog router, and in the blog router you're going to do router.get, and then you're going to use this, right? So this will be /blog this. I hope you're getting right what I'm trying to say. If you already watch my part 1 and part 2, I know this will be easy to understand. So same thing we are doing here, but to do that, in our blog module we are already providing the blog service. This is very important. So now you can go to our blog controller, and then I'll simply just do the following. So I'll take a constructor, I'll do a private read only, and here I'm going to mention that, okay, user service. So this user service is nothing but, why I'm giving user, this is happening like when I'm creating multiple project with similar kind of CRUD, right? Users or blog. So that is the reason. So now I'm going to use this blog service, which is this one. So I'm just going to do blog service, which will be my blog service. That's it. And here save this. So now I'm going to do get, and I'll do find all. So now instead of returning these, what I return, I hope you already know. So I'll do this dot blog service dot find all. So this will return me all the blogs. Then what you're going to do, simply do get, and here you're going to pass. So we'll do blog, and then you're already having blog, and then I'm going to pass the ID. So this will be my unique ID. So this will be the ID of this. So we're having ID 1, ID 2, and ID 3, right? So that means I'm telling that, okay, go to /blog /id, call this method, and here I'm going to just do something like find by ID, and here I'm going to do @param. So we imported the param from next command, and we are telling that okay, my param is actually id, which will be a string, and here I think I've done some mistake. Okay, these will be outside, and here what I'm going to do, simply I'll do return this dot block service dot find by id. Now here one thing is important. Now you see we are getting, so you need to pass the id, and still you are getting the error. And the reason why this is happening, because we need to pass a number, right? So that is the reason how we are going to do. So to convert this one, we can just add a plus here. So this will convert your string to a number, because this needs a number, right? If you go here, this will needs a number. This is a number. So this will return that. And then at the end, what else we are having? So we are going to have one more, which will be, I'll do get, and I'll do here key colon key, right? Or let's do by unique key, right? By unique key, so it will be easy to understand. So that means whenever I'll go to this route, means slash block slash by unique key and the key name. So key name will be the key that you're having here. For example, let's say you want to get with this key, so you're going to pass it here. So something like this. So with this, I'm going to do, so I'll do find by block unique key. Here again you're going to use a param. So here I'm going to pass the key. So this key will be string, and here I'm just going to return this dot, okay, again we are doing something wrong. Yeah, this is not required. So do this dot block service dot find by unique key, and here you need to pass the key. I think there is some that is this bracket problem. So now let's save this. So this is done. So you're telling that okay, go to this route and pass the unique key, which is the dynamic value here, because we're using this colon, right? So then find by unique key, param will be key, and then call the find by unique key service. With this we have actually done this. So now what I'll do, simply I'll clear this and I'll do npm run start colon dev. Awesome. So this is done. Let's go there. Now I'm going to again refresh this, so you can see that you're getting all the blocks now. Awesome. And if you pass a single block, let's say colon 1, you're getting a single block. If you pass 2 here, you'll be getting 2. And let's say if I go to slash key, and let's say I'll pass the block unique key, so I'll be getting, okay, we are not getting this one. Oh my bad, I think I've given by unique key, right? Not key. So I'll do by unique key. So here this will be by unique key. Okay, something wrong we have done here, I think. Oh, param will be key. See this kind of, okay, so by unique key and then colon key. Now this should work. So let's refresh this. So you're getting key. If I pass 1 here, you'll be getting with id 1, right? So now with this we have completed the very basic part. So now with this, I'm pretty sure it will be very, very clear to you that what is module, what is controller, and what is service, and how those three files actually works together. With this, we have completed the very, very basic part. I'll say like this is very basic concepts of Node.js. Now let's move on to the next one, where we're going to create a very simple project. And with this, we are going to complete this section, right? Because part 4 and especially in part 4, we are going to cover only on Node.js, and there you're going to learn a lot of advanced level of topics. So let's move to the next one, where we are going to create the project based on this Node.js concept that we've learned so far, and also we're going to implement some of the authentication and authorization and basic JWT concepts, and also how you can protect routes, what is the concept of DTO, all of these things. Alright everyone, so let's get started with the project. So you can see that I just simply created a project and nothing else. So in the previous part, we have already discussed that how you can create a project, the folder structure, what is modules, what is controllers, what is services, how all three files work with each other. Now in this particular project, we are going to create a very simple kind of app, and by practicing this, I'm pretty sure that it will be easy for you to move for the further intermediate to advanced level of concepts, right? the first thing what you're going to do, so for this one we are going to use Prisma and Postgres as our database. So for Postgres I have decided to use Neon for this particular one because it will be easy to use, and if you're a complete beginner it will be also easy to like understand. Now if you don't want to use Neon, in the previous section we have already covered, right, that in the complete details that how you can use local Postgres using PgAdmin interface, then you can also use using Docker. So all the things I've discussed in this particular video. So you can't tell me that okay you are using Neon but you're not showing some alternative way. It's up to you. If you don't want to use this, then use for example your local database, or let's say you want to use Docker, you can also use Docker. It's up to you. So first thing what I'll do, right, I'll simply create a project. So let's go to new project and I'll give this one as a travel tracker, and let's keep project name. This I'll choose and then I'll do create. So this will be our this URL that we need. So I'm going to just copy this. So it's copied. Now let's go there. First thing what I'll do, right, in the root I'm going to create a env file, right? So I'll do a env and let's give this one as a database URL and then paste it here. That's it. So now next thing what I'll do, so we also need to install the Prisma, and we are also going to install Prisma client, right? So let's do this one. So I'm going to do npm install. So I'm going to do Prisma, and also we need to install Prisma client. So this will be Prisma slice client. So let's copy and then verify once. So it is correct. Awesome. So now let's install this. Awesome. So this is done. The first thing we are going to do, so we'll be initiating our Prisma. So we're going to do npx Prisma init. These all the concepts we have already discussed. Now once we'll do that, let's quickly create our schema. Oh, I'm given again the spelling mistake. This will be Prisma init. Awesome. So this is done. Let's clear this. Now let's go here. Let's go to our schema.prisma. The first thing, if you notice that we have already have our DBS Postgres and this is the URL. So let me just verify once that I have given the same name or not. So I've used the same URL. Now let's go to our schema.prisma. So how the functionality will be, right? So functionality will be like this. So users can register and log in. Then we are going to manage. So once user will log in, so once login happens, so you're going to have a JWT token, and based on that we are going to implement a JWT guard functionality, right? So you'll be able to understand that how. So this is, if you want to compare this one with Express project, so it's like you are creating a JWT token and then you're creating a middleware to handle that. Okay, only the authenticated users only can do certain actions, right? So once user will log in and we are going to implement the JWT, then we are going to have another module which will be our destination module, right? So here only the auth users can do certain operations. For example, they can manage their destination, right? So they can create their destination, they can update, delete, those kind of things. So this will be the overall functionality. So let's comment it out. So now I'm going to create a model and let's give this one as user. And here I'll be having ID, which will be int. Then this will be ID. All the concepts we have already discussed, and here I'm going to pass a default. So this will be auto increment. So then I'll be having an email, which will be a string, and this will be a unique property. Then I'm going to have a password. This also will be a string. Then I'm going to have a created at. So this will be a date time, and I'm going to take a default, which will be now. Then I'm going to have a updated at. So this will be also date time, and this will be, I'm going to take a updated at. Right now I will be having a relations, right? So in the previous section we have actually discussed that how we are going to manage relations and everything, right? So here I'm going to just take a destinations, which will be our relations, means certain users can manage some of the destinations, right? So I'll be having destination, let me check the spelling. Okay, this is correct. And I'm going to create a model now, which will be my destination model. Now here let's create model destination, and now here I'll be having a again ID, which will be int. So here I'm going to take this one as ID, and this will be default auto increment. Then I'm going to have a name, this will be a name, which will be a string. Then I'm going to take a let's take a, for example, you can also manage some kind of desired date, that in which date you want to plan for this particular destination. So I'm going to do destination here, or not destination, let's make this one as desired date, or I'm thinking desired, or let's do travel date. And then I'm going to make this one as date time. Then we are going to have a notes, which will be a string, and I'm also going to take a created at, which will be a, sorry, I need to pause, I think you guys will be getting some noises. And here we are going to take this one as date time, and then I'm going to take a default, which will be now. Then I'm going to take a updated at, which also I'm going to take a date time, and this will be updated at. Then now I need to take the relation to our user model. These concepts we have already discussed. I'll take a user ID, which will be a int, and then I'm going to take my user, which will be to my user model. So the relation will be with user model, and I'll take a relation, and here I'll take a fields, which will be this user ID, and this will map to, so reference I'm going to take this one as ID, and this is done, right? So this will be the final model that we needed. So this will be our user model and the destination model. So once this is done, right, so now what I'll do, so let's clear once again. I'll do npm Prisma generate, awesome. Let's clear this, and then I'll go here and let's copy this migrate dev, right? So I'm going to copy here and then paste it. So the Prisma part will be completed, right? Once this is done, so we can go to our neon interface and we can check that whether the models and tables are reflecting or not. Once this is done, then we are going to start working on the main Nest.js part, right? So let's wait for some time. Let's see what is happening. It's taking some time. Let's wait. Okay, so now this is done. It took a couple of seconds. Now let's go here and let's go to tables. And let's see if this is, I think this would be reflected here. So we are getting user and the destination. Okay, so now the database migration is completed. So first what we will complete, right, we'll see that how we are going to use our env files for our project level. So first thing, you see that what we need to do, we need to install this nest.js/config package. So this is the package that we need, and they also use internally .env. Now I'm pretty sure now it will be familiar, right, because in the first part, both the parts, we have used .env like multiple times. So let's copy this. So I'm going to copy this and let's clear this, and I'm going to install this one. Now once we'll do, right, what we need to do, so this will give a config module, right? And here because see, we need to do one thing. Let's say you have some env files that you want to use in all the files, or for example, let's say you want to use that config file globally. So in that case, what you need to do, you need to give a property that is called isGlobal equal to true. Also, you can disable your env files loading. So for example, if you want to disable your env variable, so you need to use something called ignore env file equal to true. Now if you notice that they have a lot of things, like if you see, it's like long list. For now, what we are going to see that how we are going to configure and how we are going to use that one on the root level, and how we are going to manage configs globally. So I think this is now done. So now what we'll do, first we'll go to our app.module.ts, which is our root file. So we'll go to app.module.ts, and here I'll just simply import. So we need to import it. So inside app.module.ts, here you are going to use config module, right? I'm not getting this one. Okay, let me just import this. So I'm going to import these from nest.js config, and this will be config module. So this will be your config module dot for root, and now I'm just going to pass that this will be is global will be true. So that means I'm making my configuration global scoped. So this is needed. So once this is done, so now next step will be, first we are going to implementing our authentication, right? So first user needs to be registered, they can log in, and then we are going to generate our JWT token. So first what I'm going to do, so let's create our auth folder or auth module, auth controller and service. But before that we need to complete one more feature, and that is to implement our Prisma service, right? So for that, first what I'll do, I'll clear everything, and I'm just going to do nest generate, and let's give this one as module, and I'm going to make this one as Prisma. So enter. So this will create, and also if you notice, this will import this here in this imports also. So once this will be done, so let's wait for some time, and you can see that Prisma module is imported. And now I'm going to also create nest module service Prisma. So now let's first we'll be going to our Prisma service, and we need to write some code. And what I'll do, right, each and every file I'm going to create, I'll try to explain each and every line of that particular file, or else it will be a little tricky if you're a complete beginner, right? So let's go here, and I'm going to go to my Prisma service. So for now we don't have anything here, we just have a injectable, we have a service which is my Prisma service. So here what I need to do, right, because we're using Prisma client, so first we need to extend this with our Prisma client. So we have a Prisma client that will import from this Prisma client package. And now here what I'll do, I'll simply do implements. So this will implement two things. The first thing we are going to import, that is called on module init, comma on module destroy. Now if you notice one thing is that if I just copy this and you will go there, anyway I'm also going to explain all of this. So what this on module init actually does, if I give you very basic idea, so this will be called when the module is initialized, right, as the name suggests. So it's like similar, if I give some, I'll not say it's not completely same example, but if you consider this one with your React use effect, and whenever you're giving some empty dependency, right, so that means your use effect will be running every time when the page will be, you're going to refresh the page, or your DOM will be getting rendered. So it's similar to that. Okay, and now here what we are going to do, so we are getting some error, implements missing in type. Okay, we need to import this as type, and this also will be type. Alright, so now let's create the method, right? So here inside this I'm going to create async, and I'll do on module init, and then I'm going to create one more which will be async on module destroy. And then what actually we need to do here, right? See, first thing, whenever I told you, right, so this will be getting called when the module is initialized, this will be getting called when the application is shutting down. Now here we need to actually establish the connection to our database, because we're using Prisma and Postgres, right? So we need to do something. So what we are going to do here, so we'll simply do await, and I'm going to do this dot connect. See, it's coming. So what actually we are doing is simply connecting with our database, and on this one I'm just going to do await, sorry, need to take await, and do this dot disconnect, and this is done. So this is actually we need in this services file. Let's go through all the explanation one more time, that what actually this file is doing. See, no one will explain like how I'm doing, right? I will break it down each and every line, and this is why I'm doing this one, because I know when I actually started learning Node.js for the first time, it was actually not that much simple, right? I'll be very honest. So because it's actually follow a very compact structure, right? So you need to understand that how the flow actually works, or it's not like Express or Node that you write wherever you want to write something, right? So you need to understand the flow, as simple as that. So actually if you see, this actually services that created a single instance of your Prisma client for your entire application, right? Also it manages the life cycle of that connection. So here we are simply using a on module init, which will be getting called when the this module is initialized and we are connecting to our database, and when the module will be getting destroyed, so we'll be disconnecting from our database. Now what will be the uses? So now what you're going to do, you're going to inject this service, or this service will be injected into other services that need database access, right? So we need to interact with our database. And now having one single and managed connection to the database will definitely going to help us. So this is the main idea of creating the Prisma service file, right? So now we'll go to our Prisma module, and here you can see that we are already using Prisma service, so it's already providing here, but there is another thing we need to do here. So first thing, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to mark this one as a global, right? So I'll just import this one as a global. And next what I'll do, it's very important, I also going to export this service. So I'm just going to do Prisma service, and I'm going to explain that what actually this is doing. The first thing, as the name suggests, so global is making this module as global scoped. So makes the module as global or globally scoped. Next what we are doing, we are giving the providers, which is actually registering the Prisma service as a provider in this module. So this is like registering Prisma service in this module, right? But what is this export is doing now, because this part we haven't discussed. See what actually export does, right? So this is making sure that this Prisma service, so this Prisma service, let's copy this. So this Prisma service is available, it's available to other modules that will import this Prisma module. Very important, right? So that means, for example, in other module I need to use this Prisma service for some reason, so I need to export it from here, right? Provider is simple, like this Prisma service is using in the Prisma module, right? So it's in the same module, but when we are going to use this one in a separate module, that time we need to export it, then only you'll be able to use that. So this is done. So now what we have done, we created a Prisma service, we have created our Prisma module, and if you go to our app.module.js, sorry, ts, so here we are using our config module, we have given global scope as true, we are importing our Prisma module. And now what I'm going to do, although we are not using the auth control, app controller app service, you can also remove this one. Actually this is not required because we are not using for now. So next step will be, what we're going to do, will be creating a auth module, we're going to create a auth controller, and we'll be creating a auth service. So let's quickly create all three. Alright, so now let's create our auth modules and everything, right? So let's do next generate, so I'll do module and then I'll do auth. See the struggle of mine, right? So I need to pause like every 3-4 minutes because of noises, right? It's very pathetic, man. Okay, so now I'll do next generate, I'll do controller auth, and then I'm going to do the service, right? So all three, and then we'll see that how we will go forward from there. So this is done. Let's clear this, and then I'm going to do service auth. Awesome. So this is done. So now let's go through all the files that we have just now created, right? So if you go to first, you go to app.module.ts, you see we already, it's auto imported the auth module, which is correct. Now let's close this. Now I'll go to my auth module.ts. So here for now we have a auth controller, and the provider we have a auth service, makes sense. And here I'm going to now import the first thing. So what I'll import, now remember I told you, right? So whenever we are going to export something, that means we need something in the other modules. For example, we have exported the Prisma service, I believe, right? If you go to the Prisma service, not service, module, we have exported the Prisma service here, right? So that means what we can do, simply in the auth module, I'm going to import, and I also mentioned in that here also, right? So making sure this Prisma service is available to other module that will import Prisma module. So that means what will happen, if I just import this Prisma module in a auth module, that means I'll be having the access of this Prisma service. And why? Because I have exported. If I don't export, then I don't have. very important. Provider and export both are completely different, right? And this export means you are using this a separate service A in a different module. Okay, so now let's go here, and here inside these imports I'm going to import Prisma module. Let's save this. So now for now this will be more than fine. Now I'm also going to explain that what all the things that we are doing in each and every file, but first let's go to our auth controller. So in the auth controller, what we are going to do first, see, remember that I told you, right? So in the auth controller will actually handle all the routes. For example, this is your root route, which will be like, for example, if you're this is running on localhost 3000, so it will be /auth, because that is the route name that you have given, and then whatever routes you will be creating inside of this, based on that it will change. For example, let's say you are having a get route, so it will be having auth/get, something like that. So here we are going to manage all the routes. So for now we'll be having two routes, one will be the register and one will be login. Before that, we first need to go to our main file where we are going to handle all the logics, that is our business logics. I remember I told you, right, in the services file, this is the file where we are going to handle all the businesses logics, and that logic I'm going to use in my auth.controller.ts file. So let's start working with the services file, and this is very important, right? This file. Now try to code along with this, along with me basically, right? So you will be getting some idea. So first thing, what do we need? So here we need to use the Prisma service, so that is the first thing, right? And now to use the Prisma service, so here what I'll do, simply I'll take a constructor, and here I'll take private, so I'll take Prisma, and let's give this one, so this is the name, and let's import as a Prisma service, right? Again, I'm repeating one very important thing, and that is this is actually happening because we have actually exported the Prisma service from there, and then we are importing the Prisma module here, then only you'll be able to getting the access here. Okay, so this is the first step. Injectable, already we have discussed that what this actually does. Now let's create our first business logic, which will be handle the new user registration, right? So I'll do handle the new user registration. So here I'm going to do async register, so this will take my register DTO. Now what actually DTO, that also we are going to handle now. So here this will receive something, and then I'll just write the flow that what are the things we need to handle. So first we need to check if the user is exist or not, so that will be the first check. If the user is exist, we are going to show some kind of conflict error that user already exists. Next we are going to hash the password, and then we are going to create our new user, right? And then once we create the new user, we are going to return an object, and the final object that we are going to return, we are going to remove password from that object, from the return object. So this is the 4-step process that we are going to follow. Save this now, and for now we will go to a separate module, not module, separate folder, which will be our DTO, right? So what actually DTO? So DTO stands for data transfer object, right? So what actually it does, it actually define the shape of the data that is required for your register. For example, here for register I will be having an email, so I want to ensure that, okay, you need to give a valid user. If I give, okay, forget about all of this, what is DTO or whatever, just consider DTO as you are doing the validation whether a user is giving proper email or password or not. For example, let's say you're using something like Jod, right? So what Jod does, so you will save the data, right? For example, if I'm using email, so you'll tell that, okay, email will be it should be a valid email, z.email.required whatever. So this is what your DTO does. So to do this, what I'll do, I'll go here inside auth, I'm going to create a DTO folder, and let's create our first DTO, which will be register.dto.ts, and let's see how we are going to do that. So first, this will be a class, so I'm going to do export class. Let's give it like this, export class, and this will be my register DTO. And here first I'm going to import, so for this we are going to install a package which is called class validator, right? So I'm going to do npm install class validator. You can also check their official doc, right? So here you can see, this is slow, man. So you'll be getting all the options, right? What are the things that how you're going to validate. But for now, again, I just don't want to go all of this. Let's try to learn the basic things by creating the project only. But I just give you the context that you can go here and see all the properties and everything, all the functionalities that you can use for this. For now, let's minimize this, and I'm going to import a couple of things from this package, right? So I'll just do class validator. Okay, I think this is done, but I don't know, it's very slow. Okay, so let's import the email. My IntelliSense is not working, I believe. Okay, let me just restart once VS Code. It's immediately started working. The hell. Okay, so first I'll check the email, right? So this will check if it's a email, right? And then I also need to check if it's a string. So I'm going to see they have a lot of properties that you can use, right? So I'm going to do a string, and I also need a mean length property that I want to check. So first I'll give here the check email if it is email, and here what you're going to do, right? So you're going to pass a message. So pass a message like please provide a valid email address. So this is done, and then we are going to pass, or not here, after this we'll pass an email which will be a string. Next thing, I also need to check a password, right? So first level of check I want to do that password has to be a string, so this has to be string format. And then I'm going to check a mean length property of that password, that the password should have a number, so it's need a number. So let's give 6, and then I'll give a message. So I'll give password must be at least 6 characters long, and then I'm going to pass password which will be string. So this is done. So this is all the validation we need here, right? So let me just recap all the things what we are doing here. So what I mentioned, that what is DTO? So DTO is a data transfer object which will check the shape, or this is actually shaping your data, right? So I need a email, I need a password, and this email has to be a proper valid email. For password it has to be in the string format, and also there will be a second level validation which will check it's a minimum length has to be 6. So this is done. Now we'll go back to our controller, right? So now what I'll do, I'll go to my auth, not controller, my bad, auth service, and here I will receive, I'll take register DTO, which will be my type will be register DTO. And now let's start working. The first thing what I'll receive, so remember, so if I just take this register DTO, right? So let's take the register DTO, and if you just give a space SE, you're getting the suggestion email and password. Why? Because we have given already that it will receive an email and it will receive a password in the body. So I'm pretty sure, like after this also, if you're not able to understand, you need to go back and watch the same thing again and again, but I'm breaking each and every line. So now I'm getting the email and password from the body, and then I'll check if the user is already exist or not. So I'm just going to do const existing user. So how you're going to check that? So I'll do this.prisma. Now remember, in the Prisma we have already discussed the CRUD one in the previous section, right? And if you haven't completed and directly jump to the Node.js, please go and watch that section. And here you'll see that you'll be getting a user model. And here to get a single user, what we'll do a find unique. Remember, we have done this one, and I want to check that, okay, this user has to be unique user, where I want to check the email as a unique field. Why? Because if I go to my schema, I've already given my email. This has to be a unique value, right? Okay. I thought I'll remove something. Okay, let's close this. So this will check my existing user, and now I'm just going to do if existing user is true. So what I'll do, I'll just do a throw new. Now here you can import a error that is called, I think it's called something called exception conflict or something. So it's called let's search for conflict exception. So if you go to the, they have a lot of, like, let's go to the conflict exception. So let's use this one only, right? So I'll just take this one. So I'll do a conflict exception and I'll pass something like, let's do user already exists, right? So I'll do so I'll do user already exists, please try with a different email. So this will be done. So now what we need to do next step, we need to hash the password, right? So once we'll check this, because or else what will happen, any user can register with any email, which is wrong, right? So now I'm just going to do const hash password, and here I'm going to do, okay, we also need to install let's install bcrypt.js, right? Now you can also use Argon, that is also awesome. So both is fine, right? So you install bcrypt. Okay, so this is done. So let's import this. I'm going to just import star as bcrypt from bcrypt. Oh, I think I need to install the types also, my bad. Okay, let's quickly install the types here, clear this and install these also. Now these errors should not be there. Awesome. So now let's hash the password. So I'll just do await. So you will do bcrypt and then you need to do the hash method. So here you need to pass the password, which will be this password here, and it will receive a salt. So I'm going to give this one as 10. So now my password is already hashed. Now I can create a new user, right? So as always I give not new user but newly created user in my all videos. I like this way of writing, and this will be await this.prisma.user, and you'll just do create. And what you need to pass, you need to pass the data, right? So you'll pass a data, and in the data you're going to pass the email and the password, right? So this will create your new user. Now once we'll create the new user, so this should create the user and it will be stored in our database, right? The user info. So I'm going to remove the password from here. So what I'll do, simply I'll get the newly created user, and here I'll be getting the password, and I'm going to just make this one like this, and I'll just going to get the rest of the result. And then what I'll do, simply just return the result, because this is the rest of the info that I'll be having, all the unique IDs and everything. I'll return the result. So now this is the first business logic that we have created. This is a register method. And what we need to do now, so we need to go to our auth controller and we need to use this. To use that, how we are going to do it? So first we are going to use our auth service, right? Because we need to get the info that, okay, I'm using the register method, and whenever I'll go to my controller and go to the register route, I need to call this register method. And to do that, we have already using our auth service here in the providers, right? And in the controllers. So that means we can access our auth service inside our auth controller. This is the logic that we've already discussed, the basic concepts. So in the constructor, I'm just going to do private read only, and I'm going to just give this one name as auth service, which will be my auth service. So this is done, and then after this I will take a post method. So I'll do post. So import this one from next common and give the name of the path. So I'm going to give this one as register. You can also give register new user, it's up to you. Let's give register new user. Okay, once I'll do this, now what I'll do, I'll simply do async, give a name which will be register, which makes sense. And now I'm going to, because we need to get the body, right? It's a post request, so I'm going to just do a body which I'll import from next common, and here I'm going to simply pass that, okay, this will take a register DTO and the type will be register DTO. And once this will go to this route, I need to return something. That means I need to tell that, okay, whenever I'll go to this particular route, I need to call this register method. And to do this, we have already discussed in the previous parts. I'll do return this dot auth service dot register, and then what you need to pass, you need to pass the register DTO. So what this register DTO consists, this register DTO actually consists the email and the password that we are going to pass as a body format. Okay, I'm pretty sure now this will be clear. So now with this we have actually completed our first step, that how you're going to register a new user. And let's see if this is working or not till this part, and if there is any error. So now I'm going to clear this, and I'm going to do npm run start dev. I don't see any error. Let's wait and let's see. Awesome. So I don't think any error is there. So let's go here and let's create a new collection, and I'm going to give this one, let's give this one name as Nest Travel Tracker, and let's create a new request, and I'm going to just go and copy some other things, right? So I will copy this and I'll do register new user. So I'm going to do post, and I'm going to do this one as, this will be auth. Why? Because if you go here, right, this is the base route, and then this will be register new user, and then what I'll do, I'll go to my body, I'll go to raw, and let's pass email, and I'll do a test@gmail.com, and I'm going to pass a password which will be 1 2 3 4 5 6. First let's give 4. Let's see what is happening. Let's send this. Oh, this is interesting. I think this should not happen, right? Because this should validate the password length, because we have already given 6. We'll check this, what is happening. Let me just remove this and let's send this. If this is working, this should also working, means the validation is not working, the DTO part is not working. So this part we need to check why. But now if I go to my console and let me refresh this, let's see if we are getting any user or not. So we're having 2 users, which is okay. Oh, I got it now. I got one more thing we need to do, and that is how can I miss that? We need to pass the hash password instead of the password. This is wrong. So here we need to pass the hash password, man, not the password, right? So this is a change that immediately we need to do. So let me just quickly delete both. So now first I'll check that if this is working or not. So I'll just do test@gmail.com, and I'll make this on 5.6, and let's send this, and let's go here, refresh this. So okay, the password is now hashed, but the DTO part is actually not working. But why is that? So we need to check what wrong we are doing here. I don't see any problem here. Okay, this part we are doing register new user. How come this is not working? This is what I'm thinking. Okay, let's go to the register DTO. We'll see we have a class is email message please provide. Oh my god. Okay, I got it, guys. So what we are doing, right, so we need to use a pipe here. So because this is like whenever there will be incoming request or doing any kind of request, so we need to tell Node.js, okay, verify this particular or validate this particular route. And for that there is some inbuilt like pipes they have created, and one of them is called validate validation or validate pipe, something like that. So to validate no, validation pipe, I believe, validation pipe. See, so we'll go here. Now see, it is the best practice to validate the correctness of any data. To automatically validate incoming request, we need to use several pipes like validation pipe, similar. So we are going to use this validation pipe. So first we need to install this record dependency, which is the class validator and class transformer. I think class validator we've already installed. So let's copy these both. So we need to install the class transformer also. So here, let's go here and let's open one more and quickly install this, right? And then after this, you notice we need to import this from common package, and to use this one we need to use in our main.js file, and we need to tell that okay, app.use global pipes, and then we're going to pass the validation pipe. So this step we need to do. So now what you're going to do, and then you can see that they're validating the DTO. Okay, so now this should work. So what I'll do, I'll go to my main.js, which is our entry point. So main.ts, and then I'm just going to do app dot, and I'm going to do app.use global pipes, and I'll do new validation pipe. Now let's save this, and I think this would work. Let's see. So I'll give some password, and let's try to send. See, now it's working. Password must be 6 character long, and I'll give some wrong like correct password and remove the @ and so now we should get please provide a valid email address. Awesome. So this is the part actually I missed. So what we are telling that okay, I have created some DTO, I'm doing some kind of validation, and to tell Node.js we are actually using the use global pipe, which has a validation pipe, right? So it will automatically check or validate whenever there will be any kind of request. So now this should work. Now let's try to give test1@gmail.com, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Let's try to send it, and we have a new user created, and let's go here and refresh this. There should be 2 users, so we have 2 users. Awesome. So register is now actually working. So now let's start working on the login. All right everyone, so now let's start working on the login. So we'll go to our auth service. Let me just bring this, minimize this. So let's create one more method here. So I'm going to do async login, and for login we are going to create a now here you can use the same DTO, but I'll just quickly create one more which will be actually exact same. So I'll do login.dto.ts, and just simply copy this and then paste it here, and then I'm going to make this one as login. Save this. So we'll go here, and then I'll simply just do this one as login DTO, and this will be type login DTO. And here the first thing we are going to get both our email. So I'll do get, so I'll do login DTO, and I'll get the email and the password. And here first what we need to do, so we need to find the user by the email, because email is the unique property, right? So to find the current logged current user, not logged in, current user by email, as email is an unique property, right? So it's a unique property. So I'll simply just do const user, and this will be await these.prisma.user dot, so we're going to do find unique, and I'll simply just do where, so we're going to pass the email. That's it. So this will give me the current user, and then I'm just going to do if the user is not present, so I need to throw error, right? So I'm just going to do throw, so we'll do throw new unauthorized error. So this is a unauthorized exception that you can import, and I just going to pass here that invalid credentials. So you need to pass the message here. So I'm just going to do invalid credentials, please try again. So this is done, and then what we need to do as usual, if you see it's nothing different, right? When you are doing the same process in Express or in Node, the same process you are doing in Node.js, the concept are same. So what I mean by the concept, the steps are same, right? So in Node, in Express also you are going to find the current user, then you are going to verify the password. If the password is incorrect, you are going to say the user that your password is incorrect, and then you are going to generate the JWT token. But the way of writing code, that is different, right? I hope I'm able to explain. So here what I'll do, simply I'll do verify the password, which is the same process. So I'll do verify. So here I'm going to do const is password valid, and I'll do await. So I'll do bcrypt.compare. So I'm going to do password, and this will be our user password. User password is nothing but the current user password, right? So which is actually stored in our database. So I'll just do user dot password. This is done. Now again, if the password is false, so you're going to return another error, right? And now I'm going to generate the token. Now comes a separate concept, right? So how we are going to generate or manage our JWT. So for that we need to use another package. So let me just quickly show you. So that is called, so I'll do @nest.js/JWT. So let's go there. So we are going to use this JWT package. Let me just search it once again. So I'll do nest.js/JWT authentication. Yeah, so this one we need, right? So let's copy this, and I'm going to open this one, and then I'm just going to do a clear and then install this. So this we needed. Now here we need to do one very important step, because we are using JWT module in our auth service. So we need to actually import the JWT module in our auth module folder, because until unless we import, we are not going to use that. So here what I'll do, simply I'll go to auth module, and you see we are already using the Prisma module. So here I'll give a comma, and then I'm going to import the JWT module from nest.js/JWT. Just now we have actually done, right? So I'll do .register, and here we are going to pass two things. The first, I'm going to pass a secret. So this secret will be my JWT secret that I'll be having in my env file. So here what I'll do, I'll simply do JWT secret, which will be the JWT secret. Now let's copy this key name. I'll close this. So here secret will be my process.env.jwt secret, or I'll give some, by default it will take from here. And then I'm going to give an option, which will be my sign options, and here I will give a expired sin. So this will expire, this token will expire in 1 hour. So this is the first import we need to do. So once we imported this, now we can go to our auth service, and here now we need to create our token. So the first thing what I'm going to do, simply, so I'll just take here const token, and I'm going to do, now here to use the token, what we need to do, we need to use our JWT service. So to use a JWT service, first I'm going to import this from our package, right? So I'll go @nest.js/JWT, and you need to import the JWT service, and this JWT service I'm going to use in my constructor. So I'm going to take one more private, and let's make this one as JWT service. The type will be, so this will be our JWT service. Now we have this. So what we can do, simply, so while creating the token, once the user have given correct password, so we can simply just do this.jwt service.sign, and then I'm going to pass a user ID. So this user ID I'm going to store, but from where I'll be getting the user ID? This user ID I'm going to get from this current user, and this user will have a ID. So this is the ID. So now I'll go here, and then I'll just simply, this will be user.id. See, so now this will create the token, and then what I'm going to do, again I'm going to remove the password from my user, and this I'll be taking the password, and then I'm going to spread the rest of the result, and while returning I'm also going to return the token. So I'm just going to do return me all the result as well as return me the token. and this is done. So this is all the logic that we need to do while creating the login business logic for the login. Now this is not done yet, right? So we need to go to our auth controller, and in the auth controller now we need to register one more, which will be our login. So I'll do here, this also will be post. So I'll do login user, or let's give only login, and here just simply pass. So I'll do async login, and here also you need to pass the body, right? So body type will be, this will be a login DTO, and the type will be login DTO, and here just going to return. So I'll return what, this dot auth service dot login, right? And here you need to pass the body, which will be my login DTO, because login DTO will again receive the email and the password. So we'll be having email and password. Now with this, I think this should work. Now let's see if this is working or not, or the token is getting generated or not. So let's go to our node. Here I don't see any error. So I'll go here, and then I'm going to, let's do one thing, let's copy this request. So I'm going to just do a duplicate, and I'm going to do login, and let's copy this, paste it here, post, this will be login. I'll go to body, go to raw, and I'm going to just give email. So I'll have, what is the this we are going test at the gmail and test1. Let's do test1 at the rate gmail.com, and password I'm going to do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, right? So let's send this and see. Awesome. So we're getting the ID for, this is the email created at, updated at, and this is the token, right? Now we're getting the token. Let's do one thing, let's remove this, try again, invalid credentials. Now if I go 1 2 3 4, and if I just give this, try again, invalid credentials. If I remove this, provide a valid email address, means the login, the DTO part is also, validation is also working. We get the at 1, and let's say remove 3, send it. So we'll be getting that password must be at least 6 characters long. So I'll do test1, and I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. This would work, and now we are getting the token. Awesome. So with this we have implemented the login also, right? So this is how you need to register a user, you need to log in a user, and you need to create the token. Once we'll do this, right, now comes the very important concept, that is the it's like how you're going to implement a JWT guard. So what I mean by guard, right? So let's quickly explain here only. So let's say I'll have a user registered A, and I want to this user, and there is a user registered B, right? What is this coming? So now I see, let's say this user A registered is logged in. So now this user register will be able to create destination, right? Or they can delete it, or they can get the list of destination, all of the things. Now when they can do it, only once the login is actually successful, right? If the login is successful, then only they will be able to do it. That means what is happening, this create destination is actually a protected route, right? So that means this route is protected, and you can only access this if the user is a auth user. So that means somehow we need to guard this route. So this is the concept of the JWT guard, right? So we are going to guard this particular route. Every time a user try to log in, we need to check that if the user is authenticated or not. If the user is not authenticated, we are going to show some kind of unauthorized error. So now we are going to implement how we are going to implement the concept of this JWT guard, and how we are going to implement the JWT strategy. And based on that, we are going to protect the routes, and then we'll move forward, like creating the destination, getting the list of destination, and deleting. So let's do that. Alright everyone, so now we are going to learn another very important concept, and that is how we are going to implement our JWT guard that we mentioned, right? That we need to protect our certain routes based on the roles. Also using this concept also you'll be able to implement your not only authentication but also authorization. So for this we are going to use passport based authentication. And here if you see, right, just search for passport in their official doc, and this is very like they have written all the things properly, and this is the place wherever I'll need some idea, I'll be coming here, and then I'll be doing based on this, right? So here you can see that we are having some local passport authentication implementation, right? What we need to consider here is that how they're going to implement a passport JWT, right? So let's go to this JWT functionality. So we normally needs these things, right? So we need Node.js JWT and passport-JWT, these two packages. Out of this, I think this one we have already installed, but let's copy. There is nothing ready to install once again, so I'm going to copy this and then let's install this one here. So I'm going to just, let's clear it once again, and then I'm going to install this. Also need the types for this one, so I'm going to copy this and then install this also. Now once this is done, let's install this also. Now see that what we need to do, right? The first thing, we need this JWT service that we have already done, right? So we are using the JWT service, and then we are using the sign method. And if you want to verify this one, if you go to our auth service, right, and here you can see that we are already using the this method to create our token, this one, which we have already done. Now what we need to do, we need to implement the passport JWT. So to do this one, if you go this part, right, see how they're doing. The first thing, they're actually importing some methods. Now believe me, this is not the way that I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain you each and every line that what we are doing, but I'm just giving you from where you can actually come here. Let's say if you are not able to understand anything, come to this place first, see their official doc. If still you are not able to do it, then go to some Google search, still not ChatGPT, I mentioned, okay, not ChatGPT directly. Go do Google search on any blog and see how they have written, try to implement, and still you are not able to do it, then only go to ChatGPT. Okay, this is the process I usually follow. So here if you see that they're using this JWT strategy, which is extending the passport strategy, they have imported from this package. And the thing that what we need to consider here, that how they're implementing the protected routes, right? And you can come to this place and see how they're going to do it. And then once you'll implement all of these, and to use the guard, what we need to do, right? If you go here, see we are using this use guard, and then based on this we are actually telling that okay, this route, this profile route is actually guarded by JWT auth. That means you need the user has to be registered or authenticated, then only they'll be able to access this. Now forget all of this, whatever I have discussed so far. Let's do all of this step by step, then only it will be easy, or else this will be a little tricky. So what I'm going to do, right, inside auth, I'm going to create a jwt.strategy strategy.ts file. Now here let's close everything else. So what I'm going to do, right, first I'm going to create, so let's do export class, and let's give this one as JWT strategy. Now this will extends passport strategy, right? So I'm going to import this one. Let's import this from, so I'm going to do from Nest.js. I think we have installed the passport package, right? Or we haven't. Nest.js passport also we need to install. So let's quickly install this also. So I'm going to do Nest.js, and this will be passport. So this package also we need. Okay. So now I'm going to import this one from Nest.js passport, and we need this one as passport strategy. Okay, and here I'm going to pass strategy. This strategy I'll be importing from, so this will be my strategy which I'll be importing from passport-JWT package. Now I'm going to explain that what actually these things are doing. Also you need to do injectable here, right? Now here what I'm going to do, and I'll take a constructor, and then we'll take a private, we'll do config service, and this will I'm going to use from my next config. And here what I'm going to do, if you go to their official doc, right, and search for from auth header as bearer token, so this is what we are going to actually using. I'm going to explain what actually all of this is doing here, but for now first write it. So here I'm going to take a super, and here I'm just going to pass a JWT from request, and this will be extract JWT. This I'm going to need from passport JWT, and this will be from auth header as bearer token. Now believe me, I'm going to explain all of this, okay? So don't panic that what we are doing here. So let's call this, And now I'm just going to take a ignore expression which will be false. I'm going to explain what all these things are doing, and then I'm going to take a secret or key which will take from our config service dot get, and this will be string, and I'm going to take this one as JWT secret, right? Or else I'll take a default value, which will take this one. So now I'm going to create a async validate method. So this is going to return me the field that I need. So here I'll take a payload, which I'll take this one as any, and then I'm just going to take a return, and this will return me a user ID, and this will be the payload dot user ID. And the reason is because, so if you go to my auth service, right, and if you see the token where we are creating, we are doing the sign and we are storing this user ID info, right? So that is the reason we are returning here. Now let's go through all the things that we are doing in this particular file. The first thing, we are actually telling that, okay, I'm repeating once again that what actually this injectable is doing. So this is actually telling or marking this particular class as a provider that can be injected as a dependency. So that is the main reason, right? And then we are actually extending the passport strategy, right? And here what we are simply doing, we are simply injecting the config service to access the env files, or sorry, not files, env variables, right? And then we are actually using three options. The first one is JWT from request. So it's actually specifies that, okay, how the JWT should be extracted from the request. So here what we are doing that, okay, do this whenever I'll be calling any authenticated route, extract the JWT from the auth header as a bearer token. I hope you're getting, right? So let's say if you go to Postman and then go to authorization here, sorry, headers, we can add a authorization here, right? So you can add a authorization, and then we'll be passing as a bearer, and then we're going to pass these token, right? So then it is going to extract. Then ignore expression is actually, we are setting as false, means expired token. So whenever there will be any token which is expired, will be automatically rejected. And secret or key is actually the token signature, right? So we are doing the JWT secret, which will be your key value. And now coming to this validate method, so here actually it's getting called after the token is verified. So once the token will be verified, it's going to decode the JWT token, and that token will consist the user ID, because we are storing the user ID here, and at the end it's going to return the user ID. So this is the whole idea behind this particular file. So now we need to make a couple of changes in our auth module. So what changes we need to do here? So quite a few things we need to make changes here. Let's do step by step. First, we need to import our passport module here, right? Because we're using passport based JWT auth. So I'm going to import passport module. That is the first step. And then if you notice that we are actually registering this and we're using this secret as this, instead of this, what we are going to do, right? We are going to load this config dynamically, and for that we are going to use a use factory hook, you can say. I'll not say hook, but it's kind of a syntax. So here you can see this is a provider which actually allow to create providers dynamically, right? So this we are going to use. So what we can do, right, simply here, instead of this, I'm just going to do JWT module dot register as async, not register, right? And then inside this I'm going to do import. So I'm going to import config module from our next config, and also you can remove this, you know, not required. So after config module, now I'm going to use a use factory, and then I'm going to tell that, okay, this will be async, and here I'm going to take a config service. So this will load our env variables, right? So I'm going to do this one as config service. I know this will be a little tricky if you're a complete beginner, so you need a lot of practice. Now I'm going to pass the secret here. So this secret will automatically load. So I'm going to do config service dot get. So I'll do string, and this will give me the JWT secret. For now I'm going to pass it as this. This is just to show you that various ways you can do all of this, and then you can pass the sign in options, which will do expires in 1 hour. Okay, and then I'm going to do, so I'm going to inject. So I'll inject the, so you need to inject the config service here. So I'll do config service. So once we'll inject these, and then we are also going to import our config module. This is done. Now coming to controllers, this is fine. Now in the providers, along with auth service, we also provide the JWT strategy, right? So from where we'll be getting the JWT strategy? Just now we have created this here. So I'm going to pass the JWT strategy as a provider. So I'm going to do JWT strategy, and also we need to export it. Remember, I already told you, right, that providers and export both are different. Export means you want to use this JWT strategy in a different module, and definitely we are going to use that, right? So for that we are going to do exports, and I'm going to export the JWT strategy, and also I need the passport module, so I'm also going to export this one. So now with this changes is done. Now let's see what is happening, if there are any error or anything. Let's go there. I don't see any error, so there is no error. So now what we have done, we have implemented the register login, and also created the token. Also we have implemented a passport based JWT authentication, which is very secure. So now what we can do, whenever I'll be creating our destination CRUD, means let's say if any user is creating any destination or deleting or fetching the list of destination, it will always go through this JWT guard, and we are going to check if the user is authenticated or not. So let's start working on the particular part. So we have completed the JWT strategy logic, but see, this is not yet completed, and you're going to understand why. But the reason I have actually skipped one of the part that we need to do intentionally, and later when we'll be implementing the CRUD for the destination, then you are going to understand that what is the thing that is still left and we need to implement. Before that, what I'm going to do, right, so let's quickly create all the controller module and the services for the destination module. So what I'm going to do, right, so let's do nest. So let me just clear this, and I'll do nest generate. So let's start with module, and I'll do destinations. Okay, you can give any other name you want, so I'll keep this one. So now this will create one more folder, and also I think this will be imported here. Let's wait for some time. So this is done, it's created. I'll go to my app module, and you can see this is imported here. Awesome. Next we are going to let me just undo this, and then I'm just going to do this one as controller, and then we are going to do services. So three things we needed, and then we are going to start working on the logics and everything. This is done, so let's clear this, and then I'm going to do this one as services. Enter. Oh sorry, this will be service, not services, my bad. So now the first thing what I'm going to do, right, we are going to start with creating the DTO first. So I think this is done. Okay, so let me just minimize this. I'll do like this, and then we'll go to our destination. I'm going to create a DTO folder, and I'm going to create destination. Let's do .dto.ts. all right, so here what you're going to do first, so first I'm going to create a class. So I'll do export class, and I'll do create destination DTO. So here we are going to first, I'm going to take DTO. So let's go to our Prisma schema once, right? So we are going to have the name of the destination that you want to go, then we are going to have a travel date and the notes. So I'm going to do first is not empty. So this, the name field should not be empty. Then the name has to be also string, so I'm going to do this one as string, and then I'm going to pass the property name as name, and the type will be string. This we have already discussed, right, that how we are going to create the DTO. Then we are going to have the travel date, right? So this also has to be not empty. Then this has to be, let's make this one as is date string, and then this will be, the name will be travel date. So I'm going to make this one as travel date, and this will be a string. Next we are going to have a notes, which will be optional. So here notes is optional, right? This also travel is also as optional, but it's okay. So let's make this one as is optional, and then I'm going to make this one as is string, and then I'll do notes and this will be string. So this is done. What else? I think this will be more than enough, right? And this is all the things that we needed. Now next, what we'll do, we'll go to our main file, which the file that we need to work on, and that is the services file. Now here the main problem will come. So I'll give you the problem statement, right? And then we are going to see that what is the thing that we actually skip in the JWT verification, right? So we need to add some more logic. Now you notice that these service, so here actually what we are doing, so we'll be writing all the services, right? So creating, so we're going to do creating new destination, then we're going to do fetching all destination, right? Then we're going to do delete, update, these kind of things. But the problem will come, so there is a problem, right? So the problem is that until unless user is a auth user, then only they'll be able to do this one. So that means somehow, as I mentioned, right, so we need to implement some kind of guard here. So I need to guard all this not service. So this thing, let me just, I'm doing in the wrong file, so I need to do it in the controller file, because this is where we'll be having all the routes. So here actually we need to guard all the routes that we are going to have. Very, very important. So how we are going to route means guard all of this, right? And if you go there, so this is actually implementing the logic that okay, this is verifying our token, and if the user is authenticated, then only it's going to return this user ID. So the thing that is actually missing here, so we need to create another very, very interesting thing, and that is called the auth guard, right? So what I'm going to do inside our auth, I'm going to create one more file here, and I'm going to give this one as jwt auth, okay, and let's give this one as .guard.ts. so this will be our guard that we need to create here. And if you go to the official doc, let's search for, I'll show you here only, let me just, so protected routes, see. So here if you see, right, we are doing this, that we are defining JWT auth guard by extending the built-in auth guard here. So this we need to implement. So what I'm going to do simply, so I'll create a class here, so I'll do export class, and let's give the same name, so I'll do JWT auth guard. This will extend the auth guard from passport package. And here what I'm going to pass, so here you need to pass the type. So here we'll be getting, so we'll do JWT, and we no need to do anything here, just we need to pass this one as, we need to make this one as injectable, right? So we'll do injectable, that's it, and then just call it, save this, and if you see, this is what we are doing. So you just extend this one and then pass the type. So we are doing a JWT passport verification, right? So this is done. Now what will happen, right? So this auth guard I'm going to use in my controller. So this is the place. So let's see how this will work. But before that, let's quickly create our business logic. So what I mean by business logics, but before that, let's do step by step, or else I think this part will be a little tricky to understand. So first what I'm going to do, right, here I'll already have a controller, okay, makes sense. I'm going to use a use guards. So here I'm going to use a use guards, and here we're going to pass that okay, pass me the guard that you want to verify. So just now we have created a JWT auth guard, right? So I'm going to pass a JWT auth guard. So it will, what will happen, this will automatically verify that okay, it will go here and it'll check that okay, I'm doing a JWT verification, and based on that it will automatically check and verify the token based on the secret that we have passed, and it will able to understand that okay, if the user is authenticated or not, and based on that it is going to return some object, a user object, and I'm going to discuss that one later, that how it will work actually internally. So now I actually, by using this, I actually guarded this whole controller. The okay, this destination controller is now actually a protected controller. If I try to explain you very simply, now here what I'm going to do, simply first I'm going to take a constructor and I'll take a private read only. Let's make this one as destination service, and this will be my, so I have this destination service, right? So let's use this destinations service, and here I'm going to create my first post method, and here I'm going to do this on as create. So now here the trick will come. So first thing, this JWT, what will happen, right? If I just show you that how this will work. So let's search for user here. I think there will be a lot of users, so I'm going to find that place. See, this is the thing that I need. What happened, right? So I'll show you when I think this part, if for some people it will be a little tricky. If you notice that in the JWT strategy we are returning the user ID, but what will happen, right? So somehow, see, first, okay, let's go back. Let's see how the Express middleware concept usually works, right? So see, in Express you usually create a middleware, right? And that middleware will return a, let's say, a user object, and that user object consists your user ID and the user name probably. And then whenever you're going to protect a route, what you usually do, will do request dot user ID, something like that, right? But here you don't have any user object only in between. So what will happen, right? If you go here, just notice what is telling. We are applying auth guard that is from this module. Now what will happen, this guard is referred by its default name JWT. When our get profile, for example this profile is using this get use guards, right? If you notice, it's using use guard, and then we are applying a JWT auth guard. So that means what will happen, whenever you go to this profile route, the guard will automatically invoke our password JWT custom configuration strategy. It will validate the JWT, which it is doing here, right? And then it is going to assign a user property to the request object, right? It will do manually, you don't have to do it. This is the place I want to explain properly now, because before doing that, if you notice that it's returning a request.user, but in our code there is no user object, and then you will think that, okay, from where this user object is coming. So this JWT, this password JWT package is only creating a request object, and it is actually adding to your request. It's creating a user object, not request object. It's creating a user property, and then it's adding to the request object. And now to get your user ID, so how you will be getting? So you will be getting from request dot user ID. I hope you're getting. So this user is this user that is appended in the request object, and this user ID is actually you are returning here. So this is the whole flow. So now let's save this, and now I'll go to my which place, man? Okay, here. So now what I'll do in this create, I'm going to use a request. Okay, and in this request, let's take this one as a request. Then I'm going to do, I think I imported request, right? Okay, and then I'm going to take a body here. So I'm going to do body, and then here in this body I'm going to do create destination DTO, which will be create destination DTO. Now here, so here I'm going to return what we are doing. Okay, we need to invoke this. So here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to return this dot destination service dot. So we don't have anything, so we need to create this method here. So let's go to our destination service now, and here what I'm going to do simply, so first we need to take a constructor. So I'll take a private, I'll do Prisma. So we'll take our Prisma service. I'm going to do Prisma service, and here I'm going to create my first, which will be my create method, right? So I'll do create, and here this will take a user ID, which will be number. Then it is going to take a create destination DTO, and the type will be create destination DTO. Okay, now if you go here, so this will be dot create method. Now in this create method, what we are going to pass, so we need to pass the request ID, sorry, user ID. So how will we getting? So we'll be getting from this request dot, this will give you user, and here you are going to pass the user ID, right? And this user ID, again I already mentioned, right, that you are returning here, and this user object this user object. This is actually appended by this package here automatically, and then after this we are going to pass the create destination DTO. So this is done. So now let's save this. So we created our first route and also we've guarded here, and now here what we can do simply, so just create this. So I'm just going to do return. So I'll do this dot prisma dot destination dot create, and here I'm just going to do a data, and here I'm just going to get this create destination DTO, and then I'm going to pass the, sorry, we have a travel date, and this travel date will be new date. So I'll take a new date and I'm going to pass the create destination DTO dot travel date, and I'll convert this one to 2 ISO string, nothing difficult here, that's it. And then we are going to also pass the user ID. Now this user ID is this user ID that we are going to get, that's it, and this is done. So now let's save this. So now I hope that you are getting the flow, right, that how all the flow and everything is working and how we are guarding this here. So now everything is working. Let's see if we are getting any error or not. I'm not sure. I don't think any error, but let's see if this is working or not, right? So we'll go here and then I'll do register new user login. So let's try to send the request once again. So get a new, so I'm going to create a new request. So this will be create new travel. I'm going to do this one as post, and then let's copy this from here. So this will be what is the name, so I'll go to destinations, right? So let's copy this and then I'm going to paste it here, and then I'm just going to do body raw, and then what are the things that we need to pass here, right? So let's see in our schema, so we need to pass the name. So let's pass a name here. So I'll do travel. Let's do a, so we are having a travel date, so travel date. So I'll do 2025. I'll do 12/20. Then we are going to pass a notes, which will be notes, and I'm also going to pass a user ID. So let's pass this one as 1. I think this will be number, right? That's it. Now let's try to send this. See what you're getting, unauthorized. Makes sense, right? So that means this user is now unauthorized. Why? Because you are not passed the authorization here. Header you need to pass, right? So let me just quickly add a content type here first. So content type, and this will be application JSON, and now we need to pass a authorization here. So this will be, so I'm going to do a bearer, and then you need to pass the token. Why? Because if you go to the, let's go here, and if you notice what actually it's doing, it extracting this one from your bearer as a bearer token, right? Now you can go to login, and let's say this is the place. I'll copy this and let's go to body and make this one as 4. I'll go here and pass this here, and let's try to send it. See what happened? Done, right? So now you created ID, you got the name, you got the travel date, notes created at user ID, and this is the user ID. Awesome. Now normally all the things you're going to pass from a front end, right? So you'll be having a form and then user will create, and this user ID, what will happen? You're going to fetch from the front end and then you'll pass it here. Also you can manage this one from back end also. It's up to you how you're going to manage, but because this is a backend code, so we are going to just for now manually pass it like this. But this is working. What will happen if I try to go here and then let's say I'll just remove one of the token. Let's try to send this unauthorized. So this is working perfectly fine, right? So this is the how you are going to protect a route here, and based on that you're going to see if the user is authenticated or not, right? So with this, the first one is completed, which is to create a new destination. Now let's do one thing, let's create the rest of the things, right? So I'm going to create some new method here. So let's do this one as so I'll do async. So I'll do a find all, and I'm going to take my user ID, which will be number, and I'm going to do return these dot prisma dot destination dot find many, and here I'll take based on the, so let's say pass where, and I'll pass the user ID. So this will be to get all the list. Then we can also create one more, which will be, so I'll do async find one, and here I'm going to pass the user ID, which will be number. Then I'm going to do pass a ID, which will be number. Now this is the which ID, this is the ID for the destination, this is the user ID. And then I'm just going to do const, and I'll do destination, and I'll do await this dot prisma dot destination dot find first, correct? Because to get the first one we need to check the find first method, and then what we'll do, we'll pass simply where the ID of the destination is this ID, and where the user ID is this user ID. And then what will happen, you can also let's do a check here. So if the destination is not present, so I'm just going to throw a new error, and not error, I need to pass a not found exception, and then I'll do destination not found with this ID, and I'm going to pass this ID. We need to take template literals here, or else we are just going to return the destination, right? So we'll do return destination. So this is done. And then I think first let's check these two, right? So I'll go to our controller. So let's go to controller and let's create one more. So I'm going to make this one as get, and then here I'm just going to do find all. So here we'll be getting the request, and here I'm just going to do pass the request object, and simply I'll do return. So I'll do these dot destination service dot find all, and then you have to pass the user ID, which is your request dot user ID. That's it. And then you'll do one more, which will be by ID. So by ID, how we are going to do it? So here this will be also a get method, right? So to fetch a single destination, so do get, and here you're going to pass what? So we'll be passing this, right? This we have already discussed that this will be a single, this is a dynamic value. And then I'm just going to do find one. So here also I'm going to do request, which will be request, and here I need to also, sorry, this will be, I'll take this one as request, and this I'll also take a param, and in this I'm going to pass this ID, and here I'll take ID, which will be a string. And then what I'm going to do, I'll always forget this, and then I'm just going to do return these dot destination service dot find one, and here we need to pass two things, one is the user ID, one is the ID. So user ID will be request dot user ID, and then this ID will be plus ID, so we'll convert this one to number, and I think this is done. So now if you go here, right, so let's copy this. I'll do fetch all travels, and let's go here, send this. I think we don't have, let me just send this one first. Let's see what is happening. We are getting unauthorized, makes sense. And I'm going to just copy this, and then I'll do here, first I'll do authorization, and I'll do bearer, paste it, send this. Okay, we got some timeout error. Pull, okay, find many. Why is that? Okay, let's send one more time. Let's see. Okay, I think there is some problem then with this one. Okay, we are going to check this, but let's see if this is working or not. So here, okay, now we got it. Okay, that's why I'm thinking why this is not working. Okay, now we are getting this. So let me go to create new travel, and I'm going to just change this one. Just replace this, right? And then try to send. Created. Now let's go to fetch all travels. Send this, will be getting 2 result. Now you're getting 2 result. Awesome. So now this is working fine. So now what we can do, so let's do one thing. Let's go to register new user. I'll do test 2, send this, created. I'll go here, login. I'll do test 2, send this, copy this token, go to create new travel and replace the token here, send this. We got this one. Now you go to fetch all travels and replace the token and see how many we are getting. So I'll send this, send now. See, only 1, right? So that means this is automatically fetching based on the user ID. So that validation we've given, that only the user that have created the post, they can only see those posts, okay, or else other people not. So this is working. So now I'll do let's do okay, what I'll be blank sometimes. Okay, oh, we need to check one more. Let's do a duplicate. So I need to do fetch by ID. So I'll do fetch travel details by ID. So here first I'll go here and add this authorization, and I'm going to do bearer, paste it, and let's copy this. Let's send this here, and I'm going to make this one. Let's see what is the last we have created, 3, right? So I'm going to do /3, send this. So you're getting this one, right? So this is working fine. Okay, so now this is done. So what else is left? So next is left is update and also delete. So let's go here and let's create. First I'll create delete. So I'm going to do delete. Let's do remove. Let's do remove destination, and here for this we need again user ID. I'm pretty sure now if you do all of this multiple times, right, you see after some time it will be very easy for you to understand. And ID will be number. So this ID is the destination ID. And here first thing we need to check that if this destination is present or not, and to check this we can use this find one method, right? Because if this is not present, it is going to return this error, or else it is going to return the destination. See, if you go here, give 30 and send this, see we are getting destination is not found, right? So these we can actually call to reuse, or else we need to write the same thing again. So I'm going to do this dot find one, and then I'm going to pass the user ID, and I'm going to pass the ID, and then I'm going to do return. So I'll do this dot prisma dot destination dot delete, and I'll delete those where the ID of the destination is this. So this will remove. And next at the end we are having update. So I'll do async update destination. Let's go only update. So I'm going to take the user ID I need, which will be number. I also need an ID, which will be number, and now I need a DTO for this update. Why? Because when I'm going to do update, it's possible that I don't want to update all the fields, right? For example, I only want to update name, but I don't want to update notes, or I don't want to update the travel date. So for that we need to create one more DTO here, and that will actually make the process simpler, right? So what I'm going to do, I'll do update, I'll do destination, and I'll do .dto.ts. And now what I'll do, right, so to use, because it will be almost similar like this, but the only thing is that for create we need all of this, but for update we don't need all of this. So we need some of the partial fields. For example, let's say user can only update this, or some user can only update that. So what we can do, right, we need to install another package that is called the mapped types. So if you go here, right, and search for mapped types, so here actually this will help you to partially check why this is not coming. Okay, very slow. So map types, right, if you go here, where did I get this man? Let me just see if we are getting partial type or not. Partial type, see here, okay, it's there. This partial type, make it easier and minimize boilerplate, right? So that means here we are doing that it will return a type with all the properties of the input type set to optional, right? So don't see this, I'll explain that what we are doing. So for that I think we need to install this that is a package called this one, next.js/mapped types. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to just clear, paste it. Awesome. So now let's do this one. So I'm just going to do export class and then do update destination DTO. This will extends, and I want to extend a partial type from map types, and then I'll use the create destination DTO only. So that means I'm telling that okay, for this update I want to partially update some of the fields but not all the fields. So that means this will reduce the boilerplate, right, or else you need to again write the same thing. That's it. So now what you can do in the services, you just have to use that, right? So let's go to our here, and then I'm just going to do update destination DTO, and this will be update destination DTO. And then what you're going to do, simply I just want to do, again we need to find, so I'll do await this dot find one. I'm going to pass the user ID and the ID, and then I'll simply do return this dot prisma dot destination dot update, and I just want to do where this is the ID, and then in the data I want to pass the update destination DTO, and this is done. So now we have created all the things. So we need to go to our controllers and we need to add these two also. So let's start with this. So let's do the update one first. So I'm going to take a patch, so I'll do a patch, and here this will be ID, so this will take a dynamic ID. And here what I need to do, so I'll take an update method, and in this first I'll take the request, and I'll take a request for this comma, so I'll take also a param. So for param, again the same thing, all the things will be repetitive after some time. This will be ID, which will be a string, and in the body, so I'm going to take a body, so in the body I want to take the update destination DTO, which will be update destination DTO. And then here what we are going to do, simply pass return this, again I forgot, see, return this dot destination service dot update. So pass the request dot user ID, and then I'll do plus ID, which is the destination ID, and then pass the update destination DTO. So this will be your patch, and then you're going to have the delete. So I'm going to take a delete request. Here also you need to pass the dynamic ID, and I'll do remove, so I'll take the request. Finally I have taken correct, and then I'm going to take the param, which also will be again ID of the destination that you want to delete, and then this will be the string, and here you just want to return this dot destination service dot remove destination, and pass request dot user ID comma ID of the post, and also need to make this one to number. So with this we have actually completed all the CRUD. Now based on like authentication, right? So now let's go here, let's create one more request, and I'm going to do update. This will be a patch. Now let's say I want to update this request only, which is this one, this 3.1, right? Send this. So I'll copy this, and you notice the name is travel. So I'll go to update, and then first I'm going to body, I'll go to raw, and then I just want to update the name from travel to Sangam. Let's send this. See, authorization required. Now go to login, and then I'm going to copy this, go here, go to headers and add authorization, and here I'm going to add bearer, paste it, and now let's try to send this. So you're getting Sangam. Now if you go here by ID, so instead of travel you should be getting Sangam. See, and if you go here and let's say I'll try to do Sangam is edited to travel now. Send. So it's updated, and now go to by ID, send this, it's updated. Awesome. And now I'll create one more, so I'll do add request. So this will be a delete, and first I'll go here, let's say I want to delete this only, so I'll do delete travel. So I'll delete this, send this. So we're getting this error. Now I'll go here, copy this, and then add the token, and then try to send. So it's deleted now. Now let's go here and let's try to send. It's not present. Awesome. Even if you try to update, right, see, it will be getting you it's not present. It's not present because you're already deleted. Awesome. So with this, now we have completed the, see, this is not a simple one, right? If you're a beginner, I think still this will be more than enough for you, because you need some time to practice all of these, how things are related. It's not that much simple. I know if you're watching and then you already know some of the basic of Nest.js and you want to practice once again, it might be easy for you, that because that Sangam has created very simple project. But this is not the thing, right? I told, right, in the part 4 it will be from part 4-5, both the parts will be very from I'll not say very advanced, but intermediate to advanced level. To complete all of this, you should know all the things that you have covered in this one, right? And I'll say I pretty much cover most of the important things to get started with Nest.js, right? So how module services, controllers, these things works, how you can do authentication, how to guard or implement JWT guard, all the things. So with this is all about the section for our Nest.js. Now remember, again I repeat that in the next part I'm going to cover we are going to implement a complete project on Nest.js, right? So whatever concepts you learned so far, and also I'm going to implement a lot of advanced level of features also. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so welcome to this module. So in the previous module, we have actually learned all the basics of Nest.js, and also we have created a project. We have understand that how the authentication work, and also how you can protect routes using JWT guard. Now in this section, what you're going to learn, right? So I'll be explaining each and everything that you need to know to implement a file upload functionality in Nest.js. So for example, for this one we are going to use multer and cloudinary. So normally what will happen, right? So if you see in a real world project, so you're not going to store your images in a local device, right? So for this one you need some kind of cloud service. So that is the reason for middleware we are going to use multer, and then we are going to store the image in our cloudinary storage, and then once we'll get the URL back, that URL I'm going to store in the Neon database. Okay, now if you already watched the part 1 of this Node.js series, I have already discussed each and everything, how we are going to implement file upload using multer and cloudinary in Express, with Express, and also in the second part, while implementing the microservice, there also I've used the same functionality. So in this part, let's also learn that how you are going to do a file upload in Nest.js, because it's very important, right? Because whenever you're going to create any kind of backend, there will be a file upload functionality. So let's create a new project. So let's click here, and I'm going to give this one as Nest.js file upload, and I'm going to create this project. So once we'll get this, we're going to copy the URL, and let's go here. I already created a project, and let's create a env file and then paste this one as database. So this will be my database URL, and I'm going to paste it inside this. Awesome. Now next, what we're going to do, so we need to install Prisma. So okay, let me first clear this. I'm going to install Prisma, and also I'm going to install Prisma/client. Let's install this. So first we are going to complete our Prisma structure, right? And then we are going to moving forward for the file upload functionality. So here, okay, let's wait for some time. So I think it's taking some time. Let's see. Okay, this is done. So now let's clear this and let's do npx prisma init. Okay, so this will create a folder, and then we are going to create our schema. I always give this spelling wrong, nah? This will be npm prisma init. So let's go here, and then so I think this is done. So I'll go here and let's go to our schema, and this part we have done multiple times. So what we're going to do, simply first I'll take a model, and I'm going to give this one model name as file. You can give whatever name you want. So I'm going to take a id, which will be a string. This will be id, and here I'm going to take a default, which will be uid. Then I'm going to take a file name. So file name, I'm going to keep this one as string. I also need a public ID, right? So what will happen whenever we are going to upload the image to cloudinary, cloudinary will return a public ID back, and also as well as a image URL, and that public ID and URL I'm going to store in my Postgres. So what will happen whenever I need to display that image in my front end, so I'm going to fetch that, and then if I need to delete that image, I not only have to delete from database, but also I need to delete from cloudinary. And now to delete from cloudinary, we need this public ID. So that is the reason we are storing this public ID also. So here this would be a string, and this has to be unique. And then I'm going to take a URL, which will be a string. Then I'll be having a created at, so this will be date time, and I'm going to take a default, and this will be now. And then I'm going to take a updated at, and this also will be date time, and for this one I'm going to use a updated at. And this will be a very simple kind of structure that we needed. And now let's go here, and first thing what I'm going to do, let's clear this, and let's do npx prisma prisma, and this will be generate. So this will generate our Prisma client. And then I'll always forget this command. No, I'll just do npx prisma migrate dev. So let's go here and copy this. Let's copy this, and I'm going to just clear this and then paste it, and let's see. So this will sync with our database. This will take some time. So in the meantime, what we can do, right, we also need to have our cloudinary credentials. Now if you don't have any credentials for the cloudinary, what you need to do, just create a simple account, and then you'll be they will actually provide you a console, and in the console you'll be able to get the cloudinary credentials that you need, right? For example, you need the cloud name, API key, and API secret. Now again, I'm repeating, don't use my credentials, please, because I'm seeing that some people are actually using, maybe they're taking screenshot from the video and then they're uploading. And if I just quickly show you, right, if I go to media library, I'll see some random images that is popping up here, right? And that is not really good, because you just create a simple like account and you'll be getting by yourself. I see there are so many others which I haven't uploaded. Okay, so please don't use it. So just someone people is also like uploading their certificate also. This is not good, right? So don't use your own. And then once you'll do this, you'll be able to get the API keys from here. So for example, I'll go here, and then let's copy this. I'll be having the cloud name. So I'll go to a env file already there. So I'll do cloudinary, a cloud name. Then I'll be having the API key. So I'll copy this, and this will be cloudinary. Let's do this one as API underscore key, and then I'll be having the API secret. So I'm going to do cloudinary API secret. Okay, so this is done. So now after this, what we're going to do, I think this will be now synced. I think it's already done. So if I go to the console, close this, go to tables, and let's see if this is reflecting or not. I'm pretty sure this will be reflected. So once this is done, then we are getting the ID, file name, public ID, URL, and the created at. So now what we're going to do, right, we need to install a couple of more packages that we need. So the first, let's start with, so we are going to use the config package from Node.js. Now remember, we have discussed in the previous part, the config package will be helping to manage our env, or to load our env variables, right? So I'm going to do npm install. First, let's install cloudinary. So we need cloudinary, then we need multer, then we are going to also install, we'll do nest.js/config. So let's install these three first. Also, you're going to install the types for multer, that is also needed. So let's clear this, and I'm going to do npm install. So here we also need to install, for now I think let's keep it like this. Let's first implement the basic structure, then we are going to do. So first what I'll do, right, I'm going to go inside my source here, and then I'm going to create a folder, and I'll give this a name as Prisma. Let's write everything from scratch so that it will be easy to understand, right? And inside this I'm going to create a prisma.service.ts file. Now what I'm going to do here, first we need to initialize or create our database connection, and that's what we have already discussed in the previous part. So what I'm going to do, I'll simply just take a class, and this will be Prisma service, and here I'm going to use injectable. Okay, see, this IntelliSense is not working, so let's take, and also we are going to import this, and then here what I'm going to do, so this Prisma service, so this will extends Prisma client that I'm going to import, and then what this will implement, remember I already discussed on module init and comma on module destroy, right? So these two things, these we have already discussed. And here what I'm going to do, so just take a async method, and here I'm going to do on module init, and what we need to do, simply to await these dot, and I'm going to just do connect. So this will connect to our database, and then I'm going to create one more, which will be async on module destroy, and this will be await these dot disconnect, and this is done. So this is the service file we needed, and this we have already discussed in the previous section, and each and every line I have already discussed, right? So now what I need to do, right, here one thing I need to do, so this Prisma service I need to use in another module, right? So how we are going to do that? And before that, I'm also going to do another very important thing, and that is, if I go to my app.module.ts, remember we need to also load our env files, and for that we have also discussed that we can use the config module from our Nest.js config package, and we're going to make is global is true, so that it will be globally available. So I'm going to just import config module, and then remember we'll do for root, and then I'm just going to pass is global as true. So this is another thing we needed. So now before doing this, what we need to do here, we are going to do another thing, that is, we are going to create three things. The first will be our main file upload module, file upload service, and file upload controller. And let's quickly create all of this. So I'm going to clear one more time, and here now I'm going to do nest generate, and I'm going to do module, and let's do file upload, right? So let's start with creating the module first. So this will create our file upload module. Now once this is done, then we're going to create controller and the service, and then we'll be now see another thing. If you notice that why I'm creating this one as a standalone project, there is a reason for that, because what you need to do, right, because file upload will be a standalone functionality, right? So now what you can do, create a simple project like CRUD API or anything, and then try to include this functionality along with that project, right? Because then only we'll be able to understand, okay, this is whether you are able to do it or not. Now I'm going to just do this one, and let's make this one as controller, and then we're going to create the service. So these three things we needed, and then I'm just going to do service. So I'll do service here. So once this is done, we need to do another thing. Now we'll go to my file upload folder. Let's wait. I think it's creating. I think it's created now. Now I'm going to minimize this one, and let's go to file upload module. And also, if you notice, you go to the app module, right? You see the file upload module is already imported here. Now I'll go to file upload module. I'll close this schema, close this. Here we are using file upload controller, makes sense, and file upload service. But here we need to provide one more service. Can you guess? So we need to provide the Prisma service also. So what I can do, simply I'll just import here. So I'll do Prisma service, save this. Alright, so now let's start working on the main file upload service, where we are going to have all the business logic, right? So I'm going to close this. So we already have injectable, so here we are using file upload service, makes sense. And now inside we are going to take a constructor, and I'll take a private, and this will be my Prisma, and this will denote to what? Prisma service, correct? So I'll do Prisma service, makes sense. Now inside this, the first thing what I'm going to do, so see, we need to get our credentials, right? So how we are going to get it? So first I'm going to import something from cloudinary, and this will give us a version 2, and this version 2 I'm going to rename as, let's make this one as cloudinary. Okay, so I'm just going to do here, okay, get the config with credentials from your environment variables. I'm going to do cloudinary dot config. And here, now see, if you have already covered my part 1 and part 2, this will be like very easy for you, because these all the things I have already covered. Now here the only difference is, there we have done with Express, here we are doing with Node.js. So the way of doing is different, but the concept is same, right? Here we need to give a cloud name, so which will be my process.env dot, and let me just check, I am not able to recollect, so I'll just go here and I'll do cloudinary cloud name, then we'll do API key. So do API key and API secret, right? So do API key, and I'll do API secret, so we'll do process.env dot API secret. That's it. So let's save this. So this is the first step we needed. So now what we are going to do, right? We need to upload a file, and then we are going to save that to our database. So how we are going to do that? So for this one, the first step will be, we will go to our main.ts file, which is our entry point, and we are going to add a simple logic here. So because what will happen, right, normally what usually do, so using multer, we are going to create a local folder, and we are going to save all the images locally. Now what we can do, once the image is already uploaded to our cloudinary, we are going to unsync that image. That means we are going to delete that image from our local database, because let's say if we're doing a production level application, and then thousands of users are using, and then you can't save all of those images in your local machine, right? Doesn't make sense. But for now, I'm going to create upload directory here. So let's do a const, and then let's do upload, let's make this one as directory, maybe directory, and I'll do here, so let's import path from path, and I'll do join. So I'll take the directory name, and let's give this one as uploads maybe. So I'll do uploads is fine, right? And then I'll do if, I'll do fs, so I'm going to import fs, let's import it from fs. So I'll do import star as fs from fs, and this one also let's do star as path from path. So I'm going to do if fs dot exist sync, and I'm going to pass this upload directory. So in that case, what I'll do fs dot mkdir sync, and I'm going to pass the upload directory. So this is the only change. So this will create upload directory if the directory doesn't exist. That's it. So this is the only change. Now let's do one thing, or let's give this space. Let's go to our file upload service. Now we are going to upload that to our cloudinary. So to do that, so we are going to create a method. Remember, this service is hold our business logics, right? So let's create a file. So I'll do async function, not function here. I'll do async upload file, and here I'm going to do file. So for this one we need the type. So let's do one thing, let's install this multer types dependency. So I'll go here and let's quickly install this. Oh sorry, I think we need to install as a dev dependency here. So let's install this one. So this is done. So now what we are going to do, right here I'm going to use express dot multer, and this will be dot file. Okay, so this will be the type that we needed. Now I'm going to take a try, and here we need to take a catch. So in the catch what I'll do, so let's take error, and in the catch, the first thing again, if there is any error, so these all the edge cases I'm explaining, right? So for example, let's say some error happened. So what you should do, right, you need to remove the temporary file from your local, and to do that what you're going to do, you'll simply check if this file dot path and an fs. So I'm going to import, let's import the fs. So let's quickly do, so I'll do import star as fs from fs, and now I'm just going to do if fs dot, so this will be fs dot exist, that's exist sync, and here I'm going to do file dot path, and here just simply just do unsync. So I'll do fs dot unsync, unlink sync, sorry, unlink sync, and then you're going to do file dot path. So this is means we're removing if there is any error. So I'll do removing in case of any error. So that means this file from local folder, and then what I'm going to do, I'll just throw a new, so internal server error exception. So this will be getting from your Node.js common, and here I'm just going to do file upload failed, please try again after some time. Okay, and inside try, now what we'll do simply, so I'll do const upload result. So this will be await these dot, so I'm going to create a method here. So let's give this a name as upload to cloudinary, and we're going to pass the file dot path. So let's quickly create this. So what I'll do simply, so after this, outside of this, I'm going to create a private, and let's make this one as upload to cloudinary. So let's copy this from here and let's paste it, and here I will get a file path which will be a string, and this will return a promise, and let's give any, and here what I'm going to do, so here let's return new promise. So it will return a promise, right? So promise will give you result, nothing to explain here, right? So these are the normal JavaScript concepts. Reject, and here I'll just simply use, so we have a private where we are using not private, this cloudinary. So this cloudinary will give me, so this cloudinary will give me a uploader method, and this will give you upload. So we'll do upload, and here just simply we need to pass the file path, and this will give you a callback. So I'm going to check here if there is any error or if there is the result, both the things. So here I'll simply, these all the things I have discussed in my previous parts. So I'll do if there is any error, just reject it. So I'll do reject error, or else I'm going to do resolve, and then you're going to pass the result. That's it. So this will be our method. So now this method we are calling here, so this will be our upload result, and now once we'll get the result back, which will consist in this result variable. So here what I'll do, simply I'll do const newly, let's do newly saved file, and this will be await this dot prisma dot file, and here I'm going to do create, and then we're going to pass the data, file name, which will be file dot original name, then I'll do public ID. So this will be your upload result dot, there will be a public underscore ID, so this will be the public ID, right? So I'll do search, let's search, I'll show you public ID cloudinary. So if you go to there, so let's go here and search for public ID. So this will be I think we'll be getting this from the Node.js API also. If you go to their official documentation, right? I'm not sure where to go, man. There should be some docs or something. Let me quickly show you that. I think that will be better. But let me just copy this. Cloudinary documentation, search here. So we'll do upload API. Let's see. So we'll be getting a public ID here. Public ID. This will be I want to get that here. Let's go to why I'm not getting JavaScript SDK reference. I think this is the old one. This is not needed. How to get, man? Okay, let me just quickly check this. There will be some proper documentation. Will upload API is there. If I go to reference, CLI SDK JavaScript, this is old one. Let's go to this upload API only. I want to get the result, sample response. What the hell, man? See, okay, I spent, okay, this will happen. Okay, so see, you are getting the public ID, right? So this I needed, so the public ID same I'm using here, and then I'm using the URL which will be upload result, and then this will give you a let me pause, and you can see that we'll be getting this secure URL, right? So this we need. So this is where we are going to store the URL, and once this is done, and now I'm just going to do fs.unlinked sync. So I'm going to remove it from my local, so I'll do file.path. So this is the thing, and that's it. And then what I'm going to do, simply let's return the newly saved file back. So I'm going to return this back. So this will be the upload logic, right? So let's go through one by one. First I actually get all my configs, then I'll just created a method here, the private method here, upload to cloudinary, which is returning a promise. This is actually using the upload method, right, for passing the file path, and it's checking if there is any error, reject it, or else return the result back. And once we'll get the result back, I'll just saving this one in my database. So I'm saving the public ID, which will be unique, and then URL, which is my secured URL of that particular asset that I have uploaded. So once this is done, so what will be our next step? So next step, now we need to create our routes, right? So we need to do quite a few things in this controller file. So first, we already have a controller, and now here what I'm going to do, simply first I will take a constructor, and then I'm just going to do private, and I'm going to do read only, and let's give this one as file uploader service, and file upload service. Sorry, I need to pause multiple times or else you guys will get so many noise, and I need to pass file upload service here. Now what I'll do, right, simply, so we need to create a post method, right? So I'm going to get a post method, but here we need to use something, and the thing that we need to use, right, because we are handling with a file upload, so we are going to use a file interceptor. So what this file interceptor does, right, so this will actually intercept the incoming request, that is the first thing, and then it will look for a specific field name in the request body. It will process the file, and for this one, for processing the file, we are using multer, right, with all the options that we have actually provided, and based on that, actually it will add the processed file to the request object for further handling for that particular route handler. And to get a more overview, if you go to the official doc and search for file interceptor, right, so the file interceptor, let's go here, and you can see this will take, so this is interceptor to the route handler, extract the file from the request, right, as I already mentioned. And if you see, for this one, actually we need to install this Next.js/platform express package, right? So now let's go here and let's first install this. So we'll install this one, and then I'll just quickly show you that how it will do. let's go to basic example, and you can see it is using the use interceptor. So again, what is actually use interceptor? So let me first explain you this one. So this use interceptor is actually a decorator. Okay, so this is actually a decorator that will allow you to bind your interceptor. For example, let's say here we are binding the file interceptor, right? And this will help you to bind a particular or specific interceptor to a specific route handler, right, or the entire controller. So for example, you can use this in your entire controller, or for example for a particular route handler. For example, for the upload one we are using this, right? So this is very important, that this either you can use in the whole controller file or you can use in a specific route handler, right? So it will help you quite a few things. First, it will help you to bind extra logic, right, before and after the method execution. It will also help you to transform the result that is actually returned from the method. For example, here we are using file interceptor. So what file interceptor does, it will intercept the incoming request. It will look for the specific field name which we are going to pass, and then it is going to process that file using multer with the additional options that we're just going to provide, and then it adds the processed file. So once the processing is completed, it will add that processed file to the request object for your further handling, that whatever you want to do. So let's see with the example, right? So first I'm going to just do here, so I'm going to take a post and I'm going to do a use interceptor. Okay, and inside this I'm going to pass my interceptor. So here you need to pass it, so I'm going to pass this one as file interceptor. So this we have already installed. Now this file interceptor will take a field name, so here I'm going to pass this one as file, and now I'm going to add my options, right? So here I'm going to take a storage option, and this storage option will be disk storage from multer. Now if you don't know about this disk storage, this also I have actually discussed in my previous part, that I'm not going to explain once again, right? You can go back and check that. So here you're going to pass a destination. So I'm going to pass a destination, and this destination will be what? This will be my uploads folder, right, that I have created. So it will automatically create that. So for now I'm going to pass this one as uploads, and then I'm going to pass a file name. So in this file name I will be having my request, I'm going to have the file, and this will also give me a callback. And now what I'm going to simply do, so I'm going to create a unique suffix. So I'll do unique ID or whatever you want to give. So I'll do unique suffix, and this will be, let's give date dot now, and here I'm just going to append let's append this, not here, man. And then what I'm going to do, let's take a math dot round, and let's do math dot random into some number, right? So I'll do 1e9. And now what I'll do, simply I'll take my extension, so I'll do const ext, and this will be my ext name from path, and also yeah, I think this will be fine, and this will be ext name, and then I'm going to get the file dot original name, and then after this I'll just do const, now my file name will be, so this will take a template details. So we're going to pass the unique suffix, and then we're going to pass the ext. Once all of this is done, now we are going to call the callback, and we're going to pass null, and then pass the file name, and I think this is done, right? So you're getting some error here, 3 arguments. Okay, file we are passing, oh, we need to pass the method, man. Okay, so I'll do async. I'm going to create my upload file, and here we are going to use see now, so this will, we need to pass that, right? So for this one, what we are going to pass, we need to pass a uploaded file. So there will be uploaded file or something, uploaded file. Let's search for upload, not uploaded file decorator. So to upload a single image, simply tie the file interceptor to the route handler. So just pass it here, and then extract the file from the request using the uploader uploaded file, and this one we are going to import from next express. Now notice that we are actually doing the same thing. So we've actually passed the post here. We are using the use interceptor to bind this file interceptor. We are passing the file. The only change that we are doing, because we are using multer, so we actually have some options, additional options that we are configuring here. Okay, so now this is done. So now what we can do, simply we'll create upload file, and here I'm going to use uploaded file, and here we are going to just pass the file. So this will be express.multer.file, and then we are going to simply return these dot file upload service dot upload file, remember, and this upload file will take a file, so we can just pass the file, and this file will be processed by whom? This file will be processed by that file interceptor, right? So this will process that, and then it is going to return the file from the request. I'm again repeating. So see, this is the reason we are using this use interceptor, which will bind this file interceptor, and this file interceptor is going to process the file, and once the processing is completed, it's going to return or forward that file to the next step. So what is the next step? So next step will be to handle that upload functionality. So I'm going to call the file upload service and going to pass the file which is processed by this file interceptor. Okay, so now let's save this, and I'm pretty sure this is actually now done. So now what will happen, this will go to this file upload method, and it's going to upload this one to cloudinary, as well as it's going to save in our database. So let's see if this is working or not, right? So I'm going to go here and let's create a blank collection, and I'm going to give this one name as nest.js file upload, and let's create a new request, and I'll do upload a file. So I'm going to make this one as post, and let's copy from someplace. Let's copy this, and also before that we also need to go here and run it. So I'll do npm run start dev. Let's see if there is any error. I think there should not be any error, but if there are any error, we are going to see what is happening. So okay, at least now no error. Awesome, no error. So now we are going to copy this and then go to file upload, and I'm going to paste it, and the route will be, if I go to controller, so it will be file upload. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to just paste it here. So and go to headers and add a content type. You need to add a content type as multi-part. So we'll do multi-part / form data, because we are handling with form data, right? And go to body, go to form data, add a key name as file, text will be file, and I'm going to select some file, go to, let's add this image. Okay, I'm going to add this one and see. Okay, let's see what is happening. Send this. If there is any error, we'll be getting any error, or else this should work. Awesome, see, this is working in first step. Now it give the public ID, it will give you the URL back, and if you go to the neon console, refresh this, you'll be getting one data coming here, as well as if you go to the cloudinary, let's go to the my console. I need to log in once again, is it? So continue. So it will go to the console, and after that we'll see what is happening. I just want to get the image that we have uploaded. Go to media library, and we have the image here. Awesome. So now if I go here and let's say I'll add a new image, I'm going to cross this, add a new image, some unique image, so that we'll be able to understand. Let's add this one, send this. So it's done, and now I'm going to just do, there will be refresh button, right, someplace, refresh, and you have that image. And if you go here, refresh this, you'll be having two data. Awesome. So now the upload is actually working fine, right? If I recap once again, the main important part that we are doing here, that how we are using multer here, right? So we're using this file interceptor, which is important, which is processing the file, and then we are forwarding that file for the further processing. So we are passing this on to our service. In the service, we are just uploading these to cloudinary. Once we'll get the result back, we are going to store this in our database. Now let's move on to the delete functionality, that how we are going to delete it, not only from database, because from database it's simple, right? But you also need to delete it from your cloudinary. So that we are going to do. Okay, so now let's do the delete one, right? So delete one will be pretty simple. So I'm just going to do a async delete file, and I'm just going to take the file ID, and here we'll just do a try catch, and let's throw the same error. So to file deletion failed, please try after some time. And in the try, I'm just going to do const file. So first we need to find the file, right? That which file I want to delete. So here I'm just going to do abit. So I'll do these.prisma.file, and I'll do find unique. And here I'm just going to pass. So I'll do where. So I'll do ID will be this file ID. So this file ID. So now if there is no file, so I'll just do if there is no file, so I'll do throw new error. So I'll do file not found. Please try with a different file ID. And then after this, I'm just going to do abit, and I'll do cloudinary dot uploader dot destroy. So how we are going to destroy it, can you guess? So once we'll get the file, right, so this will give me the public ID. Remember I told you that public ID I needed to delete it. So once we'll get the public ID, now this will be deleted from cloudinary. So this is the first step. Once I've deleted from the cloudinary, now I'm going to delete it from my database. I'm just going to abit these.prisma.file.delete, and then just delete it. And then I'm just going to do where ID will be file ID, and this is done. So this is what you need to do, and then just return message, and you can also do message file deleted successfully, and this is done. So once this is completed, so now I just need to create a simple controller here, and I'll just do a delete method. So I'll do delete. So this will give you ID, the file ID that we need, and I'm going to do async delete file, and here we need the param, and I'm going to pass the ID because we are dealing with ID, and I'm just going to do ID will be string, and I'm just going to do return these dot file uploader service dot delete file, and just pass the ID, and this is done. So now let's save this, and let's see if there is any error or not. I think there should not be any error. So now what I can do, I can go here. I have this ID, right? This ID I have created. So let's do, and then let's copy this, and I'll go here and let's add a new request. I'll do delete new old files, and I'm just going to paste it here. Go back, copy this, paste it. This will be delete. So we are passing the ID, and let's see what is happening. Let's send this. So file deleted successfully. Now the point is, if I go here and refresh this, right, there should be only one data deleted, but the point is here we should have deleted. So let's see this image is there or not. Refresh this image is not there. Awesome. So now you have deleted in both the places, right? Not only from there, but also you have deleted from the cloudinary. So let's see if upload is working or not. Let's try for one more. I'll go here and let's add my own image. Try to add this one, send this, Not sure what is the size of that image, but I just uploaded. Okay, this is updated now. Let's refresh this. It's done. And now if I go here and refresh this, and I have my image here. Okay, so now with this we have completed file upload functionality also. Now not only with multer like in local, but also we have used like cloudinary, and you see no images are there here. You have only the folder but no images, because what you are doing is simply doing unlink sync, right, once that upload is completed. So that is the reason it's automatically getting deleted here. So with this we have completed our Nest.js section. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so now welcome to a new section. So in the previous section we have discussed each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with Postgres, Prisma, and also we have covered all the basic things with Nest.js. We have created a project, and also in the previous section we have learned how also you can implement file upload functionality. So now in this section we are going to go into a little bit different road. So we are going to learn what is Bun.js, right, and also you're going to learn what is Hono.js, and these two things are going to complete all the basic things you're going to cover in this particular video. As I mentioned multiple times, that this part will give you all the basic ideas to get started in all these technologies, right? For example, let's say till now if you see in YouTube there is full of Node.js and Express. So if you want to learn something different from a beginner level, so you need to start at some place, right? So this video is going to give you that idea, that first you need to start learning that what is Bun.js, what are the advantages, that how you are going to create a project with Bun.js, what is Hono.js, then only be moving to advanced level projects, right? Or directly jumping doesn't make any sense. So what is Bun.js, right? Again, I'm going to explain very very brief, and because whatever things we are going to learn by creating small snippets, and then we'll be moving and creating some very basic level of CRUD APIs. See, Bun API is actually a JavaScript runtime, right? So which is actually almost similar to Node.js, but the only advantage is that it's actually very faster, and then also it has some awesome features also, right? So first one will be it's very fast, I also told you. The second, it has a built-in bundling which will help us a lot. It also supports TypeScript, right? Very easy to install. It also work as a package manager, which is really cool. It also has a built-in HTTP server that we are going to discuss, right? As I already mentioned, that you can add packages, remove packages, just like you usually do with Node package manager, which is npm. Also, it supports built-in modern web APIs, which is really cool. For example, here in Bun.js, right, you'll be able to use modern web APIs like fetch and WebSockets, right? For Node.js, you need extra libraries, right? For to implement a fetch, you need a Node fetch library, but in Bun.js, you can directly use fetch, and we are going to see all of this, right? So in this module, I'm going to give you all the ideas that how we are going to install Bun, how you can add packages, what is the file system, how you can create a HTTP server, right? And then we'll move into the Hono.js section, and then we're going to combine both Bun and Hono, and we're going to create a project. Don't skip this particular section, because in the coming parts we're going to create some projects that is based on this one, and if you complete this particular section, it will be easy for you to complete the rest. Okay, so please don't skip this. So now let's get started and start coding and see how this will work. Alright, so let's get started. So the first thing what I have done, you can see that I already created a blank folder. So here we'll be having two subfolders. So the first one will be the concepts. So the basic concepts we are going to learn related to Bun, and then we are going to create a project. We are going to use Bun, and then we'll be using Hono and then SQLite for our database. So here first thing what we're going to do, so let's create a folder and let's give this one name as concepts, right? The first thing, let's open this one. So I'll go to concepts. The first thing, we need to create a Bun project, right? So how we are going to do that? Now normally if you are already familiar with Node, you know that we use Node package manager, right? So or npm, and then whenever we'll be writing npm init, so it will ask you some of the queries, and based on that it's going to create a package.json, and it is going to create a basic folder structure, and then on top of it you are going to install some of the packages and all the dependencies whatever you needed for that particular project. Now here similarly for Bun, it is very simple. You just need to use Bun init, right? So what it does, it will help you to start with a very minimal project, right? So first it will ask the package name and the entry point of your app. So let's see how we are going to do that. Again, I already mentioned multiple times, right? So this part, in this particular part, or in this part 3, we are going to cover all the very basic things, so that in the part 4 and 5, whatever things we are going to implement, so that by using these concepts, we are going to, it will be easy for you to implement those in real projects. So now I'll go here and let's first clear it, and then I'm going to just, before that, we also need to do another very important thing, sorry about that, and that is we need to install bun globally. Now there are many different ways we are going to do that. Now in Windows PowerShell, you can, if you just copy and paste this, it will automatically install. But what you can do, right, you can just go to the npm, and here you can see they mention like this is the last npm command you will ever need, because to globally install bun you need to use this npm install -g, which is global, and then it will install bun. Now I already have installed, but let me do it one more time. So I'm going to just copy this, and let's open a command line, and I'm going to just paste it. Let's copy this and enter. Now this will install globally. Once this is done, we can also verify. So let's wait for some time. I think I already have installed, so you can see it changed 3 packages, which is okay. And then I'll do bun v, and you can see that it's giving you the version. Once we'll do that, and then we are going to go to our templating. So now I'm go here and just I'll run bun init, right? Enter, and now you can see it's very fast. It will ask you the package name, which is concepts, and I'll keep it like this. If you want to change this, you can change it, and then entry point is index.ts. Now again, if you want to change this one, you can change it, but for now I'll keep it like this. Hit enter, and now you see that a package.json will be created, and inside this you'll be having some very similar structure. If you already have known or like know Node.js, these all the things I don't have to explain at all. You already know that node modules, you're having all the dependencies. And then there is a bun log file. This is the main entry file, and this is the package.json, and this is your TypeScript config file. Now here, if you see that you are having the dev dependencies, which is the bun types, which is latest, and you have a peer dependencies, or definitely it's using TypeScript by default. Now here we are going to use couple of things, but before that, let's do one thing. Let's go to our index.ts, and you can see that you are getting this console. Now to run this, what you can do, right, let's go here, and what we can do, if you can go to bun run and just run this bun and then the file name, and if you see, they have also given the performance, and you see there is a huge difference, like it's almost 5 milliseconds and this is like 25 or whatever. So let's do one thing. Let me just close this, and then I'll go to here, and let's do bun, and I'll do index.ts, right? And now you're getting the result. Now definitely you can do each and everything, like I'll not go into these kind of basic things, like this will be very repetitive. Like what I try to mean by that, whatever things you are going to do, for example, let's say if I do 3 + 4, save this, right, and if you run this, you will be getting the result. So my main point is that not how you're going to write all of this, like these all are very basic things. The main point is that the flow, that how this will work, right, that how you're going to create a project. So that is using bun init, and then to run a particular file, you are doing bun and then the name of the file. If you now see, whenever I mention, like whenever you know some of the for example, if you know Node, then learning bun will be very easy, right? You can correlate between those two things. For example, here you are doing npm init, here you are doing bun init. There you are doing node and the file name to run the file. Here you're using bun and the file name. I hope you're getting what I'm trying to say. So now this is how you're going to create a very basic file or project using your bun. So now this is done. So let's do one thing. Now let's go and create inside this. I will do one thing, right? I'll create a folder, and let's give this one name as features, right? And here I will be starting. So you're going to learn some of the very basic concepts that you need to know. For example, how file system works, and then we are also going to create a basic HTTP server. Then we are also going to learn how you can manage your env files, fetching APIs, the SQLite, how you can work with SQLite, and then stream, some of the very basic things, right? Once all of this is done, then we'll move to the project part. Alright, so let's start with file system, right? Now, one thing I'll suggest, right? Because see, if I being very realistic, right, I can't cover each and everything that it has. If you see the documentation, right, in a single video, it's not at all possible. So what I'll suggest that when I'll cover some of the concepts, right, I'll highly recommend that you should go to the documentation, and this is the same thing I will suggest for each and every topic whatever I've covered in my channel, right? See, documentation is the only golden resource that you should follow. If you're facing any issues, then what you can do, right, instead of directly going to any online resource or chat GPT, first try to learn, and then if you stuck, then first take that particular part and then paste it and try to see the solution. This is the exact way I will learn a new technology, right? So what I trying to say is that whenever I'll be explaining any topic, for example, let's say I'm explaining file system now, go here, come here, and then try to see some of the more things in depth, because I'll not be able to cover each and everything that is covering here, right? And also another thing is that whenever you are going to learn all of this, right, some of you actually think that okay, these things are very boring, but it actually not. See, these things you're not going to directly use. There will be a file system project in your company that you are working, right? So these concepts will going to help you in certain parts of your project. I'm not sure if you're getting this or not. For example, let's say you are working on some big project, and there you need to apply some of the concepts from file system, and there these concepts will help you, right? So now let's go there, and then I'm going to create let's do a fs.ts. Again, file naming and everything, whatever you like, you can just add it. All right, so first let's import the type, right? So I'm going to do import type from, and let's do bun, and here we're going to use bun file, right? So this will be the type. Now let's create a function. So I'll do async function, and I'll do file system, let's do operations. And the first thing, how we are going to read a file, right? So I'll do read a file. So here we are going to do const, and let's give this one as a file, which will be type of bun file. And here we are going to use, so we need bun, and this will give you the file, right? And here you need to do the file name. So you can see file name or the path. Here the path you need to give. So for example, let's do one thing. So inside this I'm going to create let's do a read.txt, and I'm going to do read the content from this file, and here I'm going to just pass read.txt, which is the file name. And now what we're going to do, let's do one thing. First I'm going to show you three things, right? The first, I'll log here, and then I'm going to log the file dot, and this will give you the size, right? Now why I'm taking all of this particularly, if you notice one thing, that we have actually a lot of options here, right? But the main thing what I'm trying to say, the most used properties that can be helpful in your project, right? But it doesn't mean that you're only going to use the size, right? Because there will be a lot of other things, and these things you need to go to their API documentation and you need to check all of this. And then I'm also going to log here, let's do file dot type, because type is also a very important property that you need sometimes. Now okay, these two things is fine. Now let's do one thing first. Okay, let's invoke this, save it. And now what I'll do, right, I'll go to index.ts, and I'm going to just save this, comment this, and I'm going to do import, and let's go to features fs. And here what I'll do, right, now I'll show you one very interesting thing, and that is, if you have already worked with Node, right, see, whenever we'll make some changes, we need to watch that changes, right, so that you don't have to restart your server every time. So for that, what we usually use, so we'll use a nodemon. So nodemon will always watch your changes, right, what you are doing, and whenever there is a change in it will detect, it will restart the server, and you'll be able to see the content changes. But how you're going to do in this bun, right? So here if you see, so let's go to the I think, let me just search it. So I'm going to search watch, right? So there is a watch mode. So here you can see this is a watch mode that you can use. So what you're going to simply do, you just have to go here and then just do bun, and I'll do -- watch and just watch the content of this index.ts. Why? Because this is the root file, right? And now if I just do enter and see what is happening, so you can see that from here you are able to see the file size and also the file type. And why this is coming, because you have imported it here, right? And now every time we'll make some changes. Let's say I'll add a log here and I'll do type and save it, and you can see you're getting immediately the result, right? It's getting reflected and it's very, very fast, right? Now this is done. So you have learned that how you're going to create a watch mode. And now I'm going to I need to do something else, right? I need to get the content, this content, and then I need to log it here. Now in real projects you are not going to log it, you are going to use that content, but that is not the point. The point is how you're going to get it, right? If you get it, you know what you need to do with that content. All right, so here we'll just simply do, let's do extract text content. So we need the text for the particular file, so I'll do await and I'll do file.text. so this will give you the text, right? If you just log this, and now let's save it, so you're getting the text here. Now you can also get the array buffer for this particular file, and also you can also get the binary data. So I think for that you need to use the .bytes array buffer. Also you can use the stream, which will contains as a readable stream. So let's do this too. So I'll just do array buffer. So this will be await file dot array buffer, and also you'll get the uint8 array. So this will be await, and this will be file dot bytes, right? So if you just log this quickly, array buffer, this, save this, so you're going to get all of this. So you can see that you're getting the bytes here, and also this is your array buffer. Now this is all about the reading. Now let's see quickly the writing. So how you're going to write. Now I'll not take much time in all of this, right? I'll try to finish all of this quickly so that we can directly move to the project section, which we are going to create in the next part. But before that, definitely we need to know some of the very basic things, right? Or else moving to directly project doesn't make any sense to me. And here now I'm going to, let's add a content, right? I'll do hello, I'm learning bun for the first time. Okay, and now what I'll do, simply I need to write these ones. I'll do await and I'll do bun dot write, which is very, very simple. Just give the file name. I'll give output.txt, and you need to pass the content, right? So this is the file content I want to write, and I'll just do here file created successfully. Okay, now let's save this. So file is created successfully. You'll go here, there is output.txt, and we have the content. Now it's similar to like how we are having the Node.js file system, right? Almost actually similar. Now I will do another thing, right? So let's say I need to copy a particular file, and then I'm going to write it in a different file. And so for that, what you can do, simply to copying a particular file. So let's say if you want to read from this file, which is read.txt, and then you want to create a copy, which will be very, very simple. So let's, I'll do const, I'll do input file, and this will be, I'll do bun dot file, and I'll give this one as read.txt, and after this let's do a await bun.write, and here I'm going to do a read copy.txt, and here I'm going to pass the input file, right? And now if you just copy and paste it here, so I'll do copied and created successfully. Save this, and you can see that there is a read -copy, which is the file, same content that you are having from this particular file. Now these all things, right, how I'm experimenting, the same thing you need to do. Okay, so this is the very basic things. Now let's move to some of the other things that we are going to learn in this particular file system. This is not yet finished, right? So I'll just pause it, and then I'll just come back and then finish the rest of the basic concepts. Alright, so now let's quickly see two more methods. So let's go here, and then I'm going to show you that how we are going to see if a particular file is exist, and second we are going to learn how you can delete a particular file. Okay, So let's do one thing. I'm going to check this read underscore copy if this file is exist or not. So here first I'll do const is file exists, and I'm going to just do await, and we'll do burn.file. Again, you need to give the file name. So in this case, this will be read underscore copy .txt, and this will give you this exist method, which will give you the whether the file is exist or not, right? So here you can simply just log this. So I'll just do is file exist. Now let's save this, and you can see you are getting true. I now remove this, save this, you are getting false because this file doesn't exist. So this is done. Next thing, I just want to delete this particular file. Now deleting is very simple. So you just have to do await, and you'll do burn.file, give the file name. So I'll give read underscore copy .txt, and here I just need to call the delete method. Okay, and now let's log, and I'll just do read copy file is deleted successfully. Now let's save this. So it's deleted. Now if you go here, you can see you don't have the file again, right? So it's deleted. So these all the very basic file input output related operations that you should know, right? These you need to know all of these so that you'll be able to apply all the logics or concepts that you've learned so far in a proper practical project. Now let's create one more, and I'll give this one as binary.ts. Now from this section I'll just do little quick so that we can directly move to the project section, right? And the first thing, let's do one thing. Let's create a function, and I'm going to do binary data operations, right? Okay, the first thing is that we are going to learn that how you can create an array buffer, right? So what actually array buffer is, right? So see, array buffer is a fixed length binary data buffer. So for example, I'll create a buffer. So I'll do buff, and let's give a new array buffer, and let's give a value of 8. And now let's log this, and I'm just going to do, for example, array buffer size, and I'll do this dot, and this will give you this byte length. Okay, and also let's invoke this, go to index.ts. I'm going to copy this, comment it, and then I'll paste it here, and I'm going to just import the binary file. So let's save this. You can see you're getting a size of 8, right? Now here we can also use a data view, right? So whenever you are working with a binary file, right, so what actually data view is, right? So see, data view actually provide low level interface for reading and writing multiple number types in a array buffer. Okay, so if you go here, I'm not sure if the data view is there or not. So data view will be there, right? So if you see, yeah, so you can see that it's reading and manipulating data in a buffer, and here you can see that we create a new data view and set the first byte to 3. Okay, now here what we are going to do, so let's see a very simple example. So I'll go here, and what I'll do, right, I'll create a data view. So I'll do dv, and I'm going to do new data view, and let's pass the buffer that we have created, right? And here what I'm going to do, simply I'll do dv dot set uint8. Okay, so this will store a uint8 value at the specific byte offset from the starting of that particular view. And what I need to do, right, so let's say I want to set the first byte to 3. So I'll do here 0, and I'll give this one as 3. Okay, and then we can also, let's do like set uint16. Okay, and for this one, this will again similar to int8, this will store a int16 value. And here let's say I need to do, I'll set the next 2 bytes to represent a number 513, something like that, some random number. And now what I'll do, right, simply, so I'll just do a log, and I want to read the first byte that is present in this int8. So what you can do, right, simply you'll just you simply do dv.get uint8, and here you need to pass the first position, which is it will read the first value. Similar way you can also do, let's say if I just log this, and I want to read the next 2 bytes of this int16. So in that case we'll do dv.get uint16 and pass 1. And now if you save this, right, you'll be getting the same result here, right? So you're getting 3, and this is the 513. Also you can create typed array, and if you see all this, right, I'm checking or getting from the official documentation also. Now you may tell me that, okay, then what is the point of creating this course? I can go here. Definitely yes, you can skip this part also, but by creating the video, right, I'm combining and keeping all the place all the things in one place and creating the video so that it will be easy for you or to visualize, and the understanding will be easier. Or else if you come to the documentation, you'll get much more details and you'll be learning a lot more things, right? So for example, let's say how you're going to create a typed array. Now see, typed array is actually, it's similar to array, but it's actually the array or views of a binary data. For example, let's say I'll create a uint 8 array, and let's give this one a uint 8 array, and here I'm going to pass, let's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And let's log this, save this. So you're getting this, it's actually similar. Then you can also work with buffers, right? So buffer is actually a Node.js API, right? So buffer is to handle different kind of binary data, right? So here what you can do, so let's create a simple buffer. So I'll do node buffer, and I'm just going to do buffer, and this will give you a from method, and let's give this one as hello bun.js, right? And here I'll just going to log this. So let's log this node buffer, and we can also stringify. So I'll do node buffer dot to string to string. So let's save this, and you can see that you are getting the buffer value, right? And then you're getting the exact string value using this to string method. What else is there? Okay, let's work with blob, right? So blobs is nothing but when you're having a file like object of immutable raw data. Now it can be like whenever you're working with files, images, all things can be represent with blob, right? So you can go to, I think here only you'll be getting blob. Let's search for blob. Okay, so here we are having blob. So you can see that this will create a new blob. You're giving the type, right? And you can create different blobs. So the contents of the blob can be asynchronously read in various formats, right? And so let's create this simple example, right? So for example, let's create a blob, and let's give a new blob, and here you're going to pass, let's say I will take HTML, just now we've seen, right? So I'll do hello, close the HTML, and here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass a type. So type, I'll give a text / HTML. That's it. And now you can do a lot of things right here. If I just go here and if I do blob dot, you will get the size, type, name. Now these three are the most one. Definitely you're going to work more with the size and type. So if I, let's say, log the size here, and I'll do blob dot type, so we'll be getting the similar result, right? So it's a HTML and this is the type. All right. Then what else we're going to do? Okay, we can also work with text encoder, right? So what actually text encoder is, so whenever you need to normally text converters, not converter, text encoders and text decoder, both are used to convert between string and uint 8 arrays, right? So here for example, let's create an encoder. Sorry. So I'll do encoder, and this will be I'll do new text encoder, and I'll just do here something like let's do const encoded val, and this will be encoder dot encode, and give a value like hello 1, and then you can just log this, right? So I'll do encoded val, save this, and also let's give me, sorry, let's copy this. So you're getting this, right? So it's converted to a uint array, and then what you can do, you can also decode this one, right? So I'll do const decoder, and this will be new text decoder. Now believe me, these all the concepts are actually very important whenever you are working with any SaaS application, let's say where you need to work with file image conversion and those kind of things. There these things can be very helpful, not only the text encoder or decoder, but working with blob and all the things, right? So you definitely should know all the things. And here you are going to simply just do, let's say I'll just log, and I'll do decoder dot decode, and pass the value that you want to decode, right? If I just pass it here, save this, and you'll be getting the hello bun, which is this text, right? So this is all the things that you should definitely know to start working with the binary data. Now let's move on to the next topic. Alright, so let's move on to the next one, right? So let's create one more file here. So I'll do meta env .ts. So both the things we are going to learn, and this will be very simple. So the first one is that how you are going to work with meta, or let's say how you can get the current module URL, how you're going to check if this is a main module, how you can get or resolve path of a relative path, something like that, right? So if you go here, if you go to their official doc, search for meta, and you will see there will be import.meta, right? So here you'll be getting all the information, right? You can again go through all of this. So let me just quickly show you. So I'll just expand this on a little bit, close this, and now let's do one thing. First I'll go here, comment it, paste it, and let's import meta env. Now here let's save this. We don't have anything for now, so let's create function import meta and env. Now here the first thing, let's get the current module URL, right? So very simple. So you just have to use import, and here you'll be getting the meta.url, as simple as that, right? And just invoke this, save it, and you're getting the current module URL. And you can see all of this, I'm just getting it from the official doc only. Like you can think like, okay, then why you are copying the same thing? Because I can't create some new things by my own, right? I just have to reference to this official documentation only, and that is the main place where you should learn all of this, right? And if you see here what you have done, so you've done the import url, so which is giving you the current module. Similarly, you have the meta.main, right? And now this main actually will help you to see if this is a main module or not, and then you can also resolve a relative path. So let me just quickly show you this. So now I'll just quickly do here that check if this is a main module or not. So I'll do is this main module, and you'll simply do import, right? And you're going to simply do .meta.main. Save this, and you can see you are getting false because this is definitely not, we are not inside the main module, right? So that is the reason we are getting this on false. And now if you see what will happen, if you just go to the official doc, right, and if you see what it is telling, that it will only return true if the current file is directly executed by run. So what this mean by that, if I so you're in this feature directory, right? So let's go to the index.ts, and I'm going to just copy the same thing and I'll paste it here. Now save this and see what will happen. Now you're getting this is a true, because this is the main file or main module from where you are running the run using the watch module, right? So this is all about the meta properties that you should know. And next let's see the env files. Now see, env is, I don't want to go into much details because you can definitely get all the env files using process.env, but I'll just want to show you one quick thing. So let's create a .env, and let's do a node env, and I'll give this one as development, right? So let's save this, and if you just go here, right, and let's say if I just log process.env.node env, and if I now save this, you're getting what? You're getting development, right? So it's getting updated. Now the only thing I just want to show you that not only using process.env, but you can also get this using bun.env.node.env. See, if you save this, right, so you're getting same result. And you can also check this. I think let's go here and let's see if they have, I think they will be having, right? So in the utils, so you have this env file, I think someplace. Let's see. So search for env bun.env, right? So this is the aliases for process.env. Now if you see, right, it's actually the same thing. So that is the reason I mentioned that either you can use process.env, which I will suggest, but there is no harm using bun.env also. So this is all about the meta in the env properties. Now let's go and see a very interesting thing, and that is see, normally in Node.js projects, right, whenever you'll be creating a project, you can't directly use fetch API, which is normally we are using in the client side. And for that, what we usually use node fetch, right? So node fetch is a package name that we are usually use in our backend side whenever we need to fetch any data. But in Bun, you can directly use the fetch API, right? So let's see how we are going to do that. Now definitely it's going to be same how you will do fetch data in the client side, but I think it will be better if I just quickly show you. So let's go here, and let's say I'll just simply quickly create a function, and I'll do fetch demo. And here I'll just going to do, let's do a const response, and I'll do await fetch. Let's go here, go to docs, and let's try for any single product maybe, right? So let's copy this and we'll paste it here, and now simply do const data is equal to await. So we have response.json, and you can just simply log the data. Now if you save this, right, and you can call the crfetch demo. Now let's quickly save, and let's go here. I'll comment both the things, paste it, and then import /fetch and save it and see what is happening. So we'll be getting the data here, right? So you can directly use fetch API also inside on your server side to get the list of data. Now I'll not go into much details like this. All the things I'm pretty sure you already know if you know about the client side concepts, and this is the exact same thing, but I thought it will be really good to show you these things. It's important. Now we'll move to one very important thing, and that is how we are going to create a basic Bun server using the serve method. Now normally in Node.js we usually create HTTP server using HTTP methods, right? So if you go here, right, and this is actually important that you need to know. So let's go to I think there will be a serve. Let's search for serve. Okay, so you have HTTP server, and then you're having bun.serve, right? And it's actually used to start a HTTP server in Bun. Now there are another thing we need to know, and that is Bun is actually we can use as a package manager also, right? So for example, let's say whenever you are going to install a new package, we will do npm install this, the package name, then npm uninstall. Then you can also install a package with dev dependency. Similarly, you can also do the same using your package manager, which is your Bun. But this we can do later also, because anyway we are going to create projects, and there it's going to we are going to learn all of this. But first I will go to features. Let's create a server.ts file, right? And this is actually important. So now I'm going to just close everything. Let's go to our main index.js, and I'll just copy this. Let's comment it out, right, and let's paste it here, and I'm going to do server, right? So we don't have anything else for now here. So if you go here, we don't have any logs, and I'll go to server, close everything. First we need to import the type, so I'll do import type something from Bun, and this is our server. The type will be server, right? And here let's do one thing. Let's create a simple server. So I'll do const server, which will be server, and this will be bun dot serve, right? And this will start a first HTTP server. Now here the first thing what I'll do, right, I just see it's actually almost similar to how you usually do in your Express or like normal Node.js project. So you'll give a port, and then your HTTP server will run on that particular port. So here also you can pass a port. Let's say I'll give this one as 3000 as usual, right? But still you are getting the error. The reason is because we need to pass a fetch method, which will be our main request handler function, and there we are going to write all the things. So this is a mandatory property, right? You can see. So here we are having fetch. This will be request, and this will be a type of request. And here what we are going to do, this will be a type of response. And now I'm going to now write all the properties that whatever things we are going to manipulate, like if I go to this particular path, if this is a get method or it's a post method or it's a delete method, whether we want to fetch the list of users or we want to do add a new user using post method, all of this you are going to write inside this. Now I'll highly recommend do one thing. You can also go to their official doc once again and check all of this in more details, right? So let's say let's do one thing. The first thing I want to do, I want to extract the current URL and the method from the request, right? So how we are going to do that? So I'll do const and I'll do get URL, and this will be new URL. Sorry, this will be new URL, and this will be your request dot URL. Okay, and I'll get the method, which will be request dot method. Now I also want to create a response object, right? So let's give a response object here, simple. So I'll do response, which will be let's create a API response. So let's create a API response here. So I'll do API response. So I'm going to create the type, and let's go here and let's give a interface, and I'll do API response. So I'll just want to return a message, which will be a string. I want to return a method, which also will be a string. I want to return a route, which will be a string, and also I want to return a data property, which will be optional, right? And here let's give a type of user, or it will be a user. Now let's create the interface for the user. So I'll do interface user. So let's say this user will have an ID, which will be a number, and this will also have a name, which will be a string, right? So now let's go here and let's quickly create the response. So inside this I'm going to do a message, which I'll do hello from bun server. I want to do method, which will be my method. So this method is actually this method that we are having. Then I'll be having the route, which will be URL dot path name. So this will give you the current path name, right, that you can get. So this will be our response. Now here we need to now handle different routes and methods. So what I mean by that, so for example, let's say if I go to localhost 3000, which is our root route, so in that case my URL dot path name will be what? It will be simple slash, right? So this means we are in this localhost host 3000 and we don't have anything else after this. So that is the reason this is exact match. So when I'll be in the root route, that means this is my root route. So I'll give you a root route, and I'll check if my method is equal to get. Now what I need to do, right? So I'll do response dot message, and here I want to do, let's say we'll do welcome to Bun API. Else I will do response dot message, and I'll do method not allowed for this route. Next, this is done. So now what I need to do, so for example let's go here. So after this I'll check else if URL dot path name, if it is user, that means we are in this route, so it means we are in localhost 3000 slash users. So that means this is the match, we are currently in this path name. So what are you going to do? Simply, so here let's do one thing. Let's take a switch, and I want to switch to the method, and I will, let's do a get. So I will do, if this is get, so I'll do response dot message, and I'll do fetching all users. And what will be my response dot data? So my data will be my users data. So let's create a user data. So I'll do const users. So I'll have ID. So here I'll pass the type will be user. So ID will be, let's say 1, and then we're going to have a name. I'll do John, and let's copy this 2, 3, 4 and 5. I'll do John 5. This will be 5. This will be 4. This will be 4. This will be 3. Let's give my name here, and this will be 2, right? So that means when this will be get, so I want to get the list of users. That's it. If this is, so let's copy this. If this is post, then I'll just, for now I'll just do creating a new user, right? So I'll do creating a new user, something like that. Now here you need to do a lot of operations. Normally we'll interact with our database and then we're going to store the new user, but for now we are not doing that. And if the default case, I'm going to do response.message, and let's do method, so let's do not allowed for this route. So this is done. Now after this, what we're going to do, we need to return the response back. Okay, so for now let's do one thing. So we are in this, let me just check. Okay, inside the fetch. So after this I'm going to simply return, so I'll do response.json and I'm going to return the response back. Okay, so this will return the response back. So now what we can do, simply we can log, and I'll do now burn server is running on HTTP. I'll do localhost, and then we are going to pass the we need to take template literals. So I'll do server.port, and if you now save this, right, and let's see what is happening. So it's running, and now let's go to this, and you can see that you are getting that welcome to Burn API, method is get and this. And now let's see, if I go to /users, and you are getting fetching all users, method get route users, and this is the data. So my point is not about how you're going to write all of this. We are definitely not going to write our APIs like that. The main idea of this is that how you're going to use the serve method, right, and then how you're going to create a simple burn server. These all the things can be useful for your interview also. So with this we have completed the server logic also. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's start learning some of the very basic concept of hashing, right? How we are going to work with hashing in burn. So I'm going to create one more file. I'll give hashing.ts, and let's do one thing. Let's go to our main index.ts, and I'll just comment it out, and then I'm going to import the hashing file. So I'll go and import this, and then let's close this. So first thing, let's create a function. So do hashing function. I'll do hashing operations, and here the first thing we are going to see that how you can hash a password. See, normally we are using like bcrypt or argon to hash a password. Now here actually directly you'll be getting some methods, and using those you can actually use some algorithm, and by that you will be able to create a very secure password. Okay, hash password I mean. So here I'm going to give, let's say my password is something like 1234, or let's do something like this. I'll do here 123456, right, and then I want to hash it. So I'll just quickly create a hash, and this will be await. I'll do burn dot, and you'll be having password dot hash, and then you have to pass the password value, right, and then you can just simply log this. So I'll just log the hash, and you'll see that this will generate a hash value, right? And if you just think we have imported this, okay, I need to call this method. So let's save this, and you can see that, and if you notice they're actually using argon 2 here, right, because argon 2 is much more better than using bcrypt. Now definitely bcrypt is most popular one, but I will also highly suggest you can use argon 2 also, and if you see they're using the same. Now here you can also verify the password. So for example, let's I'll check const is match, and I'm going to do await, and I'll do burn dot password dot verify. So I'm going to pass the password and then pass the hash, right? And now if you just log this is match, and you'll be getting this one as true, right? And let's say if you just change any of the value here, then it will definitely not work. I'm not going to do that. Now you can also use, as I already mentioned, right, they're using this argon2 id, so you can use different algorithm. So for example, let's say you want to specifically give some of the properties while creating or hashing a password, so you can do something like this. So you'll do argon example, argon has example, and then I'll just do await bun.password.hash, pass the password, and you can pass a algorithm here, right? So you can pass algorithm, and let's say I'll pass C. We are having argon2d, argon2i, argon2id, and bcrypt. So I'll use argon2id, and I want to give a memory cost of, let's give this one as 4. Now this will control your memory uses, right? And you can also check all of this here in their official doc. There will be something. See, I'm using the same only, right? And then you can also use the time cost, which is the number of iteration that it will do, or it will controls the computation time. So here you can also give like time cost. I'll give this one as 3. And now let's log this. So I'm going to log this argon hash example, and this will create a value here, right? So this is one way. And then similarly you can also use a bcrypt hashing. So I'll do const bcrypt example, and then you can just copy this part from here, and then you can paste it. So I want to use here bcrypt, and I want to use, we have to use a cost here. So the cost I'll use here 10. Now this cost is the more value, or the value the more here the cost will be, the more secure it will be, but it will be a little slower. So you can also check the cost here, right? Let's go to the official doc. So you can see this is the cost, and this should be number between 4 to 31. And now if you go and just log this, so I'll do bcrypt hash example, save this one, and you can see that is a password is actually generated, right? You can also do different kind of cryptographic algorithm also you can use, but I'll highly suggest if you're using any password related hashing, you can definitely use either argon or bcrypt one, right? So this is all about the very basic things that you should definitely know to implement hashing. Now let's move on to very important, and that is how you are going to work with SQLite, because if you see, right, Bun actually natively supports SQLite, right? Here if you see, they actually natively implement. So we are going to see how we are going to use some of the very basic concepts. Anyway, we are going to use this particular database in our project that we are going to cover in the next part. But before that, let's quickly understand some of the very basic things. Remember one more thing is that in the part 5 we are going to cover a complete project, right, based on all of these, the things that we'll be learning here. So whatever things you are learning now is going to help you a lot, or else if you directly jump to part 4 or 5, it is not going to help you. So I want to be very clear. Although all the things are very simple, I'm just taking the documentation code and just modifying some of the things, but believe me, these things are going to help you a lot in long run. So now let's move on to the next part. Alright, so let's quickly cover the basic concepts that you need to know to start your journey on the SQLite, okay, with Bun. Now the first thing I want to mention, I think you can already see it, that Bun natively implements a high performance SQLite driver, right? And how this will work, so I'll give you some very basic idea that how all the data storage and everything will work. The first of all is that this is a file-based database. So what I mean by that, see, SQLite, database that we are going to use, that is a file-based database, which means all the data that we are going to store, that will be stored in a single file on your local file system. And you're going to see what I mean by that. So for example, let's say we are going to create a database using new database and the name of the database. So what will happen, right? For example, let's say we are creating the database here. So this will actually create a file name with the same name that I have given while creating the database. Okay, and that you are going to see. The second thing, we are going to discuss the location of the database. So the database file that we are going to create, for example, xyz.sqlite, that will be created in the current working directory where you run the burn script. This is also very important, right? For example, here if you see, we are running burn run or burn watch and then the root file. So that means that SQLite file will be created inside the current directory. The third thing is the persistent, means how it will persist the data. See, all the data, for example, let's say we are doing something like inserting, or we can also do update, delete. All of this, whatever we'll be doing, that will be being written to that particular file. This means the data persists between different runs of your script, right? So if you stop the script, let's say this script currently we are running, and if you run it again, the data will still be there unless you explicitly delete or modify that particular data. And these all the things are very important, right? Fourth point I want to mention, that will be the in-memory operations. So that means whenever we are going to perform operations, like let's say we are going to query some data, normally we usually do whenever we need some data, we need to query the data from database, or let's say we're modifying some data, right? What will happen? So SQLite will loads the necessary part of the database into memory for fast access, and in that way what will happen, the speed will be much better, right? And then also as you can see, like burns integration, right? So that means this will, so burn actually natively implements this. So what will happen, it will, as I already showed you right here, right? So it actually uses burn SQLite module, right? And this provides a wrapper around your SQLite engine, right? And how it is going to handle, so it actually handles a low level interaction with the SQLite library and the file system, right? And this will actually help you or allow you to work with the database using a JavaScript API. So let me just recap all the things that I've covered. The first thing is that it is a file-based database, right? Location, it will be stored in the current working directory where you are running the script. The third, the data persistence, and it will do in-memory operations, right? And because of the in-memory operation, that you will be able to access or query the data very fast. And then as I already told you, that burns actually natively implements. So how it will work, so it will actually provides a wrapper around the SQLite engine, and for that it is going to use this burn SQLite module. I know this is the theory, but this is actually very important thing that you should know before we'll jump into code. I'll go here and then I'll go, like for example, let's say I'll do SQLite, right? .ts. Now see, this kind of explanation you will not get in paid courses also, right? So that is the reason I took the basic concepts very carefully, and these things are very important before moving into creating a fancy project. And I will mention these things each and every video. I see like a lot of YouTubers, and I think it's a problem with all of you also. Like I see comments like bhaiya, you create these kind of projects or create complex thing like use TRPC, use Prisma, use Postgres, but on the other side your basics are not clear, right? And if you go for an interview or work in a product based company where you are working on a product which is already developed, and you need to let's say resolve a bug, because see, the reality is whenever you'll be working in a company, right, I can guarantee you that most of the times you will not get a scratch project, right, that you need to build that project from scratch. If you're getting, then that means you're very lucky. Most of the times you'll be getting like either you need to work on an existing product feature or you need to solve bugs like that. So in that case, what will happen, the basics are very important, right? So first thing what we're going to do, so as I already mentioned, that we are going to import something from, and I'm going to do burn, right? And then here we are going to use SQLite, and we are going to get our database. Then what we are going to do, so let's create async function, and I'm going to do SQLite demo, and let's create a new database, right? So creating new database is very simple. Just take const, I'll take a db and I'll do new database, and here let's give this one as what I can give, burn db.sqlite. Okay, so this will be the database name. If you hover here, you can see that it's getting the name. So this is how it will be stored. And now let's create a table. So I'm going to create a table, right? So I'll do create a table. So to create a table, we are going to just do db.run. So this will give you or run a SQL query. You can see that execute a SQL query without returning the results. And if you hover here, you can also see like how you're going to create table and everything. So here I'll create, let's take a template literals inside this, and I'll do create table if not exists, and also I have to check the spelling mistakes also, because I'll do a lot of times. And let's give this a name as, for example, let's say I'll have some, what I'm going to give, will give you some users, right? And here what you're going to do inside this, I'll use a ID. I'll give this one as integer, and this will be my primary key. And also because this will be ID, right, so I'm going to give this one as auto increment. So every time I'm going to push a new user, for example, the first user will be created with 1, just for example, the second user, it is going to auto increment this one, and this will be considered as a primary key, right? So you have a ID, integer, type, this is the type, this is the primary key. So we are mentioning that, okay, this will be a unique value, and this is will auto increment every time we are going to do any operations, right? Now next, sorry if you're getting any noise, I'm already fed up like pausing this video multiple times, like my friends will talk most of the times, especially in the nights. Now I'll give a name, so I'll give this one as text, and I'll do not null. And then what else we can give, let's take an email, and for this one also I'll take a text, and for email I'm going to make this one as unique. Also this will be not null. And then we are going to also, let's take a created at, means I'm going to create, if you worked with MongoDB, right, or if you already watched my previous 2 videos, although the way we are writing this is different, but at the end the concept is same. What I mean by that, for example, in MongoDB you will be having the document ID, here you are having this ID, then you are going to take all the properties, for example, name, email, and then there also you can take a created at, and then you can give a default date time. Similarly we can do here also. So I'll take a created at, and I'm going to give the type as date time, okay, and I'll give this one as a, see my dog is, okay, one, let me pause it, and let's take this one as default. Okay, let's make this one created at, so this will be default, and I want to take the current timestamp. That's it, save this. So this will create a table, and I'm going to just log this, and let's do this one as table users created successfully. Okay, now let me just go through one more time. So we created using new keyword, new database, the name of the database, we create a table, so we given create table if see, we need to do not, I'll do these mistakes, if not exist, this is the name of the table. So we have a ID, integer, which will be a primary key, and this will auto increment. We're going to have a name field, which will be a type of text, which is not null. Then we are having email, text, email field definitely has to be unique, it is also not null. And then we are going to have a default value, like every time we are going to create a user, we don't have to pass this value, it will take the current timestamp, which will be default, right, and the type will be date time. This is done. Now let's save it. I'll go here, and then I'm going to copy comment, and then I'm going to just paste it, and then let's import the SQLite, and now see what is happening, right? If I now go here and save this, see, every time I'll forget this, so I need to run this or we need to trigger this. And now let's save this. So you have a table user created successfully. Now see what will happen if I go here, and you can see there is a bundb.sqlite, so it's actually created inside your current directory, right? Inside the concepts folder there is a database. If I try to open, see, you are not going to open this one directly. Now here is a problem. So now how I'm going to get or see or visualize the data that we are having in our local file, right? So for this, I will see there are n number of ways you can do that. You can also write custom code, and you can also open the current content of this database in your local browser also, like you need to create a custom table. But I'll highly recommend use this SQLite browser, and this is definitely the best one. Okay, so just go here, and then you can download this. For now I have already done it, so I'm using Windows, so I've installed for Windows version. I think you need to, let's go to these download options. Okay, so here you are getting this download, right? So I install the standard installer. If you are having Mac OS, then you can actually install from here. So once you'll do this, right, you just need to install, and then if I just go here, right, and I'll open SQLite, you can see, and then open this, And now you just need to go to file and then let's go to open database. And you can see I already have some projects actually, so I'll go to my video, then I'll go to YouTube English, Node.js part 3, codes, these concepts, and then you can see this is the database that I need to open. So I'll click here and then click on open. Now you can see it will open. So you're having the database structure, which is the table structure and everything. So we're having the users and this is the structure. And you can, if it's difficult for you to understand, just relate this one with MongoDB. Like if you worked with MongoDB, it's like a model, right? So you're having this structure, that what are the things that you're having in this particular table or collection. Then you're having the browse data. So if you go here and then let's say if I try to go to user, so I'll be able to see all of these. For now I don't have anything, right? And then you can also execute queries here. So now you know that how you're going to create a database, how you're going to create a table, and how you're going to visualize that using this free tool, which is this SQLite browser. Once all of this is done, so now let's go here and let's try to insert a new data. So I'll go here and after this let's do const, so we're going to do const and I'll do insert user, and for this one I'm going to do db, and this will give you a prepare method. And here what we are going to do, right? So I'm going to use insert. Okay, let me just close this. So I'll do insert and I'll do into the collection name, which is users, right? And here I'll give that I want to insert name, email, give the values. Now these all are queries, like, and I'll explain that what actually these values are. So here we are actually telling that prepare a statement where we are going to insert certain users, right? And these questions mark is nothing but these all the placeholders for values, right? And this will help you to prevent SQL injection. So this is one of the reasons, right? So these actually are the placeholders and this will help you to prevent SQL injection, right? So this will prepare, and now what you can do, right? You can just run this query, right? Or you can execute this in better way. So I'm going to take this insert user and I'll do execute, not execute, sorry, I think we need to use run, which will execute, and here you are going to pass the value. Now here we are getting name and email, so let's give my name. I'll give Sangam Mukherjee, and then I'll give a email, and here I'm going to give my email and email, and this is done, right? And now if I just copy this, paste it 3 times, and let's do John Doe, very famous name, right? And then I'll do John Doe, and here I'm going to do for example James Gordon, some random name, and then I'm going to use the same here. So I'll do James 1 2 3 4 5. If I now just save this, right, and let's go here and let's go to browse data. You already seeing the data here, right? And if you go to users, see there is a data, right? All the data. Let me just expand this. So you're having 3 data and all the data you're able to see here. Now for example, you can also execute the queries that we are going to see later. Now let's see what else we're going to do. We can also select some particular data, right? Alright, so we have seen that how we are going to insert new data into our database. Now let's say, so we already have 3 users, right? So now I want to get or fetch all the list of users. So for that I already commented out, or else it will be duplicate, right? So that is the reason these 3 lines are commented. So what we can do simply, so let's do here const, and let's give something like extract all users. And here what we are going to do, right? We are going to use db, and this will give me query. And here you are going to do select star, means I need, sorry, this will be star, means I need all the users from the name of the collection, which is users, and then it will give you all values, right? And now let's log this. So I'm going to log extract all users, save this, and you can see that you are getting 3 users. So you are having 3 users in our database. Awesome. So now let's say I need to update one particular user. Now why we are doing only like inserting, fetching, updating and deleting, because that is the basic CRUD operation that you need to know to start your journey, right? Then later in the next parts we are going to cover a lot of other things, like how you are going to work with transactions, then how you can integrate like native fetch API call that we have discussed in the previous part, right? So for example, let's say you are fetching some data from API, and once you'll get the response back, you are going to store or push that particular data that you are getting from API into your database. So those kind of things, right? For now, let's do one thing. Let's say I want to update a particular user name based on the email. So what we can do, for example, I'll check that if the email is this, then update the name of that particular user. So here let's comment it out again, and then I'm going to do db, and we're going to use run, and here I'm going to use update, then users, right? You need to give the collection name, and here I'm going to do set, and once you do set, you need to give the property, that which property you want to update. So I want to update the name of the users, right? So here I'll give name, and this will be, again we are going to give a placeholder. I'm going to do here, okay, update the name where means where the email equal to this, right? So this will be my query. Now here, once this is done, now I am going to give the value. So here you are going to do the bindings, right? So for example, I need to do from Sangam to, let's do John, or let's do Raj, okay? And here you are going to pass the email, which will be this. That's it. So now you have actually created a query where we are going to update users, where set name equal to this, where email equal to where that particular user's email, if this, then update or set the name to the updated value. Now let's say I want to get that updated value user to check whether it is getting updated or not. So here I'll do const get updated user info, and now let's do db. We are going to use query. Here I'm going to do star, sorry, not star, first we need to do select. This will be select. We're going to do star from, so here we'll do users, right, where email equal to this, and then here what I'm going to do, I'll do dot get, and then I need to pass that email. So here I'll pass this email because this is that user that I just updated the name. That's it. And now if I just do log get updated user info, and now let's save it and let's see what we are getting, and you can see that you are getting now Raj Mukherjee instead of Sangam Mukherjee, and the email is actually the same because based on the email we have updated the name. Now let's go here, and now notice if I refresh this is actually updated, right? So you have learned 3 things, right? First, how you're going to insert or create a new data in your database, how you're going to fetch the data, how you're going to update a data. Now you might think that, okay, this is very simple example, like we are only updating the name, but what about a complex, we are having very complex data set. Again, at the end the concept will be always same, right? There is nothing miracle you need to do if the data is very complex. So start with a very simple example. This is how you're going to update a particular, and for example, let's say here you are updating with email. Now for your use case, instead of email you need to use something else, then just put it that value, that particular property instead of email here. I hope you're getting, right? So this is done, and now let's say I will delete some users. So right here I'm going to do, for example, let me just comment it out, okay, or else this will be confusing. So I'll comment this out here, and now what I'll do, simply I'll do db dot run, and here to delete you need to use delete, and I'll do delete from users, and here again I will check my unique value, because this is the reason we have kept this email as unique, right? That delete from users where email is equal to this, and then what I'm going to do, simply here we are going to pass that email value, right? So here I will pass let's do one thing, which user we can delete. Let's do this one, right? So I'll just copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. So what we are doing, we are telling that, okay, delete from, right, this is the collection name, which is users, where email is this. I hope you are getting. And now what we are going to do, simply I'll do const get, or let's do extract remaining users. I think spelling is wrong, right? Okay, this is remaining users. So I'll do dv dot query, and I'll again do select star from users, and I'll do dot all, and now let's do log, and let's copy this, and let's save this and see what you're getting. You're getting only 2, and this data is deleted. If you go here and now let's refresh this, and you don't have that data here, right? So this is how we have actually covered all the basic things to start your journey with SQLite, right? So what are the things we have learned? We have learned how you can create a database, how you're going to create a table, how you can insert a new data, how you are going to extract all the data, how you are going to update a data, and how you can delete a particular data. And this is exactly what we need for our next project. So with this, we have actually covered all the things that you need to know to start your journey with Bun. So you have learned that how you can work with file system, how you can create a project. Now there is one very important thing that we haven't covered, and that is adding new packages, removing existing packages, that we are going to do in the next part. So we cover file system, binary, how you can create server, how to work with meta, file path, environment variables, how you can do hashing, and then we have learned how you can use native fetch to fetch data from API, and then at the end we have completed SQLite to work with their native implementation. So they have native implementation of SQLite, right? So we don't need any other database. Also, I've actually explained that how this is actually working, right? That how this will store the data in your local system, all the things. With this, we have covered the basic parts. Now let's start working on the project. So for project, what we are going to use, we'll be using Bun as our package manager, and then we are going to use Hono. Now Hono is actually a alternative of like you can say like Express, right? So it's a framework that we are going to use. Now why I haven't kept this as a separate section, because this will actually increase the length of this particular video. So what you're going to do, right, because the main thing was to learn these concepts of the Bun, and then by creating the project, means the next project that we are going to create, by creating this that particular project, you'll be able to learn this Hono also very easy. Like it's very simple, not that much difficult. So let's start working on the project. Alright, so let's get started with Hono, right? So I think for this one we are going to use Bun, as we have already covered. So we'll be implementing a simple task CRUD Api, where we are going to also I will implement authentication and role-based authorization also in this, so that you will get a good overview for our next coming parts, where we are going to implement some complex APIs. So here the first thing what we can do, right? So there is 2 ways you can create a project. So the first, you can use there is a boilerplate. They have the create Hono command, so that you can use, or you can directly, if you go here, right, from scratch also you can do. For example, you can create a folder and then just install Hono, and then you can configure all of this. But because we already have these options, so let's do it in this way only, right? So here you can see that you'll be getting a lot of options, like which template you want to use. For us, we are going to use Bun. So let's copy this, and I'm going to go here, let's do a clear one more time and then paste it, and let's give this one as Bun Hono task CRUD API. Enter. And then okay, so you can see that it will use the target directory, and then we are going to use Bun. Once you hit enter, that's it, it will create a project. You want to install project dependency, definitely yes, enter. And which package manager you want to use, I'll be using Bun, right? So now it's done, it's extremely fast, right? So if you go here, now let's go through the folder structure, and it will be easy to understand only, right? So if you go to the first package.json, you can see they have a script. So Bun run is actually going to run this particular file, which is our entry file, right, which is source, and then you have index.ts. We have a Hono as a dependency, definitely, and also we are going to have the dev dependency, which will be Bun. And then if you go to index.ts, let's see what it is doing. So first it is importing Hono from Hono. Now I'll give you one example, right? If you see, it's actually almost similar. So what you usually do, this is just for your explanation purpose, right? So you have Express, right? So you will just do import Express from Express, something like that, whatever, and the similar you are doing here, right? So this is just to give you example, right, why these things are not that much difficult. If you know only one thing, it will be easy for you to understand, right? So import it here, then what you'll do, you'll do const app equal to, then you'll just do Express and then invoke it, which will create Express application. Similarly, you are doing what, const app is equal to new Hono, so this will create a new Hono instance, right? That's it. And then you're doing the same thing, Express also will do app.get, and then you'll be doing all the routes, and then there will be a object, right? There will be a callback which is request, response, and next, and then you are going to do something. Similarly, if you see here, right, it's almost similar. The only difference is you are having a context here, right? This context, what actually this context, so this one you can see here. If you go to this and then search for context and go here, and now this will see, it's almost similar, right? So that is the reason I just wanted to show you. Just like in Express you are handling request, response, and next, similarly here also you are having the context object which will handle your incoming request and the response back, right? If you hover here, they are giving this. So the point is, like, if you know one particular technology and if you can master one, right, it will be easy for you to understand and create project in other technologies also. And the reason is because you don't know, like, after 1 year or 2 year how many new technologies will come. So we are not sure, like, whether Hono will be there or not, or something else will come, right? And every time you can't learn everything from scratch, so you have to actually have that basic understanding of all of this. Now here, if you go to the request object, the body as usual, like, there is nothing to discuss here, right? It's almost similar. So now let me just remove all of this. I think I'll just remove this, and we can remove this one and also remove this one, right? So let's save it. So we are doing what, we are returning a simple text on this particular endpoint, which is our root endpoint, right? If you just go here, let's do clear, and then if you go here, we have a dev command, right? So I'll do npm run dev, enter, and I'll see that okay, I need to go to this directory, sorry. So I'll go to cd, go here, and then do npm run dev, and it will run this one, and already started, right? So if you go here, so you're getting hello Hono. Awesome. So this is done. So now what we need to do here, so first I'll give you some of the ideas, right, that what actually we are going to do. So for example, we are going to have an authentication where user can authenticate, okay, and then we are going to have a role. So we're going to have a user role and admin role. So user can fetch all the tasks, or they can view all the tasks, but only admin can create, update, and delete tasks. So it will be role based authorization, right? And to view all the tasks, that time we are going to use, or basically that user needs to have a authenticated user, then only they will be able to see that. So that will be the main thing or project what we are going to create. Now here, one thing I just wanted to show you, and that is very quickly, and that is that how the, I think previously I have discussed, right, that in Bun this is actually also we can use as a package manager, right? And here, just like we will usually do npm install and the package name, similarly in Bun also there is add, right? So here this will help you to add a particular package. For example, it's actually very, very similar. The only difference is that this is very fast, okay? So for example, you need to use Bun, add, and the package name. You can also use multiple packages. To use or import as a dev dependency, you need to use this hyphen dev or -d, right? These all are same thing. Like, we are going to use this one, but I just wanted to quickly show you, okay? So now let's start working on this one, right? So what we are going to do first I will let's do one thing first. Let's implement the authentication. Once the authentication is completed, so based on that we are going to implement or work on the task CRUD API. So we'll start creating the database first, okay? So let's go here inside source. I'm going to create a database folder, and let's do db.ts. So the first thing we are going to use, I'm going to import from, so bun SQLite, and we're going to import database. Alright, so after this we are going to do export function. Let's increase this one a little bit. So I'll do export function and I'll do init database, which will be type of database, and here I'm going to do const db, and this will be new database, and let's give a name. So I'll do burn underscore hono underscore task CRUD dot, we'll do SQLite. That's it. Now this is going to return this db, right? And now what we're going to do first we're going to create our user table. Okay, and here we are going to explain each and everything, like how we are going to model our data and everything. So I'm going to do db.run, take a template literals, and here I'm going to do create table if not exists, and here I'm going to do users, and inside this I'm going to take a id, so this will be integer, sorry, and here I'll do primary key and auto increment, right, as usual we have already done in the previous section. And now with this, if I do like this, right, so these are the things you have learned just now, and now if you will be able to do it by yourself, right, it will not be difficult. Instead, if you directly go into very complex thing at first, it will be difficult for beginners to understand. So we are having id, I'm just double checking, right, I'll always do this spelling mistake. So we are having integer, primary key and auto increment. Then we are going to have username will have a text, and this will be also let's make the username as unique, and I'm going to make this one as non-null. Then we are going to have a password, which will be text, not null, and then we are going to have a role, so role will be a text. And now here what we are going to do, right, we are going to check that, so I'm going to do a check, and I'm going to do role in, and here I'm going to check this will be either user, right, it will be either user role, or this can be admin. And now here I'm going to do this also will be not null, and that I'm going to give a default value, just like if you work with MongoDB we usually give a default value, right? So default value I'm going to give this one as user. Why? Because that can be only one admin, so every time we are going to create a particular user we don't have to pass this user value, so it will always take the role as a default until unless we are going to specifically pass this one as admin. Okay, so this will be role, then this will be a text. We're going to checking role in user comma admin, and this will be a not null, and then the default value will be user. I hope this is clear. Now let's save this. So this is our first table, which will be our users table, right? This will be our user table. Alright, so next I'm going to create that task table. So do tasks table, and here I'm going to do db.run again, and here I'm going to do create table if not exist. Let's give this one as task. Here I'm going to use the id, which will be integer again, this will be again primary key, this will be auto increment, okay, so this is fine. Next I'm going to use a user underscore id, which will be integer, not null. Then we are going to also have a title, so title for that particular task, which will be text, this will be not null. Then also let's take a description, which will be text. Then I'm going to let's do a created at. So let's take a created at a default value, right? So for this one I'll take a date time. This also we have discussed, so we'll do default value, and I'm going to do a current timestamp, right? So created at will have a default value, date time, type will be date time, and default value will be timestamp. Next I'm going to take a foreign key, for GN, I think this is correct, foreign key. So foreign key will be my this user ID, okay, and this I'm going to I'm going to reference this one with our user ID here, this user ID, right? So here what I'm going to do, I'll give a references, so I'll take users and I'll pass the ID, I hope you are getting right. So this is a foreign key which is actually related to this ID. That means a particular user or an admin will be able to create some certain tasks, right? For example, let's say I have admin A, just take a user A. So user A can create 10 tasks, then B can create 20 tasks, just giving example. So we'll be able to get the relation. So this is all the table that we need. So let's go through one by one. So create a table if not exist. The name of this is task. ID type is integer. This is the primary key, auto increment. User ID will have an integer which also will be not null. Every task will have a title. Type will be text, not null. It will have a description. This will be also text. Created at will have a date time. Default value will be current timestamp, and there will be a foreign key relation which will be this user ID, which will refer to the current user ID from here. That's it. So now we have created our DB, right? So now what will be our next step? So now this DB we are going to use in our main index.ts, and then we are going to start working on creating the routes and the controller. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so we have created our database. So first let's go here, and then I'm going to open the database. Okay, so we have go to this source. Okay, I think okay, I got it. Why? Because we need to use this. So let's go to our index.ts first, and let's import. So I'm going to import something from, and then we'll go to our database, and we need to import what is the name that we have given, init database, right? So this will be init database. Now after this I'm going to just do const db, and this will be equal to init database, right? Save this. So now if you go here, there is a database is created, and now I think we can open this. So let's go here and open database, and we will go here, go to this, and you can see we have a database here, and let's open this, right? And if you go to database structure, so we are having task and the users, right? Awesome. So after this I'm going to show you that how you're going to use middleware in Hono. Now the reason why I'll not go into much depth, because it is exactly same how we have done in the Node.js part 1 and part 2 video, right? If you compare both, right, Express and Hono, it's almost similar. So to use CRUDs, the first thing we are going to use, so they have different middlewares, right? So you can go here and check all of these. So for now I'm going to discuss CRUDs, and they have a logger, and also you're going to use JWT later, but for now we can use logger. So to use logger, just import the logger from Hono/logger. To use CRUDs, you need to import it from Hono/CRUDs, right? So I'm going to import something from, so I'll do Hono/CRUDs. So I'm going to import here CRUDs. Next we're going to import something from, so we'll do Hono/logger, and this will be logger. Now these two middleware I want to now use. Okay, so I'll do app.use, so if start and use CRUDs, then we are going to use the logger, and this is done. Okay, now let's save it. So now next thing what we are going to do now, because first thing we are going to implementing our auth routes, which will be register login. So that is the first thing, and after that we are going to start working on the task route, right? Before that I just want to do one thing. Let's do here, let's change this one to, I'll make this one as hello, and let's do user and task management using Bun and Hono. Also I'm going to create one more route just to show you. So I'm going to use app.use, and let's do a db test, and then here I'll take the context, and here what you're going to do, I'll do const result, and I'm going to do here, so we already have db, so this will give me query, and let's do a select and this I'm going to use SQLite underscore version, and here after this I'm just going to do dot get, and I just want to return c.json, and here I want to return a message that database connected successfully, and we are going to also return the SQLite version, which will be my result. Okay, there is some problem we are getting here. No overload messages. Oh, okay, we need to do this one as get. That is the reason. Now let's save this. Now we can test this here, right? So let's say if I go this, and you're getting this, and now if I go to /db test, and you can see that you are getting the database connected successfully, and you're getting the version here, and you're also getting the logs here, right? Awesome. So this is done. Now next thing we are going to do a couple of things. The first thing, we will go to our source folder, and let's create a new folder, and then I'm going to create a types folder, and let's do a index.ts, and here I'm going to create a type for my user. So I'm going to do export type. I'm going to do this one as user, and this user will have an ID, which will be a number. This will have a username, and I'll show you from where we are getting all of this. We are getting from the things that we have used here, right? The format. So we have an ID, then we have a username, which will be string. Then we are going to have a password for the user, which will also be a string. Then we are going to have a role. So role will be either user or it will be admin. So this is the first type that we needed. Now what we're going to do, we'll go here, and inside source I'm going to create similarly how we usually create. So I'm going to create a controller, or let's do like this. Let's do controllers only, and then I'm going to create inside this auth.ts. Okay, so let's start working on this one. So mainly we'll be having the register and saving a new user into our database. We're going to have login, and then we're going to implement logout also. But normally in logout, what will happen, right? We handle logout from our client side. Let's say we are going to remove the token, but here this will be very simple. So mainly we are going to focus on register and the login route. So let's start working on this part. Alright, so now we'll start working on the auth. Alright, so the first thing, let's start with our first controller, which will be our registering a new user. So here I'm going to do export async function, and then let's give this one as register user. Now this will receive two things. The first one will be to receive the context that we have discussed, and it is also going to receive the DB. Okay, and now we are going to get the type. So first I'm going to import type from Hono, and this will be the type will be context. Then for DB we are going to import from one SQLite, and this will be type will be database. Alright, now here when we'll be having registered user, right? So normally what are the things we are going to have? So we are going to have a username, we'll be having password, and also we're going to have a role. So these three things. So from where? So here I'm going to use await, and this context will give you request.json, and here I'm going to get the username, I'll be getting the password, and here I'll be getting a role which I'll default take as user. Now here the first thing, let's give some validation that if not equal to username or not equal to password. So here I'm going to just simply do a return c.json, and here let's return an error that username and password are required. That's it. And here I'm going to pass a 400. Now next thing, we are also going to check if let's do one thing. Okay, let's do a role check also, that if the role is not equal to user and role, this will be user and role is not equal to admin. So in that case I'm going to return c.json. So I'm going to do an error, and here I'll do invalid role, and let's give return a 400. Now after this I'm going to do a try, and here let's do a catch. Let's take an error, let's log the error, and let's return a 500. So let's copy this, and I'll do here internal server error, and let's return a 500. So inside try I'm going to first what we need to check, right? So we need to check if the user is already exist or not, and these all are normal authentication concepts that we already discussed in part 1 and 2 multiple times. So here I'm going to check existing user, and I'll simply do db, and this will give me a query. So what we are going to query, so we are going to query that select star from users, where we are going to check the username, right? And here we are going to simply do dot get, and this username will be this username that will be receiving here, this one. So here we are going to do dot get and get the username that we are having, and here I'm going to pass as user. So this is the type that we have created, or this will be undefined. So this is the check that we are going to do. So I'll repeat once again. We are simply querying our DB, and we're doing select star from users. This is the name, table name, where username is this, and this is which username. So I'm getting the value from the username that user will be typing in the client side. For example, let's say you're having a form, so their user will be typing some username, right? So you're going to check it, and the reason is also very simple. If you go here, right, if you see username is actually unique. See, now you can keep email also, but we are keeping username, doesn't matter. So here I'm going to simply check if this existing user is true. So in that case I'm going to do return a 400. So I'll just copy this and return, and I'll do user already exists, user is already exists with same username, right? Please try with a different username. That's it. Let's keep it like this only. That's it. And then after that, once we'll check this, we are going to now hash the password, right? We need to do hashing the password. So to hash the password, what we have learned in the previous section, we can use bun, right? So bun will give you the hash options. We have already discussed in the previous section while discussing the basics. So I'll do hash a password, which will be await, and let's import. So let's go here. So I'll do import something from, so let's import it from bun, and I'm going to do this one as password as bun password, and here I'm going to simply do bun password dot hash, and I'm going to pass the password. Now this password, don't get confused, this is this password that we are getting here, right? So now we have actually has the password. Next thing what we are going to do, simply we are going to insert the new user. So I'll do db.run, and here I'm going to do insert, let me just remove this, insert into users, right? And here we are going to insert username, we are going to insert password, we are going to insert role, and then here we are going to do values. So let's give the placeholder, and here what we are going to do, so after this we are going to pass the values, right? So which will be our bindings. So what values? So for username we are going to pass this username, for password we are going to pass which password, not this password, don't get confused, that will be the hash password, and this is the role. So here I'm going to do, I'll pass the username, I'm going to pass the hash password, and I'm going to pass the role, and this is done. And at the end I'm going to simply return, so I'll do c.json, and I'm going to do a message that user registered successfully, and return a 201, and this is done. So this is the first controller that we have created, and we have discussed each and everything step by step. So now what you're going to do, right, what you can also do, you can create another routes folder here, and then you can use those in index, but for now I'll do this one here only. So now let's go here. What we are going to do first I will, let's do this after this. So I'm going to just create a route which will be app.post, and I'm going to do this one as register, which will be my endpoint, and here I'm going to pass so take the context. Also, let's do one thing, I think, because we can also do some kind of validation, schema validation, right? I think it will be better. So let me just remove this. Let's go here and install this package, Hono jot validator, right? So I'm going to just copy this. I thought it will be better. So let's go here and let's go to this project and let's paste it here. Okay, so this is done. So now what we can do, simply we'll go here and then we are going to import two things. So the first will import from Zod, and also we are going to import from Hono Zod validator. So for this one I'm going to do Z validator, and here I'm going to import Z. So these two things. Now what I'm going to do, so let's create some validation here only. So I'm going to do input validation. So I'll do const, I'll do register schema z dot object, and here I'm going to do a username. So username will be z dot string, sorry, this will be z dot string. Here I'm going to do a mean of 3, and then I'm going to do a max of, let's make this one as 100, or let's do 25, not more than that, because this will be unique and we'll keep this on short. Password, so we'll do z dot string dot mean should be 5. Okay, and then for role I'm going to do z dot enum, and here this should be either user or it will be either admin, and here I'm going to make this one as for now optional. So this will be my register schema. Very simple. You can also put it in a new file and then import it. So once this is done, now let's create our endpoint. So I'll do app.post. So I'll do register user, or let's keep register user is also fine, and then I'm going to do a z validator, right? And here you're going to pass, I'm going to do a JSON and then pass the schema, this schema that you have created, register schema. So I'm going to pass the register schema here, and then after this will give you the context. So now I'll take the context. Why this thing is coming very irritating, man. Okay, and here I'm going to simply do register user, and here you need to pass two things. First you have to pass the context, which will be this context, and then you need to pass the DB, which will be your DB that you have created. Which DB? See, this is the DB, right? Because we have initiated the database here, and these two things we need. And save this. Let's see if there are any error or anything. I don't see any error, so I think this is fine. Now we can actually check it. So now let's do one thing. Let's go to here. Let's create a new workspace, blank collection, and I'll do burn Hono, task CRUD API, and here I'm going to do a new request. Let's make this on post, and let's copy this, and I'm going to do register user, and let's go to body, go to raw, and here we are going to pass, so we need to pass the username. I'll pass Sangam. We're going to pass a password. I'll do 1 2 3 4, and I'm going to pass a role, which will be user. Now let's try to send it. Let's see what is happening. See, you're getting the error. Now I given this on actually I know that we need to get it, so we are getting issues that string must have 5 characters, and this is coming from password, and this is from jot validation it's coming, right? Because we have given that password must be 5 characters minimum. and this is done. So now if I go here, right, and let's do this one as 5 and try to send one more time, let's see what is happening. So user is registered successfully, and now if I go to browse data, there is already one user. So I'll go to users, and you can see there is id1 username, and this is argon password that created by bun, and this is the role user. Awesome, right? Now we learn step by step that how we are going to do all of this. And once the user is now registered, if you notice that we are not creating the token immediately, and that doesn't make sense, right? So once you registered, you need to log in. Once you create the login, or sorry, once your login is successful, then only we are going to create the token. Okay, so let's start working on the login part. Alright, everyone, so now let's create our login controller, right? So let's go here. We can reuse some of the things here instead of rewriting. So let's create the function first. I'm going to do export async function, and I'll do login user. So this will also receive the context and also receive the database. And here the first thing for login, we are going to get two things, which will be my username and the password. Makes sense, right? So we'll do c.request.json. So I'm going to get the username and I'm going to get the password. Here also let's give one more level of check, that is if username and password is not required. So it is required, not going to write once again. So this is done, and then after this, the first thing we are going to do a try. We'll do a catch. So for catch we'll just use the same thing. So let's go here, copy this, okay, and we'll paste it. Oh, sorry, this will be error. So here in the try, first we need to fetch the user from the database. Why? Because we need to check, right, that if the user is actually exist or not. So I'm going to do const user, and this will be db.query, and I'm going to do select star from users where username is, and then I'm going to do dot get, and then I'm going to get the username. This username is actually this username that we are having. So I'm going to do username as user or undefined. So this will give me the current user info if that user is present. So for example, if I go here and search with this username, this will give me all the information related to this user. Now after this, I'm going to just do that if the user is not present. So that means you've given some wrong credentials, right? So in that case, I'm going to just copy this, paste it, and I'll just do invalid credentials, and this will be 401. Then we are going to do the password verification, right? So we need to do verify the password entered, user entered. So I'm going to simply do const is password valid. So I'll do await. Now here you can simply check, do what, bun password dot verify. Remember we have discussed that bun will give you this verify method. So here we are going to check the password. This password is the password that is entered in your client side in the form, in the login form. Don't get confused. And the password you need to verify with the password that is stored in your database. So again I repeat, so when in the login page you are going to type password in 1 2 3 4 5 6, that password I'm going to verify with this password that is stored in the database. If both are same, that means the user is the legit user or else not. So I'm going to just do password, and then I'm going to do user dot password. If password is not valid, that means again you need to give one level of check definitely here that your password is wrong and you are going to return a unauthenticated user information. So you're going to do invalid password, or you can keep invalid credentials, whatever. Once this is done, now I'm going to create the token. If you notice one thing, is there anything different in this burn Hono? I'm talking about the process or the concepts. Just compare with the Node.js, it's exactly same, right? Now someone actually asked me that, okay, Bhaiya, that how you know all the concepts or all the technologies, have you worked in all of them? You don't have to work all of them. If you know the basics, I'm repeating once again, all the things will be very easy, right? So that is the reason this burn Hono, you don't have to work all of this. If you work with Node Express, this will be like 2-3 days to learn all the things, and you'll be able to create a very large scalable application also, but the basics should be clear. Now here I'm going to create the token. Now here for token, right, you're going to use this Hono JWT. I think they have a JWT package where you're going to get the JWT, and also you'll be able to get sign and those method, I believe. Let's see here, there will be something I am not able to recollect. Let's search for sign. See, so they have a sign method, right? So they have a decode, they have a sign, and they have a verify, all the methods, right? You can use these helpers only, you don't have to install any other packages also. So what you can do, simply we'll go here, and then I'm going to import sign from, so I'll do Hono JWT. So you need sign, and now go there, and then you're just going to create the token, right? So I'm going to create avet, and then I pass sign, and this will take the, let's give a user ID. So I'm going to get the user ID, which will be my user.id. Now this user is the user, that is the current user, which is again this user. So you have a user.id, which is 1 in this case, and then I'm going to also let's do a role also. So I'm going to do user.role, and notice one thing, I'm not passing the password here in the token. Okay, so I'm only passing the ID and the role, and then after this, what you're going to do, you're going to pass the JWT secret. So for that, let's create a env file also. You can create, let's do a JWT secret, and I'll use this JWT secret, and I'm going to do process.env. Now again, burn.env also you've discussed, right? That also you're going to, so do process.jwt secret. I think wrong I'm doing here. Or let's give here JWT secret. See, so this will be either this or it will take from here, and then what you're going to do, simply I'm going to return c.json, and let's return the token here. Now let's save this, and then we can go to our main index, and then first thing, I'm also going to create one more which will be for our login users, right? So I'll copy, let's create here only, so I'll do const login schema. This will be z.object, and here I'm going to just do username z.string. Here you don't have to check minimum 3 and 5 also, because it's a, your user is actually login, right? Not a new user coming for registration. So if user already registered, they should be aware that okay, minimum 3 should be there, or else there is no point of giving this again. I hope you're getting. If you want, you can give that, but it's not mandatory. So password, I'm going to do z.string, and now I'm going to create one more. So I'll copy this, and I'll just give you for now auth related routes, and I'll do this one as login. So I'll do login user, let's do login. This will be my login schema, and rest of the things will be same. So here I'm just going to do login user instead of register user, and now let's save this. So now I think with this should be done, and now let's go here and try to create one more request. So I'll go here, paste it, this will be post. So I'll do login, and in the body raw, so I'll do username, I'll give Sangam, and I'll do a password. I'll do a 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Try to send. Invalid password, I'll give 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'll do Sangam, change the name, send it. Invalid credentials, I'll give proper Sangam 1 2 3 4 5. I believe I've given, right? 5 or 6, not able to recollect. Let's see. And you are getting the token. Awesome. So this is working fine. Now this will be your auth token. So that means user is actually now authenticated, and now based on this we are going to now implement our task routes. Okay, so let's start working on that part. Alright, so let's start working on the task controller, right? So we'll go to controllers and let's create task.ts. So first we'll start with creating new task, and before that we also need to create a type for task. So let's go to our we will go to types, and I'm going to do export type, and let's do this as task. So this will have a number, sorry, ID, which will be a number. This will also will have a user ID, remember, which will be a number. Then this will also have a title, which will be a string. This will have a description, which will be a string, and also this will have a created at, which will be a string. Save this. So now I'll go to sorry, task.ts, and I'm going to first start working with creating a new task. So I'll do export async function, and let's do this one as create task. So as usual, we'll first let's import the type. So I'll do import type from Hono, and this will be context, and also I'm going to import from bun SQLite, and this will be my database. So I'll be having the context, and also I'll be having the database. Alright, the first thing now here, the point will come, or you will think that okay, how I'm going to get or understand that if the user is authenticated or if the user is admin user. So we need to implement some kind of role based, or we need to extract the role of that particular user. That user is trying to create the task. So how we can do that? So for that, let's go back to our main index.ts, and here I'm going to now create my task routes. So first I will do, okay, I need to get my JWT middleware. So what this will do, right, this will actually help you to understand or to detect that if that user is authenticated user, or if that user role is actually admin or user. And why? The reason is because if you go to auth.ts, in our token we are actually storing the role also here. So to do that, if you go to this Hono, right, they have a JWT auth middleware. Now this will provide authentication by verifying the token with JWT, right? And how we are going to do that? So it will check for an authorization header that we are going to pass in our from Postman. We will go to header, and then let's say pass authorization, and then bearer, and then I'm going to pass this token, and then it will automatically detect that okay, if the user is authenticated, so we'll be able to get or decode that particular user role, and we can see if that is a user, normal user, or it's admin user. Okay, so if you see, it's having bearer and then the token value. So this is what we are going to use. So now let's go to our index.ts. First I'm going to import from, so we need Hono /JWT, and here I need JWT, and I'm going to create const auth, and this will be JWT, and here you need to pass a secret. So secret will be my process.env.jwt secret, or else this will be JWT secret. Now when I'll create a task route, for example, let's say I'm creating a route to create new task, so in that case I will simply do app.post, because that will be a post route, and here I'm going to pass, let's say, tasks, and let's first we need to pass all the middleware or all the handlers. Now these middleware concepts we have actually discussed in details in my first part, Node.js first part. So if you haven't seen that, you can go there and you can watch it. So what will happen whenever you are going to pass multiple middlewares? So each and every middleware is nothing but, if I try to explain you very simply, so it's a step, right? So for example, let's say you have a middleware 1, you have a middleware 2, you have a middleware 3, and then you have some task to complete. So what it will do, it's like a 3-step verification process. Not like that, I'm just giving you example just so that it will be easy for you to understand. For example, this middleware 1 is checking something and then it is passing some value to middleware 2, then middleware 2 is doing something, then it is passing some value to middleware 3, and then you are doing, at the end you are checking that okay, both all the three getting passed, then you are going to pass something value to your task, and then you are going to do something else. So this is nothing but, each and every middleware is nothing but handler that you are passing here. So here I'm going to pass that auth just now we have created. So now it will automatically understand that okay, this is my auth middleware, so it will automatically check if the user is authenticated or not. I hope you are getting. Now what we are going to do, let's create a task schema also. So I'm going to just do a const and I'll do task schema, and this will be j.object. So this will have a title which will be j.string, mean will be 1, max will be 100. Then I'm going to also have a description. This will be j.string, and this is optional property. And then I'm going to also have a user ID. Remember, we have the relation, foreign key relation with the primary user table, right? And here we are going to have j.number. This will be a int. And then this will be a positive value. So this will be my task schema. So now we are passing the where is that? Okay, so we're passing auth, and now here we are going to simply pass my j validator. I'm going to pass the JSON. I'm going to pass my task schema, and then at the end I'm going to pass my context, right? And then here I'm going to just call create task controller, and then we are going to pass the context and the DB. Now you see it's doing little bit of checking, right? So first step checking, it is doing if the user is authenticated or not. If it is yes, then go and check this. If it is yes, then check, do this, right? If it is failing here, it will never check, right? It will immediately give you the result. So this is how you need to do it. So now let's go to our task, and here we need to create. So now it will be easy, right? So if you go back to our auth, we are storing user ID and the role. So this, how we are going to get it, so we'll be getting the user ID. So I'll do user ID, and this will be c.get, and here you're going to get the JWT payload. See, so this JWT payload dot user ID. So what this will do, right, it will automatically this middleware automatically decode that particular token, and it will see if that user ID and the role is present or not. As simple as that. Now another thing, here I'm giving user ID here, if you see I capital, because here I've given user ID. If you're giving XYZ, you need to give XYZ there. So this is done. Then I'm going to get my user role. This also will be c.get. So I'm going to get JWT and then dot role. Now we can simply check that if user role is not equal to admin, then you are going to return c.json, and you will return an error that unauthorized, only admin users can create a host, and you're going to return a 400, or let's return a 403. Now what you're going to do, simply will do try catch, and then I'm going to go here and copy this, paste it, and inside try I'm just going to do, let's do this on error only. So inside try, just I'll do const result. So I'm going to do db.query, and here I'm going to just do, so query insert into tasks. Why? Because that is the name of the table, tasks. And then here what we are going to enter, so first I'm going to enter the user ID, right? Then I'm going to enter the title, then I'm going to enter the description. These three things only we are having, right? That's correct. Then we're going to do values, so we'll give the placeholder, and we are going to do returning star. That's it. And here I'm going to just do dot get, And before that we also do another thing. So we need to get these things. So we need to get from await, we'll do c.request.json. so I will be getting the title, I'll be getting description, and I'll be getting the user ID, these three things. And then I'm going to do .get, and I'm going to just pass the user ID, then I'll be passing the title and the description, and here I'm going to pass as tasks, which is my types that I've created. And at the end I'll just going to do return, and here I'm going to, let's return c.json only. I think we can, sorry, what am I doing, c.json, and here I'm going to just return the result and then return a 201. Now this will create a new tasks. Now here you can see we are not using the user ID, but that is okay. You can also check the if this is user ID is present or not, but I just wanted to show you that how you are going to get the information or the info that you have stored in the token while logging in using this method, right? So this is done. So now what we are going to do, also let's do one thing, right? Let's give one more check that if this user ID is also not present, so we can return like you are unauthenticated, you are not logged in. See, unauthenticated and unauthorized both are different, right? So this will be unauthenticated. You need to log in. You need to log in to create tasks, and this will be 401, and that's it. I think this is done. So now let's do one thing. Let's go and check what we are doing and if it is working or not. So first I'm going to go to login. Let's send one more request. This is successful. Let's go here and then create one more new request. So let's make this one as login, and let's do this one as register, and I'm going to create one more request which will be create new tasks. So this will be post, and this will be tasks. We'll go to authorization, not author headers, and I'm going to add a authorization here. I'm going to add a bearer, right? And then you're going to pass the token that you're having here. So I'm going to copy this, and then, and notice one more thing what we need to do. See what will happen. First I'll go here, right? Let's go here, give space, paste it, go to body, and then I'm going to do and pass a title. I'll do tasks, I'll do description, and I'll do task, and let's try to send it. And you can see that we are getting error, user ID is required. Okay, makes sense. We need to pass the user ID also. So let's pass the user ID. For this one, let's do this one as 1, and let's try to send it. And you can see that you are getting authorized or unauthorized. Only admin users can create post. The reason is because if you go to login and if you go to body, right, this Sangam, this is a normal user, this is not admin user. Now to check this, we can go to register. I'll do Sangam, or let's make this one as admin, and I'll make this one role as admin. I'll send this user registered, and now I'll refresh this. We have another user, and I'll go to login, and I'll do admin, send this, got a new token. Now copy this, go here, go to headers, and then just change this, right? So I'm going to just remove this, send it, and now try to create. We have a new task that ID, this user ID is the user that created the task, title, description, created that. And if you go here, let's go to tasks, there is a new task added. Awesome. So this is working fine, right? So this is how we are going to check that if the user is authenticated, the first step, and then we are going to check in the second level of check if the user is admin user, then only create it, or else don't create it. So with this, the creation of task is completed. Now let's move on to the fetching all the tasks and fetching a single task. Alright, so now let's start working on the fetching all the task and fetching a single task. But before that, another very interesting thing or important thing I will say we need to do that we actually missed. So if you see, while we are creating any particular task, we are passing the user ID, right? Now if you notice, one thing is that the admin user that we have created, that user ID is 2, but even if I pass here user ID 1, still I'm able to create the task. I hope you're getting. That means I also need to check on the user ID level that if that user is actually the admin user and if the user ID is actually matching. So for that, what you can do, right, in this create task, if you notice this user ID we are getting from the token or from a JWT payload, and this is the user ID that user input from input will be getting this. If both are matching, then only a user will be able to create it. So what you can do, right, if we can say that if the user ID is not equal to user ID that we are having, that means you can't create a task. So here I'm just going to return some error. So I'll do invalid user with with different user ID, and here I'll do 40, or let's make 403. And if you try to now save this, right, and go there and I'll give user ID 1 and try to send, see what will happen. So you can see that we are getting invalid user ID. So you just need to give a user ID 2, then only you'll be able to do it, because this is a admin user. Okay, for example, let's say if I try to go here register and I'll do one admin 1, role will be admin, and try to send this. User is registered, login and give use admin 1 send, and I'll copy this token, right, and I'll go to create new task, go to headers, and I'll just change this to the current user. And but the point is, actually if you go to body, I still have the user ID 2, and if you try to send this, you are getting still user ID with invalid user with different user ID. So you need to give user ID 3, and then only you'll be able to create the task. And if you now go here and let's refresh this first, and then I'll just go here tasks, and you can see that you'll be getting the proper user ID here, right? These two things. Okay, so task, you can see this is the task ID and this is the user ID, correct? So these three, you can see this is that particular user. Okay, all right, so now let's go there and let's create all the other controllers that we need. So first I'll start with export async, and I'll do function, and let's do get all tasks, and here we are going to again take the same thing, and this will be very simple. So we'll just do try catch, and here let's copy this, let's make this an error, and in the try I'll simply do const extract all tasks, and I'll simply do db.query. We're going to do select star from, so we'll be having tasks dot all, and here I'm going to do as task. That's it. And then I'm just going to return c.json, and let's return all the extract all tasks, and this will be 200. So this is done. So this will be our get all tasks. Now we can also do get a single task, right? And this also will be very simple. So what we can do, simply let's create it here. So I'll do export async function, and I'm going to do get task. So I'll do get the context, I'll get the database, and here I'll simply just do, first I need to get the task ID, so single task ID. So how we are going to do that, normally in Express we usually pass the ID in our param. Similarly here also you need to do request.param. So I'll just quickly show you here also. There is nothing that much change, right? It's almost same. If you go to request.param, right? Okay, let's go to the context request. So you can go here, right? You'll be having the param, see? So you're having the request.param. So the same way I'll be able to get it, right? So I'll do const task ID. So I'll simply just do here c.request.param, and I'll be getting the ID because that is the key name. And then I'll simply do try catch, and I'm just going to log this here, and I'll simply just do const task. or let's do extract single task, and this will be db.query. So I'll just extract from, so I'll do select star from, so this will be task where, so we need to get what id, right? So id will be this, so I'm going to get, so I'll do get, sorry, I think I'm doing some mistake here, dot get, and then I need to pass the task id because this is the task id we need. And what will be the return type? So this will be a task, or this will be undefined, and this is done. And here the only check we are going to do, right, that if this extract task is not present, so in that case we are going to return c.json. So I'll do error and I'll do task not found. Alright, and I'll do please try again, and let's do here 404, or else I'm just going to return c.json. So I'm going to pass the extract single task and I'll pass 200. So this is two things that we needed, the first to fetch all the task and then to get a single task. Now let's go to our main index. So we have the post route. So now to get all the tasks, it will be very simple. So we just do app.get, and this will be tasks. And now for this one, again, we are going to check if the user is authenticated or not. So we need to pass the auth here also, and then simply just take the context, and I'll do get all task, and we are going to pass the context and the db. And then we are going to do one more, which will be app.get. So I'm going to do here tasks, and then we need to pass a dynamic value, right? So we'll do colon id. It's almost similar. And here also we're going to make this one as, so let's, okay, here also we need to pass auth. That's correct. And then I'm going to do, let's copy or let's write it. So I'll do get task, and I'll pass the c or the context and the db. So this is done. So now let's quickly check it, right? So let's go to login, or let's go to register. I'll see what is the name. I think we have users, we have Sangam. Okay, so I'll log in with this user only. I'll go here, I'll give my name, this is a normal user. I'll to send this, and now I'll create two more requests. So one will be fetch all tasks, and I'll create one more, and this will be fetch single task. Copy this, do here, and this will be tasks, and here I'm going to do, this will be tasks, and then we need to pass the dynamic value of that particular task. So let's go here and let's try to set this. Let's see what is happening. You can see we're getting unauthorized, which is fine. And then I'm going to go to login. I'll copy these, I'll go to fetch all task, go to headers, add one more. So I'll do bearer, paste this, and now let's try to send it. See, all the tasks we got, right? Awesome. So now what you can do, simply we'll go to fetch single task, add the same header once again here, because even if you try to do, let's say /1, right, it will give you unauthorized here, you're getting, right? So you need to add this. So I'll do authorization, I'll do bearer, paste this, and try to send it. So you're getting the single task. If you give 4, you'll be getting this. If you give 60, then you'll be getting task is not found, and this is working fine. Awesome. So with this we have completed fetching all the tasks, fetch a single task. Now we need to do two things, which will be delete a task and the update a task. So let's do that in the next part. Now let's complete the update and delete, right? So first I'll start working on the update. So I'll do async function then we'll do update a task. We'll get the context and the DB. The first thing we need to get the user role, right? Also we need to get the user ID, and we need to also get the task ID. So these things we needed. So first, how I will get the user ID? So I'll get the user ID from, so I'll do c.get, and I'll get the payload, and these will give me user ID. Then I'll also get the user role, so I'll do const user role. So I'll do c.get, and this will be my user role. Also I'm going to get the task ID, so I'll do task ID, which will be c.request.param, and this will be my task ID that I need to render. Now I will just copy some of the things that we no need to rewrite again. The first thing is we need to check this one, that if the user ID not present means you are unauthenticated. So copy this. If user ID is not admin, so you can only admin user can update a post. Copy this. Similarly here also, if the user ID is not matching, means that means you are not the creator of this particular post, so you can't update it, right? So all the things you needed. So let's copy this, and I'm going to just paste it here and change the messages. So first it will be unauthenticated, this is fine. So will only admin user can update a post, and here I'm going to do, so this user ID will be getting so we'll do const, so we are going to get the title, we'll also get description, and we are also going to get the user ID. This will be getting from await. So do c.request.json, and this is user ID. So that means I'll do you are not creator, or let's do owner of this post, you can't update this. Now you can ask me where this can be helpful. This can be helpful when you are doing a multi-seller. Just giving one example, e-commerce app. Why? Because if you are super admin, right, in that case you need to detect that how many admins are there, and if, for example, let's say if one admin created the post and other admin is updating the post, it's like completely wrong, right? So you need to check that. So there, this can be very helpful. Like this will give you idea that okay, if that user if that admin is actually owner, then only they can delete or update this. Now after this I'm going to just do try catch, and I'll do error, and I'll copy this. I don't want to write again. Oh, I just cut it from there. Okay, so this is done, and inside try now I'm going to update. So first I'm going to check the existing task, right? First I need to get it, and to get that I need this task ID, right? So here I'm just going to do const extract existing, let's give extract only. Look, extract existing, I always like this extract word in my projects. So I'll do extract existing task. So I'll do db dot query. So here pass this so I'll do select. So we'll do select star from, so we need to get from tasks, where ID, so this is the task ID. Okay, don't get confused. So where ID is equal to, and then I'm just going to get the task ID. So I'll do dot get, pass the task ID, and this will be as task or undefined. So this will give me the current task. Once I'll get this, then I'm going to check if this task is not present. So in that case I'm going to return a 404, right? So I'll copy this one here, and I'll do, or let's make this one single task. So task not found, please try again. And now I'm going to update the task. So I'll do const updated task. So this will be db dot query, and here what I'm going to do, So here I'm going to just pass, sorry, I need to pause it multiple times because of noises that is coming from outside. So here I'm just going to do, so here we'll do update. So we need to update what? We need to update tasks. So here let's do set title, because we are going to update the title, or else we can also update the description, right? And we can also check the user ID, and here this will be where. We need to check why we are taking where we need to check the ID, which is the task ID, because we are updating the tasks, right? So where I'll do where ID is, and here I'm going to just do returning. Now what we're going to do here, so we'll do dot get. So here this will be either title or extract single task dot title. Now you might get confused here that what exactly we are doing. So see, when we are updating the task, right, there can be two possibility. Either you are not updating the title field or you are updating it. If you're not updating, that means what will happen, this will be the existing one, because you're not updating the title. So in that case, your title, it will take either this title or the existing that is present. If you're updating the value, in that case it will take this title, which you will be getting from your request.json. I hope you're getting. And this is the same thing we're going to do for this also. So we'll do description if this is not equal to undefined. So in that case, I'm going to pass the description, or else I'm going to do extract single task dot description. Then I'm going to do here user ID or existing single task dot user ID, and pass the task ID, and here this will be as type task. Now this will update your task, and then at the end return c.json. So I'm going to pass the updated task, pass it 200. No, not update a task, you need to do updated task. And I think this is done, right? So now we can go to our main index.ts, and we're going to add one more. So let's go here, and I'll do app dot, so this will be put, right? And I'm going to do tasks, and I'll do ID, because we need to pass that ID that I'm updating. And here I'm going to pass a auth, that is my first middleware. Then I'm going to do a validator, so I'm going to pass the JSON, and here in this validator we're going to pass the task schema, and now we are going to pass our context. So I'm going to do update a task, and then here I'm going to pass the context and the DB, and that's it. So now this will update your task. So let's see if this is working or not, right? So first I'll go here, let's go to new request. So this will be put, and let's copy this from here. And now what I'll do, right, so let's say I want to go to my tasks. So this is, let's say these 4 tasks, right, this one I want to update, and here we notice the user ID is 3. So I'm going to pass 4 here, 4, and go to body. Let's go to create new task. So copy this, and now I'll go here, and this will be update task. I'm going to pass here, and I'll do task. From task I'll do task edited. Now if you noticed one thing, the first thing is that we need to, if I try to send this, right, let's see what will happen. All the checks are working. First unauthorized is working, that means the first level of check is working, so this is needed. Now what I'll do, I'll go to login, and I'll try to log in with admin1. Remember, because this admin1 is actually the owner of this particular task, this is the user ID. So if I now try to send this, and now I'm going to copy this, go to update task, go to headers, go here, add authorization, add here bearer token, and now see what will happen. Try to send this, you're getting only admin users can update a post. Okay, why is that? So but that is admin user, right, only admin users, but here user role is actually admin, right? So 3 is, let me check, 3 is admin user. Okay, Okay, I'm not sure if I'm copied the correct value. Let's copy this one more time, and then we're going to see what is the problem. I think this is the correct value only. Okay, let's go here and see what you're getting in this. I think I've done, oh, I think I've done user role, or it will be only role. See, this will be role, man. This will be role. That is the reason. So now let's see. And if I try to send this, so now we are getting task edited, and we have passed user ID is also 3 and task is also edited, right? And now if I try to go here and let's try to go to task edited should come here. So task edit is coming. Now see what will happen if I try to make this one from user ID 3 to, let's say I'll do this one as let's go to users and I'll do 2, which is another admin. But remember, this admin is not created that post, so you should get error here. So try to send 2 here, send this. See, you are not owner of this post, you can't update this, and this is working absolutely fine, right? So this is how we are giving not authentication, but also we have implemented authorization on top of it, right? Role-based authorization. Now this, see why I've done like this, right? So this will also give you the idea when you will be having multiple admins. So let's say you're creating any SaaS product or you're working on any client project and you need to manage multiple admin roles, and different admin has different level of features, right? So normally we usually manage those using CCM, but let's say you need to manage this in code. In that case, you need to handle all of this logic. So this is done. Now what else is left, right? Everyone, I think forgot actually. Oh, okay, delete is pending. So let's go here and let's create one more. So I'll do export async function. So I'll do delete task. Let's do delete task. So we'll do context, we'll do database, and here also we are going to get our user role, user ID and task ID, all 3. Again, you need to have all the checks here, right? So we need all 3. This is the first thing, and also we need these checks also. Copy this and then paste it here. So the first will be if user ID not present, you are unauthenticated. If it is not admin, you can't do this. So only admin can delete a post. And if it is not matching, so in that case, that means you are not the owner of this post, so you can't delete this. Okay, so here what I can do, so let's take this one from our, so we need to pass this. So I'll copy this. So these 2 things, this only user ID we need to check it, and now this is done. So now we can take a try catch, and here I'm going to just copy this, paste it, and inside try. Alright, so here I'll do const and I'll do deleted task, and I'm going to do db.query, and here let's do delete from tasks where ID, and then I'm just going to run this and pass the task ID. Now this will delete this one, right? And here I'll do if deleted task dot length if 0, right? That means this task is not present, right? So in that case we can return a 4 not 4. So let's copy this and we can just paste it here. Okay, let me just remove this, and this will be deleted task. So we'll do task not found. Okay, this will be changes, sorry, my bad. This will be changes, not length. And then after this we can simply just return. So do c.json, and I'll do message, and I'll do task deleted successfully. So now let's go here, and then I'm just going to add one more. So do app.delete. So this will be /task : ID pass the auth, and here what we are going to do simply, I think after that we no need to pass do anything. We can simply pass this the handler. So do C, and then I'm just going to do delete task, pass both the things, and this should work. Now let's save these, and now let's go here, create one more. So this will be delete. So let's copy this. So I'll do delete a task. So I'll do task for whatever, and in the body we need to pass that. In the authorization, let's do one thing. Let's see that which task is there. So we have admin 1, and for admin 1 we have this task, right? This is the task, last one. So in that case, what we can do, simply we'll go to our headers. First let's go to login, and let's copy this, the token, go to delete task, go to headers, add authorization, add a bearer, and now let's try to go to body, and here if I do here, and let's do pass here user ID, let's say pass here 3, right? And see what will happen. Try to send this. Okay, we are getting, oh, it was 3. I made mistake now. 3, it was 3 only, right? If I not wrong, go to users, it was 3 only. Okay, I should have given something else, but if I go to task, you see you don't have this task. Let's do one thing. Let's go to create new task, right? I'll go to headers, and I'll create one more, paste this, go to body, I'll keep this on S3. So I'll do new task created, send this. So this is created. Now let's go here, refresh this. So new task created, the ID is 5, and if I go to now delete task, right, and try to send now 2, and here try to send the new task just now you created, but this user haven't created. In that case we should get error. Let's see, you're not owner of this, so you can't delete this. So you need to pass here user ID 3 only, and then if you send this task is now deleted, and if you now go and refresh this task is not present. Alright, so with this we have completed our section to know the very basics. I know that we haven't discussed very complex things, but this is the very good way to start your journey and then go to from basic to intermediate level. I'll not say this is that much basic, but because we have covered authentication, authorization, creating CRUD application, everything like this, all the things only you'll be working on creating any API. So this is all about the Bun, Hono, and also we have discussed how we are going to work with SQLite, right? So with this we have completed this particular section. Alright everyone, so with this we have completed our part 3. I know we have learned a lot of things, but as I already mentioned, right, this is the prerequisite for your part 4 and 5. So if you want to understand part 4, you need to complete all the things that we have covered in the part 3. Now my suggestion will be practice all the things that we have covered, like Postgres, Prisma, Node.js, file upload in Node.js, module services, Bun, Hono, SQLite, lot of things, right? So practice, create some CRUD by yourself, and then once I will launch the part 4, as I already mentioned, that will be little bit of intermediate to advanced level. So I'm very excited, and I'm pretty sure we'll be learning a lot of things. So with this we have completed this project. If you like, give a like, and I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.